a boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
It will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum. Joffre,
Well, the second test was all about whether Bumrah would play, but back after 1,500 days in the test wilderness, we have the wonderful Jofra Archer. We should, of course, be taking a sweepstake on how long he will last, which part of him will break first. But let's hope he can raise the spectre of Australia 2019 and Steve Smith. Jasprit Bumrah does come back into the Indian team. Those are the only changes. Prasidh Krishna misses out, not really surprising. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerilla Cricket. I'm Guerilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined by two stalwarts of the English summer and, of course, the English winter and various other things. In the weather cave, it's none other than the freezing cold Perth native. It's Messy Jez.
Good morning. Yeah, 1.9 degrees it was this morning. Whereas in London at Lord's, it's going to be 31 to 33 degrees every day of this test match. So my job's done. I'll see you next week.
Yeah, ta-da. And proving that you can't keep a good gorilla down. Well, you can, a little bit. And Nindo is in his hospital bed once again, but he has risen Well, enough. He's been propped up by a few pillows, and Hattie Jakes is doing her best because she can't get a job in England. It is Nindo in Mumbai. How are you doing?
I'm much better, thank you, and hi Missy, and everyone around the world. It's always good to be back. It's good to be at the start of a Lord's test. It's good to have some things to say in a test in which both Jofra Archer and Jasprit Bumrah are playing together, which must happen once every 2,000 years.
Has it actually happened before? I'm trying to
I don't
remember.
know. Is that likely to happen again? That's something I can
Which one do you think will go first? That's the question, isn't it? Jasprit Bumrah is going to bowl. We're out there already. We should start earlier, shouldn't we? So we have time to have a little chat, but we haven't got a lot of time. This is the man who's going to be bowling from the pavilion end.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
And that will tell you that England are batting. Oh, do you believe it? And they won the toss. Extraordinary. 3 slips in the gully. In comes Bumrah after his long rest. Bowls to Crawley. Leaves the ball outside the off stump. How many times will he do that before he goes mad? And Indo sent me a very funny piece. We don't know who the author of it was, I don't think, written about Zach Crawley and his performance in the second innings of the previous test. It's absolutely wonderful. I don't know whether we can sort of relay it or put it out there. And
I'm sure you can. I got it on WhatsApp, so I mean,
right.
It's
who is
It's in the public domain almost.
Who
Yes,
is
it's
that
about-
man? It's marvellous stuff. In comes Bumrah, bowls outside the off stump, gently loops through to the keeper, and there is no run. Now, of course, Anindo, you may remember, was very pessimistic about India's chances at the start of the second test. Do you think, Anindo, was it because you were sort of harbouring this illness? Do you think that made you a little bit more scratchy than normal?
No. I still think the wrong players were picked, and those wrong players were
Wide-ish ball from Bumrah, which swings even further. Rishabh Pant cannot get hold of it, and it runs away behind the slip cordon for a single, a bye, which brings Ben Duckett, who had a couple of rare failures in the second test. Let's jingle him up.
And that ball went between the first and the
Don't
second.
give in, don't just say
Yes.
fuck it. They have professionals for this. Don't give him the ball, not at all. Don't give it to Bandukit.
I love that.
It wasn't even a white ball, was it?
It wasn't. It just the swing after it went
It
past
just
the
swung at the
batsman.
ball.
Yeah,
Incredible.
absolutely. Yeah. Well,
It
he'll
did come off the wicket a bit though.
he will be happy, Bumrah, if it can swing like that, but preferably before it gets to the batsman. Anyway, it's going to be Duckett, the left-hander, to face. He's staying over the wicket, and he's in, and he swings it, and he gets an edge, and that is just short of the diving Pant. Whoa.
Did Pant drop that?
I don't think he dropped it. I think it was taken on the half volley, but we will have to see the replay. I'm pretty sure he got an edge to that. Yes. And
Yeah, it
no,
was short.
just
No,
short.
it dropped.
Yeah.
It dropped before him. Yeah.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Oh dear, he must have been really, to put a fine point on it, bricking it when he looked back, and would have been very relieved to see it drop short. In comes Bumrah again, bowling down the slope. Down the slope in the sense of across the left-hander. He pushes into the offside and we'll get a run. England move to 2 for no wicket. First run from the bat.
I should mention there's an excellent super chat to do at the end of the over.
Ooh.
Very slow wicket by the look of it though.
Well, I mean, maybe Jasper's not quite worked himself up to full pace yet. just easing himself back into the action. Perhaps we will wait and see, although you do tend to get quite a lot of slow pitches at Lords, don't you? Slow and low. Bumrah to Crawley, he's in and he bowls, and it's a ball probing around in that corridor and brings Crawley forward in defence. It's the end of the first over. England just about get through it without losing a wicket. They're 2 for none. And Messi, tell me about your super chat.
It is from the wonderful Mog, who sent us 10 Australian dollars because Anindo is a motherfucking trooper.
Thank you.
Absolutely
I owe you
right.
a beer next time, and I'm in Melbourne.
Let me just say this, because if you want super chatters,
Super chat, yeah. Super chat game.
not only do you get your tweet or YouTube comment going to the top of the pile, you get a lovely little jingle. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 jingles to choose from. What could be more exciting? Akash Deep is going to open the bowling from the nursery end. What a performance from him. His first test in England. Here he is.
I, Sir Akash Deep, but no one will leave me.
He also has 3 slips in the gully. The gully is perhaps a little bit finer than you would expect normally. There's also a backward point. Of course, we know that Duckett is very strong in that chop behind square. He's round the wicket to Duckett, and well, now that does find a bit of pace and lift, but it's directed down the leg side, and Duckett just gets his arms out of the way of that one. And
That's a
Sorry, you
really
just told me Duckett left one.
well, yeah,
Sorry.
but he probably couldn't reach it, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I just noticed the way Akash Deep runs in and delivers the round the wicket delivery. It is very bizarre. He starts running somewhere to the left of the umpire, takes a loop onto the right of the pitch, and then bowls.
Let's have another look. Now, I could have sworn as Akash Deep comes in again, bowls, that's probing around the top of middle stump, defended into the onside by Duckett. Now, I could have sworn that when I watched Akash Deep in the winter against New Zealand in India, that he had a lot less hair than he has now. Has he had a weave? Has he gone to the Mohammed Shami school of weave?
Which apparently was revolutionized by Saurav Ganguly, and then everybody from that part of the country basically started going going there.
He's still got a bit of a ball patch in the middle.
Yeah, he has got a little ball patch on the top, hasn't he? But he's hiding it well. In he comes again to Duckett, and Duckett is back, and he flicks that with an almost imperceptible turn of the wrist down to long leg, and they get back for 2. Crowd.
Well, I should just mention a few names of people who are with us. So Jay Grover, Leah, Kapala Krishna, Eric J, Sean Elliott, Jonathan Shorland, Yankin G-Man, who's in India currently visiting, and Fluffy and Nick Vickers are all with us, saying hello. I just want to get acknowledgement to them all in.
Oh, it's great to have you all along. And of course, Akash Deep in again, and Duckett comes down on that a little bit late. It's angled into him, and he plays it with that angle into the onside. We love having you along, and of course, if you know anyone else who loves cricket and would like to have a bit of fun by joining in with us, please do spread the word as much as you can, because it's really word of mouth that we have to rely on to get listeners. And of course, the more listeners and the more people that subscribe and hit the like button on YouTube, the more we get 0.006p from each advert. This is down the leg side. I think he got bad on that. It could have been leg buys, but I think it is actually a genuine for England that have the first boundary of the morning.
Akash Deep's not not getting his line right, because his plan clearly is to get one in from often middle and bowl Duckett through his gate, which is exactly what he did last Test match.
Yeah, it's maybe. Well, I don't know whether Akash Deep has played maybe for India A or somebody at Lords before. I'm not sure. Haven't checked it out on Cricket Archive, but this may be his first visit to Lords. Here he is again, and down the leg side again, just exposing his leg stump a little bit there, Duckett. But he gets away with it. It's in the over. It's 8 for no wickets. Messi.
So Mog says Jofra Archer injury coming up in 3-2-1. Well, in the next innings. Yankin G-Man says that it was a 50-year dream to come to India. He lives in the US normally, so he's enjoying that. Varong says, "What's this? England are not allowed to bat first."
Yeah.
Ray Peridine is suggesting good things about another YouTube channel, but they don't have nice jingles. David Durrell says, "Morning, we're doomed." And Nick Vickers says, "Cricket needs jingles. I'm sure I'm not the only one who sings them when following a match not covered by Guerilla Cricket." That is exactly right. I do exactly the same, Nick.
If you find yourself wandering around a supermarket doing it. Bumrah then into Crawley, yet to get off the mark. Defends a probing good length ball on the line of off stump, and there is no run. I would advise against listening to any other stream apart from Guerilla Cricket, because you will not get all the sorts of things you can get on here, including the GPL, the Guerilla Prediction League, which is when you pay us £1 to guess how many runs you think will be scored in the day in aggregate. Bumrah defended into the offside, and they set off for a single. Duckett has to hurry. Crawley in no danger whatsoever, but he is off the mark. And he then looks at Duckett, holds up his hand and says, "Sorry, mate, were you all right with that one? But I kind of need to get off the mark. You know what I'm like." Duckett really did have to put on the... Duckett, of course, will remind him that it takes him about 22 strides to get down the other end, whereas Crawley can do it in about 5. 9 for no wicket. The GPL, the Guerilla Prediction League, is open until lunch. Go to our website. Go to our website anyway, because there's fantastic articles on there on an almost daily basis. The most recent one about the Parsis and why there are not many Parsis representing India, or haven't been for a while. Defended into the offside, extra cover, and there is no run. Our staff writer, Arian, has written a long piece on there about that. But if you just want to enter the competition, go to guerillacricket.com/competitions. Have a guess, or 2 or 3 or 4, and if you get it on the nose, you get all the money that's in the pot. I will request some details on how much is in the pot today. Oh, that's a horrible shot from Duckett. It was a length ball outside off stump, angled across him, and he threw everything at it. And that's not the wisest thing to do when you've got 3 slips and a gully waiting behind you. Anyway, gets away with it, and England remain 9 for none.
Wisdom and Duckett.
Yeah,
Wisdom
and Duckett.
Yeah. Sounds like a very, very dodgy law firm.
Yeah, indeed it does.
Absolutely.
I might get them to sort out my lease extension. Anyway, here comes Bumrah again. The slips go down. Oh, another awful shot from Duckett. Really?
Jesus.
What is going on out there? He's already edged one just short of Bumrah. Now he's just trying to cart everything, and he's missed both of them. So his radar is well and truly off. I think perhaps just settle down a bit. He's missed that by a long way between bat and pad. He just can't believe it when he looks back and thought, how did I miss that? I presume he didn't keep your eye on it.
Just about also missed his off stump.
Yeah, and there was excitement in the slips and from Bumrah. The slips move a bit closer, if anything. In comes Bumrah again, hits him on the pad this time. Going to be too high. This is a testing spell from Bumrah to start with. It's the end of the over. He's just gone for 2 from 2. England, after 3, are 9 for no wicket.
GPL's £45 at the moment.
45 quid. You've got until lunch, so I mean you can delay it, but don't forget it. We will try and give you periodic reminders as we go through the morning about that.
Fluffy says, get well soon, Mr. Dutter.
Indeed.
Sidhu who says, morning folks. Leah says,
Hello.
Stokes has had a holiday in Turkey. Fluffy just says stuffed. I'm not sure why. Fartson, which is an interesting name, says g'day. Fluffy says appropriate confectionery for the first session at Lord's. Might opt for the party mix and Smith's cheese and onion chips. That sounds perfectly acceptable to me. A beer would probably go well with that, seeing as it's a warm day at Lord's. And Mog says, how far are the boundaries for this game? I think they're a reasonable distance, aren't they? I haven't noticed.
Yeah, actually, funnily enough, Fred made a rather an amusing point on the Guerilla WhatsApp the other day, saying that Ben Stokes had asked for the nursery ground, which I thought was quite amusing. Deep over the wicket. God, that's a gorgeous ball. Nips it away. People will say down the slope, but I think there was genuine movement anyway, and Crawley was nowhere near that.
So is Bumrah bowling up the slope?
No, he's not bowling up the slope. He's bowling. I mean, the slope goes from side to side. So he's bowling when he's bowling at Duckett, a left-hander. He's taking it down the slope away from him.
Okay.
Generally speaking, and then into Crawley as the right-hander.
Okay.
In comes Akash again. Bowls to Crawley. Hits him on the pad. Worth an appeal, but probably a little bit too high. Seems to be a little bit too nippy for Crawley at the moment, who's not judging it at all well. But let's give him his jingle before he gets out.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
He's always fighting to survive, isn't he? But survive he does, because no one will get rid of him. Has he got something on Brendan McCullum? Outside the off stump, left alone. He's getting good carry as Akash from that nursery end. It seems to be almost two different ends at the moment in terms of carry. Anyway, England remain.
I'm not totally au fait with how things are in county cricket, but it does seem to be that there's nobody else bashing down at the door for openers, a bit like Australia, to be honest.
Well, there are. Well, I don't know that they're bashing down the door. There are one or two that are making a polite knock to ask if they can come back in. Akash in, bowls down the leg side, can't get bat on that, and taken by Rishabh. Now, Alex Lees is one of those, of course, who began the Bazball era, didn't he? Really, with. Was it with Crawley or was it with Duckett? It was with Crawley, presumably. And then he got dropped. But he's been making a ton of runs for Durham in various forms of the game. You could look at Dominic Sibley, but I doubt if they are. He got 300 the other day. He's had a really prolific season for Surrey, but his outlook, his way of playing goes against him, doesn't it? In comes Akash, bowls and he's through him. Did he get an edge on that? He certainly seemed to get a bit of pad on that. There's excitement from KL Rahul in the slips. The timer is slipping away, and I don't think India are going to review that. But Crawley, without even playing any extravagant shots, has really looked all at sea so far. That really is a good ball from Akash Deep. I love Akash. I think he's I did, as I said, I watched him in that series against New Zealand, and I thought he was really good. But then I read people from India who didn't rate him very highly. Here he is again, bowls, and a good leave this time by Crawley. He was almost drawn into the defensive prod outside the off stump. Through it goes. It's a maiden. England 9 for no wicket. Early thoughts on Indo before we come to the tweets?
I think Duckett's genuinely been very, very lucky to survive this far.
I think
Crawley's looked uncomfortable as well, but At least he hasn't, given any chances. But Duckett's just looked.
All at sea, hasn't he? Really?
Let's see, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
And he's just been swinging his bat.
Yeah.
It's very clearly he doesn't have an idea of where exactly he wants to get the ball and what the line is at the moment.
Yeah. He needs a little bit of bounce, a little bit of the movement. He needs to see off Bumrah. Trouble with seeing off Bumrah now is that we're worried about Akash
Then he gets
Deep
Siraj.
and Mohamed Siraj, because they've suddenly decided to be good bowlers, or certainly Siraj has. This one is Bumrah operating from round the wicket for the first time, and it strikes Duckett uncomfortably as it spears back into him high up on the thigh pad. There is no run. And this is a testing opening for England, who really can't get off to the flying start that they would like. And they may be better for it. Keep wickets intact. You can profit later on, as we have seen. We've got a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. Seems to be catching in the sense that he's hit him again. Thigh pad, or I think it's glove. He's in trouble here. He's taken off both gloves, and
No, I think it hits his abdomen.
oh really?
Yeah.
Let's have another look. But he did throw
Oh,
off the
yes.
gloves, didn't he? You're ahead
Just above the box, I
Oh
reckon.
yes, that's
Yes.
right. What is that? That's right in the.
Just below the navel, I think.
I was thinking of sort of.
The middle bit that doesn't stick out, if we're going by
Yeah,
the same
exactly.
criteria you used last week on the neck,
Oh yeah, that bit. Yeah. As you know, I am a junior doctor, and I will be striking. Anyway, 9 for no wicket. Crawley is Duckett is putting his gloves back on. He's just wondering whether his six-pack has stood up to that. I'll wait and see. He's wandering back towards crease. I was going to say that the mid-wicket is not as deep as I thought an orthodox one should be. And he did sort of, or was crouching down as the bowler came in, as if he was ready for a catch as opposed to chasing the ball. And there he is again. Yeah, he's about 12, 15 yards from the bat. In comes Bumrah again to Duckett, who follows this one but plays it well, prods it away with good timing down the hill towards the tavern, chased by Mohamed Siraj, and they get back for 2. Duckett will feel better for that. England move into double figures, 11 for no wicket. Not quite sure how it is for no wicket, but it is, and I mean,
Thank you.
That is kind of what
Cut care.
I think. I hope that's not the bedpan. And then he's talking.
No.
I tell you what, that says something about the difference between healthcare in India and England, doesn't it? I mean, if I go into hospital, I'll end up getting Antiques Roadshow if I'm lucky, down the leg side, taken by Rishab, whereas an Indo is there not only watching cricket, but he's also commentating on it. It's an amazing difference. Crawley 1, Duckett 9, England 11, winning the toss and batting.
It should actually be going out over an Indo's hospital network, if there is one.
Absolutely,
It does.
Yes.
So I have it on the TV in front of me as well.
Excellent. Bumrah in again, 3 slips in the gully, bowls driven. Nice shot this time by Duckett. A little bit full, and he gets this one right. Didn't try to hit it too hard, and ultimately it runs into the boundary at long off for one of these. And I actually think that maybe Bumrah's got it wrong here by coming round the wicket to him. Yeah, I think coming round to the wicket, he's looked more comfortable, notwithstanding that blow in the stomach. But he was getting movement across him, and I'm not sure this is working. But let's see. I mean, he will probably prove me wrong now and get rid of Duckett. He's got one ball to do it in this over. He's in from the pavilion end. He bowls and brings that one back.
He's gone, no?
No, it zooms into the pad, loops up, taking in the slips, but no excitement, no inside edge. End of the 5th over. England are 15 for none. Messi.
Farong says it's 5:15 p.m. here. To rum or not to rum, and have IPA beer instead. Well, either one's a good solution. Ajit says, "Good morning, all. Boom and Joffre in. This isn't going to go 5 days, is it? Oh, this pitch is going to be pretty mild, I'd say." Brown in Brisbane says, "Morning. Eventually here, too many of the public bothering me at work. I see Stokes has chosen to bat. Are the boundary ropes as usual dimensions? As far as I can tell, it's full measure for the boundaries today. Have you seen anything different?"
Not really. I just noticed that just come in at the corner off to the right of the pavilion as you're looking from the nursery end. But I think that is just the health and safety aspect of it. Now down the wicket comes Crawley, who has been stuck on 1 from 12 balls, now 13. As he does get down the wicket, but he can't do anything with it once getting there. But he's showing, well, it depends how you look at it. He could be a little bit fidgety, having only got 1 run from 13 balls, or he could be trying to put the bowler off his length. Anyway, the short leg has come in for him now. He's gone deeper into his crease, and Akash is in again. This one comes off a thick outside edge as he's defending on the front foot, lifts his bat to say no to duck it as it goes square, and again there is no run. Now Mog, if Mog's out there, I have got a Dringle request, which I will email you about. I imagine you're going to bed fairly soon, so don't worry about it today, but when you can get on to it, if I mean even for the next test.
It's only 8:30 in Melbourne. He's not
Is it?
gonna-
Oh, okay. Well, he can get his guitar out and do something, can't he? Otherwise, what's he going to do apart from listen to us? Akash into Crawley, who really looked like he was lining that up for an enormous heave somewhere, and at the last minute decided against it, played it down. Nearly got caught out in a sense. Played it down to 3rd slip on the bounce.
Yeah, I think the straight boundaries are about 84 meters, and
that's much better.
yeah, and the mid wicket's about 90.
No,
No, it can't be as much as that. Can't be as much as that. I mean, it would. You used to be able to.
No. It's about 70. Sorry.
Yeah.
About 70.
Akash bowls. He's down the wicket again, flaying at that. Crawley makes no contact through to reshab. Something's going to give fairly shortly, I would say. England remain 15 for no wicket.
Well, he doesn't look good, does he?
No, I mean, you see.
No.
I mean, that's. He's not
He
playing.
doesn't have the length, neither the line right at the moment. He has no idea.
And when he's not actually playing that shot with a straight bat. He's trying to carve it rather than drive it through the line. And well, I mean, he could get away with it. He could get a flashing blade through the
You can't
offside.
get away with it forever.
Well, not forever, no. This one, he drives. Has he been caught? No, just short of the man at a fairly shortish mid-off. Diving forward, it was Washington Sundar. I mean, I don't even feel nervous watching Crawley because you just feel it's coming, don't you? And England do really need to look at it. I mean, I know Gary was saying that they've invested so much in him. But how long do you go investing? I mean, your investments can go up and down, they say. And Crawley's, I think, is beginning to go down. And, well, England could be bankrupt in the opening department before long. He's gone right across his crease this time, exposed all
It's
three
shocking the way he's
stumps.
batting.
And he's so lucky that has bounced over the top of the stumps, if not down the leg side slightly. He's all over the place.
There's only one description for the way Zach Crawley's batting at the moment. He's fucking clueless.
Yes. Thank you. And then that's spot on.
That's 2 words. That's 2 words.
Yeah.
This is true.
Eric J says, my first time at Lord's, I wasn't particularly impressed until I realised I was looking at the nursery ground. Smart Zone says, why is my name interesting? It is German. Well, if that's the case, then just be aware that it may be misinterpreted in English-speaking countries. Nitin Deshpande is with us. Good morning, everyone. Have a nice weekend. And Mog says, was it Ian Pearce who did commentary over hospital radio?
He did. That's right. He did commentary for Hampshire on hospital radio. Unfortunately, I think that's finished. I saw him at the Oval a few months back. This one from Bumrah just dribbles along the ground outside the off stump. And it's taken on about the 5th bounce by Rishab.
That's a worry.
That's indifferent. And Duckett will be very happy that wasn't straight. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Mog says it's not even 8:30 here. What do you take me for? So tell him your demands.
I'd take you for a slacker, Mog. Bumrah. That's rich coming from me, I know. Bumrah into Duckett. Onto the back foot. Crunches it, but straight to extra cover. Siraj fields and then fires the ball into the wicketkeeper, even though the wicketkeeper is probably further away from the stumps than he is. I don't really understand that. It's crept into the game, hasn't it? It's a bit like baseball, throwing it, I don't know, to their... what do you call the keeper in baseball? The backstop? Catcher. I don't know. Okay. 15 for no wicket. England have been stuck on 15 for a little while. Stokes sitting up there on the balcony with a smiling Jofra Archer, who hasn't fallen into a fish tank yet. Bumrah bowls. Oh, he gets that to straighten from leg stump, and it was played a little bit uppishly on the way back to him by Duckett. I was looking through the list of crimes and misdemeanours that have affected Jofra Archer. Back injuries, elbow injuries, hand injuries when he smashed his fish tank, missing a game because he broke COVID protocols. Bumrah in, bowls, a little bit of movement away off the pitch, but quite slow. Duckett can adjust, tries to drive it off the back foot, but doesn't really time it straight to Siraj at extra.
Nice message from Barry Yateman. He just says, love this commentary, thanks. Thank you, Barry.
Excellent. So just anything that could go wrong has gone wrong, really, for Jofra Archer over the years. He's played one 4-day game before this match, so we wait to see whether that will come back.
Where he bowled a total of 18 overs.
Yeah, not a great deal. Yeah. Bumrah in, bowls, probing around off stump, a good length, and defended well by Duckett. Now, you may hear that my throat is it's happening more and more. I seem to be getting a sort of rather hoarse throat early in the morning now. And I read yesterday that there's a new COVID type, which the main symptom of is a hoarse voice. How does it affect horses? Do they get a human voice?
Would you change after this ball, by the way, Hendo?
Well, I gathered that on the basis that Tony has slipped in beside me. Bumrah in, bowls, swings that one in to Duckett, wraps him on the pad. It was going down the leg side. No problem in that regard, but it is another maiden. England struggling to get going after winning the toss and batting at the end of the first half hour. They are 15 for no wicket. I don't know who else is on.
It should be Krishna, who I can see, and it will be the bear.
Right, I shall go.
Thank you, guys. Tony, welcome.
Thank you.
The next tweet to be read is from Quandilin Cozy. Well, I'll read it, and then you can go from there. She said, Zach Crawley should have just stayed at home, in response to Fluffy saying Crawley seems to be a tax deduction. Leah is the next one.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed, the bear. Morning, Krishna, to you.
Well, I'm back.
Good morning, gents.
Good morning, Krishna. I'm very well, actually. Recovered from my weekend away.
That's good.
It was a good
Where
weekend.
did you go?
I went down to Devon. 6-hour drive it was. Down the leg side, that one. And Crawley trying to clip it around the corner. Doesn't get anything on it. There's no run. England done well to survive 7 overs without losing a wicket, I would say. They looked...
All his innings This morning reminds me of the Constance innings at the MCG, where he just had no clue and then decided that attack was the best form of defence.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. But, you know, all they've got to do is stay there. There'll be runs to come.
Yes, yes.
You know.
Is this a reversal of plans by Stokes to put India in on this occasion?
Listen.
And another featherbed looks like?
It was fucking stupid to put them in at Edgbaston.
Yes, it was.
It was fucking... to be honest, it was probably pretty fucking stupid to put them in at Headingley as well. You know. On blazing hot days in England, you bat. You know, there might be a tiny bit of moisture in the wicket. Finally gets one. Crawley gets a long half volley outside his off stump from Akash Deep. Bit of a gimme. And he does take full turn, smashes it out to the cover boundary. No one out there. And it's 4 runs. And it was a no ball. So England rattling on to 19. I mean, and look, it may be a tough first hour, but we're through that. And there's 500 or 600 runs probably to be had out there. And the one thing that India haven't had to do for this entire test series in 2 tests is chase or be behind the 8 ball in terms of scoreboard pressure. And it'll be interesting to see because their top order have scored shed loads of runs. That one maybe a bit an inside edge, maybe going down leg side. There's a half appeal by the bowler. Certainly hit Crawley on the pad, but nothing doing, no run. And consequently, yeah, let's get a big score on the board. Let's see how they cope with it. Archer's back. I'm really glad to see that. Grubby will be disappointed. Mainly because he said he'd never play a test match again. And he was convinced that was the case. I just think that was nonsense. Why?
4 out of the last 6 tests here at Lord's have been won by the team batting second. But that is influenced quite heavily by a couple of those being England and against comparatively weaker.
Well, down the track comes Crawley again. This time he doesn't get it right. He gets a big fat outside edge, but you know, swing hard, big edge over the slips, and he gets another 4. Racing along now, needing to double figures.
On the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
The important thing is not to get out, whether you're lucky or not. Let's face it, in the last test, you know, India got 580 on the first innings. Shubman Gill gets a double ton, and he gets an umpire's call on an LBW on 9, I think it was. Goes to get 267. You know, things going to be, you know, it's a capricious game.
It is,
cricket.
absolutely it is.
And you've got to have things go your way. And they certainly did for India in the last test. Akash Deep in again. This time it's cut well. That's a good shot from Crawley. Along with the drive. That's 3 4s in a row. That one's out to the cover boundary and it's 4 more.
You ask where I live, is the address I give. The phone.
That was short and wide and it's got what it deserved. It was cut through the offside out to the boundary.
There's already some footmarks, bowler's footmark on the pitch. Does that suggest the pitch is really dry?
I'd imagine it's pretty dry. I mean, the problem for me for Lords is that it's almost like the drainage is too good, and therefore it takes all the moisture out of the wicket, no matter how much you water it or anything. Oh, down the track. There's half a pill for LBW, and then Crawley's gone halfway down the wicket, but fortunately the ball's gone far enough and pant that he can get back. I think it was a big inside edge onto his pad anyway. And had they gone to a review, they'd probably been about 5 yards down the track. End of the over, 28 for none. Over to you.
Yes, Leah said apparently the reason for there being no left-handed catches in baseball is the fact that the chats have disappeared. So I don't know where they've gone. Oh, there they are. Is that no one manufactures mitts for them? Might be true.
So it's a right-handed game only.
Well, apparently.
That's odd.
Indian vlogger says Indians bowling a generic ball length. They need to bowl fuller. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
Well, you've got to bowl length or with a new ball, really. First ball next over, swings after it's gone past Crawley, but it starts wide. He leaves it through the keeper and there's no run.
Dave Durrell says Nay Hendo has a hoarse voice. And Eric J says Mr. Ed has a human voice.
Yeah, that's very true.
Mr. Ed the talking horse.
I think he said he read that.
Oh, did he?
Mm.
Oh.
No, he didn't read it. He made that
Well,
same
Dave
point.
Durrell, a.k.a. Woy Woy, says, good to hear Hendo earlier confusing being a hypochondriac with being a junior doctor.
I like that, Dave.
I'm
I
not
like
sure the
that.
hypochondriacs are planning to go on strike, though. It's not something you can go on strike from, is it? If you're a hypochondriac, you're
you
kind
could-
of stuck with it.
You could suddenly give up being a hypochondriac. I suppose that's going
Well,
on strike, isn't
that's
it? I'm
sort
actually
of
well,
going on
God damn it. Having a good day. Well, I'm going to have a look. Hit in line. Going well down leg
that's
side.
so
High and
far
wide down the leg
it's
side.
ridiculous. Mr.
Didn't challenge
Handjob.
that, did they?
Mr. Handjob says, hi Krishna, hi Tony, hi Bear.
Hello, Mr. Handjob.
Hello, Mr. Handjob.
Hello.
Changing a bowling. And it's going to be... After his first ball, I'll give you his jingle. It's quite loud. First ball, wide. Duckett lets it through, and there is no run. It's this man.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gonna find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. Where's Mama's hero?
He got a 5 in the last game, didn't he, in the end?
We did, yeah. 6 in the
Siraj.
first innings.
Yeah, well, not only that, 2021, when India won here, of course, they've won 2 of the last 3 at Lord's, he got a 4 for in each innings.
I like Siraj as a
Siraj.
bowler. I mean, he has massive off days. That one's into the pads. Duckett tucks it around the corner, down towards long leg.
One of the funny moments in the first test was when, in the last test was when he dived to save the ball, and he's ended up in the mound of sawdust that was on the ground at the time.
I didn't see
But
that.
that was very funny.
But I like his battling spirit.
Yes.
I'm sure facing him is annoying because he's an annoying bastard. But you know,
He's a pantomime villain, isn't he?
yeah, very much
is.
so. He fits that role quite well. And
Who
he's a
was
really
the
good
ultimate
bowler.
pantomime villain in the Pakistan series?
Oh,
Actually, even had the look, he had the beards, the
Sajid, was it Sajid something?
Sajid Khan, wasn't
Sajid Khan.
He was,
right,
he
yeah.
was,
Yes,
he was
yes.
the perfect pantomime villain.
He had the big moustache as well.
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
twirling.
And he loved staring down the batsman. Next ball defended by Crawley.
He also
Down the
bowled
track,
brilliantly
no
and
run.
could bat pretty well as well.
Yeah,
so
he
he
got-
could back it up.
He smashed a couple of sixes, didn't he?
No, he was terrific. He was box office and bowled beautifully. Helped, of course, by having 2 games on the same pitch to rough it up to suit him. But
Well, he didn't play in the
nonetheless,
first one, did he, when we won?
no, he didn't.
He got brought in for the second and third test.
Well, he did once they decided that they'd create
Yeah.
Indian-style Viper's Nest pitches.
The
Yeah,
best way to
absolutely.
win. Yeah, correct.
Siraj
Oh.
in, driven beautifully by Crawley. He didn't really get his feet across to it, but it was full and it was kind of in that spot just outside the off stump at a full length that you go, fuck it, I'm going to hit it. And he did, and it went for 4 runs. Suddenly Crawley was 1 off, or 2 off about 22 balls, and now 17 off 27.
He's got his range.
He's got
I
his
think
range,
There
yeah.
were so many wonderful stats in that second test. The best stat I heard on the Final Word podcast was both the first and second tests went for exactly 391.4 overs.
Oh, really? Now that is really interesting, isn't it? That's defended back
Yes.
down the track and there's no run. So how did that? I suppose we lost a little bit. Well, did we lose any time in the first test? Because that went right to the last hour.
Yeah, it did. But
on
I
the
don't
last
think we
day.
lost time.
We lost a few hours somewhere along the way, I'm pretty certain.
So I haven't fact checked it, but that's what they said. So I'm believing them. But it just sounded like an extraordinary stat.
Yeah. 2 very different results. England got absolutely hammered in that test. Siraj is in. Down the
Ooh.
track comes Crawley. Trying to whip that into the leg side. Gets hit outside the off stump. High on the front pad. No run. No appeal. 33 for none after 9. England. Crawley on 17. Duckett on 14.
I'm not quite sure what happened when we were changing seats just now, but Ajit Skandar has said, spare a thought for us viewing the broadcast, gents. We nearly got both Craig de Bear and Craig de Hendo in the same shot.
Oh my
Wow,
word.
Crikey. Indian Vlogger, 300 will be a good score on this pitch in the first innings. I'm not sure, Indian Vlogger. Overall, the average first innings score in tests at Lord's, 310. In the last 6 tests, 245, but that's rather influenced by some low scores from
Well,
sort
the
of
World Test
yeah.
Championship was particularly
212
low, wasn't it?
Australia got, but also amongst them, Australia got 416 in 2023. England got 427 against West Indies, I think. So I think you're aiming a tad low with that.
Yeah, that's down the leg side, whipped away by Duckett down towards long leg. There is a man coming round. They might come back for two though. No, decide not.
And what's been happening in county cricket in Middlesex at Lords this
Do you
year?
know what? I was about to work that out and I didn't do because I thought I'm not really on stats duty while I'm doing socials. I was going to work it out for my next session. So the short answer is I can't remember.
Right.
It's been a pretty hot long summer.
I think I did work it out for the World Test Championship final actually, but that's gone from my memory. I can't remember what I did yesterday. So remembering notes I made several weeks ago.
That's us all as we get older.
I left my glasses on the train there. That's why I'm wearing my Richard Wattis glasses
Oh,
today.
that's really annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, very annoying. I've tried lost property twice already.
Was this today?
No, I tried them. Never mind. I'll tell you in a second.
That's outside the off stump. Length ball. Crawley leaves it low and it's well wide. And
No, I was wearing my sunglasses, so I left mine on the train. So same afternoon, because I'd gone up to do something with Vivian in London. I went and checked, they weren't there. I came back yesterday and he bought out the lost property guy, because I was in London anyway for something else. And they bought out a box of about 20 glasses cases, none of which were mine, which really pissed me off, because as soon as I saw how many I had, I thought, surely one of them's going to be mine.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
It's the kind of thing that happens all the time. Strangely, this is an odd one. Oh, that one squares up Crawley a little bit, gets it off the outside half the bat, out to point, there's no run. Bumrah's continuing into his fifth over. Presumably he gets 5 or 6 max, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
I was driving.
So what did you?
Go on.
So I was going to ask you, what did you gents think of Wian Mulder's declaration on 367?
It's a bit of an odd one, wouldn't it? I mean, I'd have gone on to get it.
I think I would have gone on to get it.
I'd have gone to smash out or get out at that point.
There is another. Yeah, I'll hold the thought for a
Which
second.
he was probably doing on 367, to be fair. That's just worked into the leg side, past short leg by Crawley. He'll get himself a single.
Would it have changed the context of the game had he not done it? I don't think so, because South Africa were heading for a win.
Day.
I think the other thing is, in years to come, commentators like us would still be going, yeah, but that was against Zimbabwe. Which is harsh on Zimbabwe, but that would always be there.
Which is exactly what happened to Hayden when he got his 380 and beat Brian Lara. Everyone went, yeah, but it was Zimbabwe. But hey, the stats are there to be broken. You've still got the highest test score. Left alone outside the off stump, there's no run. You can only play who's in front of you. I mean, they battered them, didn't they, by about an innings and 200 runs.
Sachin Tendulkar rang the bell today.
Yeah.
Looking very dapper.
That 380 of, I was just going to say, before that 380 of Hayden's, Mark Taylor had declared while he was 334 not out, reserve Bradman's top score at that time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's like retiring sometimes footballers don't wear a shirt number if it's been made so famous. There's Farouk Engineer.
Oh, yeah.
Top
he's
left-hand
always
corner.
there. He's enormous these days.
Well, he's also the last Parsi cricketer to play for India.
Okay, that one was defended. Out to Gully, and there's no run.
Endo Shally. I've done that one.
Yeah. What's Parsi? Is it
We've done.
It's
It's a caste or a tribe. I'm not quite sure the right words.
Yeah, it's the community of
it's community.
India.
Yeah, and they were the first Indians to tour England way before an all of India test side did. And Aryan's latest article, one we were talking about, which is getting a lot of views and a lot of interest, is all about them.
Oh, right.
And it's a fascinating, the Parsi history, and it's lamenting the lack of Parsi cricketers. Now, I should be talking social media, not Parsi cricket. Let me see. Sumit Singh Jalan Haria. Oh, as soon as I come on, my best mate is here to torment me.
Siraj is in. Ooh, beats the outside edge of Crawley. Yeah, you might say he was drawing the bat inside, but I'm not so sure.
Well, I think I actually said it okay there.
Through to keeper, no run.
He says, does Sumit, English fans need to set their priorities right. The top order must consist of batters with a solid basic technique, not a bunch of dudes living in their bubble. Heads falling over 80% of the deliveries. Do you know
Listen,
what? I'm sure you'll find an ally in Hendo for that particular argument.
Well, I'd say 4 of England's top 6. Well, actually 3.
Oh, you
horrible!
And they're what a
Crawley comes down the track and has another waft, and at Siraj this time misses it. One of these he's going to edge, and there is no run. But he's got double figures, nearly half his average. There was nowhere near that one. I mean, he has to give himself a fair amount of room because he's a tall lad with big arms. You'd think he'd be able to reach it, but no.
What's he trying to do, though? I mean, there's runs to be made today. Why is he batting so erratically?
It's Bazball, isn't it? You've got to fucking attack. I don't know. It's Crawley. He's also a bit out of form. But I guess if he thinks he can get his feet working, his hands working, and get a score on the board, he'll be away. I mean, he can be very destructive. That one he just plays out to gully and there is no run. I mean,
57 tests and an average of 31. England have invested a lot of time and effort into this guy, haven't they?
Yeah. Well, he has pulled his average up from about 27 in the last year or so. So, adding 4 over a year after a lot of matches is reasonably impressive.
Brett Lee's there as well. I think the thing is, when he looks bad, he looks
like
really
a
bad.
Don.
He does.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, yeah, no, you're talking Brett Lee. He does.
Talking Brett Lee. Tries to smash that one back down the ground, but it goes nowhere except for back to the bowler.
When he looks good, Crawley, and
he looks very good.
He looks fantastic. But too often, he looks bad. And we saw how slow he was to start today. He was all over the place. If he can get through the first 20 overs, then he's up and running.
I think he needs a decent. I mean, he got a 60 in the second innings of the first test, didn't he? So he's not, he's not hopelessly out of form. And there's fucking John
Majors there
with
Nick Robinson.
Nick Robinson, the BBC dude, isn't it? Just to prove to himself that he can bat. If he can get a ton against this Indian side, I'd feel a hell of a lot better. Crawley leaves that through to the keeper and there's no run.
I think our friend Samit, I seem to recall, is in Australia, Samit, am I right? I think you said. He said, this is very painful. This is not a demonic surface. They just don't know how to bat like batsmen.
Well, they're not out to me, I will say that.
But
they could have been, but they're not.
He says he's not a fan of Hamid, but at least he looks the part. Good technique. Why wasn't he back? You're definitely a purist, Samit.
Yeah, you're definitely a purist, Samit, and I think the world of cricket is going away from purist techniques, unfortunately. That one is defended out to point, and there is no run. Over to you for more.
Nick Vickers, Morning Bear, Tony and Krishna. Can't remember who it was exactly, but a former captain once said, choose to bat or think for a moment and then choose to bat.
That was Trevor Bailey, wasn't it?
It's a lot of people have said it. I think it's been attributed to many. Should be the perfect conditions for batting, says Eric J. Says Farong. So the bish is about. What was the score from the Wimbledon match the other day? I forgot to ask Hendo. That's this coming Saturday for bizarrely being played at Wealdstone. But the Watford Wimbledon game, the Hornet Womble derby, is bizarrely being played on a neutral ground. I am going though. I am going. Play Bazball, says Nikita
football, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, Watford have started their pre-season. They won at Boreham Wood the other night.
Oh, wicked.
What a cracker.
Stunning win.
Pre-season already, wow.
I know, it's nuts now.
Well, when's the Charity Shield? 8th of April? 8th of thingamajiggy, August, I presume. That one's down the leg side, there is no run. I mean, Chelsea come back from the World Club Cup or whatever, and they'll be knackered, and they'll be straight into it.
I've got to say, India's a bit loose this morning. They're down the leg side, down the offside. They haven't found their right line yet.
Well, they don't get to bowl at Lords that often, do they? I mean, Jasprit looks a bit undercooked, to be honest, doesn't he? I mean, his pace is down. He's only bowling in low 80s.
Well, this is middle.
That's
talking middle. Duckett's middle stump out of the ground.
Well, yeah, possibly. And that one booms away from Duckett on a full length, and there is no run. And it's up at 86. So
I think he's got a headpiece in and he's listening to you, Bear.
Maybe.
You've just fired him up to the detriment of England and the advantage of India.
I think England are doing a good job here. You've got to not lose wickets in the first hour. Get through to lunch only 1 or 2 down, and hopefully none down, and then make hay in the afternoon when the bowler's a little bit more tired and the ball's a little bit older.
I think it might be Leah's. Is it your birthday today, Leah?
Is it? Happy birthday.
Well, she says since messaging all it, happy birthday to us, Mr. Gavaskar. So she must share a birthday with Sunil Gavaskar.
Oh, the terrible bit of fielding in the
nice.
gully. Just defended down to where gully should be. Should have got no run. Ended up getting a single. As it burst through the hands of the man down there. And Duckett moves on to 16 off 32. England sedately going along. Only about 3.5 and over at the moment.
Well,
So the other major milestone in global cricket this week is Mitchell Starks coming up to his 100th Test match,
Oh, wow.
Oh wow!
and he has 395 wickets, so he's only 5 short of 400 mark.
So many people. God, do you remember when Fred Truman got that one? I don't, because I wasn't probably alive then. But oh my word, that one's come way back in. I think it's done way too much, to be honest. Going miles down leg side. It's a big appeal.
Pretty confident Bumrah.
I'm not confident that's not done. That's done way too much, surely. Boomed back
He's
in.
got his arms tucked under his arms. He's
Well,
not
they're
moving.
still debating. If they were that sure, they'd have done something and they'd let it go.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Bumrah turned around quite quickly. Pant seemed to be ushering it down the leg side. That seemed to do way too much. He's bowled quite wide of the keys. He's angled it in. That's done way too much. It's hit him high.
So since you've said, Bear, that he's looking down on pace and not very good, he's bowled one absolute rip-snorting outswinger and he's
Nipped
ducked one
I think I'll
magnificently in.
shut up now, then, yeah, shall I?
Well, I don't think you'd completely shut up because you're on ball by ball. But
Well, yeah. Well, it hit him in front of middle stump. It was going high and wide down the leg side. Next ball is well too wide, left alone through to the
another
keeper.
away swinger.
And it is no run.
So he got that to go. He's bowling from the pavilion end, so he got that to go sort of up the hill, if you will.
Up the hill,
Yeah,
yes.
bowling from the pavilion end.
Have you
1.3
guys
metres,
been
I
at
think.
Lord's to see the slope? I can only imagine what it's like, but
Me, I
Never been
practically, for a while, I practically lived there. I've got slightly less this season, but yes, I watch almost all my cricket at Lord's,
It's quite a big slope.
and it is quite a big 1.3 Tim Mertens.
Yes, as we know.
so you can see that on the ground when you're there.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
of-
yeah.
Oh,
very much
yes.
so.
If you're in the media centre, it's like it's very pronounced.
That's gone a long way again, but down leg side. And Crawley trying to clip it. Can't keep up with it.
Here's an
Route to
interesting-
keep a no run end of the over. Over to you.
Right, well, here's an interesting question we'll come back to, but it's, are you guys happy with Karen Nair getting one more chance? I think definitely. If you've scored 300 plus in a major test match and then you're ignored for 77 tests, you deserve a chance to get
Well,
that.
you know,
and if we
exactly
persist with Crawley,
Exactly.
I mean, let's be fair.
I'm happy for him to be in the side, but I don't think he's a number 3. I think he was very stiff in his arm movements and leg movements in that first test.
Okay.
So I think he's a number 5 or a 6, but not a number 3.
Mr. Handjob says, read the messages, Tony. I thought I was, Mog. Why do you think I don't? Don't bash the bishop, says Eric J. Is it your birthday, Leah? Says Mog, a.k.a. Mr. Handjob. Which is what I just asked as well.
Siraj down the leg side, clipped sweetly by Duckett. Should get 2 this time, as it's wide enough of the man down in the deep at long leg. They'll get back for 2.
Well, right, so Mr. Handjob has also said surely the biggest event of the week was Italy beating Scotland.
Ooh.
Yes, they did.
That'll upset Suter who.
A lot of the Italian players that were playing in that are the same team I watched 2-3 years ago, probably 3 years ago in Jersey.
Mm.
There's quite a few Aussies.
They're all
in that
Aussies,
team.
aren't they?
When Gareth and South Africans, because Gareth Berg was coach. I don't think he is now, but Gareth was.
Davison is one of the Australian guys.
Gareth was kind enough to sort me out my press pass and look after me and give me an interview and stuff. When I
Nice.
went to that
Duckett
game.
again. That's down the leg side. Good. If he nips one of these, he's going to get strangled. But I mean, they're not great balls, and he's not managing to keep up with any of them. He's on 18 of 34. It's a lovely day in London. It's about 30 degrees, or it's going to get to 30 degrees. It's hot. There's hardly a cloud in the sky. It has been an absolutely marvellous summer. It has to be said.
And are you gents Formula One fans?
Yeah, I
Reading
am.
about the Christian Horner dismissal?
Yeah. Now, what's going on there? You can't sack a guy for not winning. I mean,
yeah,
look,
there's history though of his general behaviour around
well,
the team.
this
going
is
back
it.
over
But I mean,
2 years, isn't there?
that one's left alone. Well, not left alone. Duckett prodded at it and missed it. Beat his outside edge.
What I heard was that Verstappen's dad was insisting that he go, and it was either him or Max was going to leave the team.
Which I think was also what was happening over a year and a half.
Well, exactly. I mean, that was the original thing, and he managed to wear that out. Maybe this year, because the car's so shit, that's done it. Or, as my friend posited, there's more stuff to come out.
Oh, hello. Well, what
We have
will
to
that?
wait for the Netflix series.
Crikey.
Yeah.
What will Ginger Spice make of that, I wonder?
Well, I don't know. But someone I went to school with shagged Ginger Spice, so, you know.
While she was with Christian Horner?
No.
Ah, okay.
Back in the day when she was at Bushy Meads or whatever she went to.
Bushy Meads.
That one is driven out to cover by Duckett, and there is no run.
We're due for a change at the end of this over.
We are indeed.
I might do a couple more messages then in
Cat
between
has
things.
not turned up yet, so
That's a bit worrying.
Yes.
What do we do? Because I moved things around to. She said she'd be all right to be back for 12.
okay. Well, maybe she's not.
We might, if this trio do one more over, and then we'll just give her that time.
Sure.
Shall we do that? Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that.
And then
Well, I'm
see-
staying on anyway, and Hendo's supposed to come back. So that's driven. They sort of stop-start. Not sure if it's going to beat the man at cover, but it does. Is that Akash Deep chasing that down? They got through for a single. We're an hour, and they've bowled 12.5 overs. It's pretty poor.
Right. It should be Cat, Hendo, Bear.
Ah, Cat's just turned up.
There you go. Beautiful.
Hendo, do you want to let Cat in on your way in?
In that case, I shall move out in a minute.
Indeed. So the first hour, I presume we'll have drinks now. And what? He slipped over. That's
Yeah.
why I didn't go
fallen
for
over.
two.
Oh, sorry.
That was the last ball. That's a replay.
Well, we can switch over. Let me do a couple of quick messages then. Sitting Bear speaks heap big truth, says Eric. Andrew Kissel, I hope you're enjoying the weather at the cricket today. Well, we're enjoying the weather. We are watching on tube, as it were.
Well, that's edged by Crawley. Dropped short of the slip. There's no run. Cat, are we going to do this one more over, or are we going to switch
No,
over?
because Cat's here.
Cat's
But I
here.
will say there is a quick super chat. I'll give you that, and then I'll let Hendo take over from there.
Okay, I'll give you a quick jingle.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah.
It's very generously, in more ways than one, Mr. Handjob, who says happy birthday to all of those celebrating birthdays today.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Right, I shall cut and run for a few moments.
How are you,
Yes.
Cat? See you later,
Hi, Kat.
Krishna.
Nice to
I'm
see
very
you.
good. Whose birthday is it today?
Leah's, and who else was it? Someone else on a cricket field somewhere. Sunil Gavaskar, apparently.
Oh, there you go. It was my birthday on Sunday.
Oh, well, happy
I'm a few
birthday
days
for
after
Sunday.
my birthday.
You know what?
Yes.
I went camping down to Devon for this big party last weekend, and we've had the most blazing summer, and we're all in a tent. And what does it do? It rains for 2 days. Fucking annoying.
Oh, that's
Really
bad.
annoying.
In a tent.
In a tent, exactly.
Nah,
Nah,
terrible.
exactly that. But hey,
Well, we had a party. We had a big party which required overflow onto our deck, and if it had been raining, it would have been a big problem. But it was beautiful winter weather. Cold, but
Nice.
we had a heater out there,
cool.
so it was good. It wasn't my party though. It was my son's party. He was born on my birthday,
Ah.
and he turned 21. Wow! So there you go.
Yeah, my daughter's 20 in a few weeks. Life moves on at an incredible pace when you have kids, doesn't it? It's like that.
Yeah.
Moves on pretty quick when you don't have kids, to be
Yeah,
honest.
no, but they're like
Yeah.
that's true. But kids are like
Either way, it goes quick.
kids
Yeah.
are like a little marker in time because they start tiny and they just and then the next thing you know they're fucking full blown adults. You're like, shit, where
Yeah.
did that go?
You're massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, it's depressing, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Slightly
Anyway,
depressing.
that's plenty of people on socials have plenty to talk about now, and one of them is Superman. Tell me if you've been to see Superman, because I just came back from Superman, first day in Australia, and we went to see it just half an hour ago.
Oh wow! Did I didn't even know there was a new Superman until I read or started to read a review or saw a headline for a review absolutely slating it. What did you reckon to it then?
Really? No,
Yeah.
most of the reviews have been good.
Oh, okay. I think it might have been the Guardian. Well, they're a bit po-faced, aren't they? at
Yeah, the
times?
Guardian hate anything to do
Yeah,
with
the
fucking
Guardian had
Marvel.
the worst review apparently.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that would have been the one.
But every other review has been good. It's had good reviews, so yeah. But I can't wait to read The Guardian. It's got 83% on Rotten Tomatoes, so there you go.
No, that's
Does it?
pretty
I
good.
mean, but what was the need for a new Superman movie?
There never is, but they're always
There
trying
never
to...
is a need. It's not about need, it's about want and desire. That's all it's about.
Exactly that. I mean, how many times have they rebooted fucking Spider-Man or Batman? You know, I mean,
Well, all of
endless.
these things, I just can't get into any of these things now. I mean, maybe I'm too old for it, but yeah, I mean, I would have gone to Superman in the past when I was much
1978, I think you're searching for.
Yeah,
there.
Yeah, probably with
Christopher Reeve's first outing.
Margot Kidder as well.
Yes,
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
Christopher Reeve
So
was a
this one
terrible
was
actor.
pretty good, though. This one was a bit like a throwback. It was like an old-fashioned, gentle, kind Superman. It
So
was
was
really lovely. And there was a dog. There's Super Dog. Come
Oh,
on.
yes.
Gotta go see. Super Dog's in this one. Have we had a Super Dog before?
No.
Never had a Super Dog before in a Superman movie, so there you go.
So, what I mean, is a particular breed of super dog, or are they all sorts of super dogs?
Yes, we'll find out what sort of breed it is. People on socials will tell us what sort of breed it is. It was some kind of terrier, over knee high, and pretty scruffy but white. Very, very cute.
So it's not the dog from the Never-Ending Story, is it? From about 1980.
No.
Do you remember that big
I
fluffy
think
one
that
that
dog's
used to
probably.
fly?
I hate to break it to you, Hendo. That dog's probably dead.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's very true,
How can
actually.
he be? It's the Never-Ending Story.
Yeah.
The
guess so.
Never-Ending Dog.
Has a cape on the dog, as far as I can see in the.
Really?
In the trailer, is that right?
It is similar. Apparently, it is very similar to that kind of dog.
Oh, okay.
Now, just to help
It's
you,
a
I
good
just
thing for the dog.
want to say at the top of our live chat on the on YouTube is now a link to the GPL, which is 45 quid. So if you want to get on that before lunch, do so. Do so.
Over to you, Kat.
Oh, is it me? Is it?
Yeah.
Anyway, it is Reddy who is bowling. He's bowling to one of the two openers because they're both still in. England are 39 for none. You would probably guess this by how much we were just having a nice little chat and not lamenting about how bad they were. So no wickets lost so far in this session. We've just had drinks and got both openers out there.
Yeah.
And they've been facing Bumrah pretty well, right?
They have, yes. They've been doing all right.
All right. Yeah, they've been.
Well, they're not out, so they're
They're
doing
not-
all right.
Yeah, they're doing well.
It's been a bit.
They've taken the shine off already. As this next ball is clipped through mid-wicket. Beautifully, actually. It's gone right out to the boundary. Long boundary out there. 4 runs.
Nice, that's a good shot.
Andrew Casal says, me and my mum enjoying the weather and the cricket too. And he also says, say hi to Cat Jones for me. Do you know him?
Who is that?
Andrew Casal.
Yes, I believe I probably do.
Oh, okay.
Hello there. Hello there to Andrew and everyone else who's listening. And this one is short and an attempted pull.
Oh!
Duckett has edged this. He's feathered it through. And that is a wicket. Duckett, 23. And Reddy has the breakthrough in his first over, in his third ball.
Yep.
It's a pretty shit ball as far as I can see, but
Terrible,
hey,
but, you know.
that'll be him. And
The crowd says, the crowd says you.
I think it got the bottom of his glove, didn't it? It was
Yes,
very
it was the
slow
tiniest little-
delivery.
Didn't deviate.
It has
Yeah.
been.
There's
I mean,
no-
it has been bouncing from that end a lot more than from the pavilion end. But that may be what, not surprised him exactly because he was through with the shot genuinely, or it's just clipped his glove though. There you go.
And it is a bit of a shame, and it wasn't my fault, by the way, everyone. It's not just because I came on that we suddenly have
It was
my third ball.
We're blaming you.
It was the Australian input immediately. As soon as you came on, Kat, you've gone quiet. Can't hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Excellent. 43 for 1. We're in the 14th over, and already we have our number 3 coming out. I'm sure we'll have a jingle for them.
Bear's gone looking for it. Why have the main jingles gone missing?
They haven't. No.
What are you
I
trying
was
to
looking
do?
for Nitish Kumar because we don't have him as Nitish Kumar ready. We have him as just Nitish Kumar.
We forgot to jingle up the bowler, and now he's had a wicket, so he's too late.
Well, indeed. Well, we've got a new batsman.
We gotta poke, take a good hard look at Solly Moe. Poke, it's Solly Poke, it's Solly Poke, take a hard look at Solly Moe. Poke.
Being bowled to by the man I found his jingle.
You won't keep Nitish Kumar down after he kills and eats you.
Oh dear.
I think that's gone down, hasn't it?
Has it gone
So
through?
we've had a beautiful swinging delivery from Reddy, and it took the outside edge. It's been hit through to third slip, who's, we think, put it down. We're just seeing a replay here. He's not exactly celebrating. It's just hit the grass in front of his hand. And that was a chance, but a very difficult one.
Yeah, but a bit of a loose shot though. First ball from Pope. Of course, got a first baller, didn't he? Got a first baller in the first innings of the previous test. Have a look at it, guys.
I guess
Sorry,
it was
more
kind
like
of
gully than third slip, and this next one is pushed past the gully and fielded out there, and they've taken a single, so that's Pope off the mark, throwing his bat at the next ball foolishly as well.
It's all a little bit hurried and unnecessary. I agree with you, Bear. The ball is out there to be hit, but he's literally just come to the wicket, and look, he's not in control of it at all.
No, you've got to get over the top of it, haven't you?
Yeah, wait till your feet are moving properly and you're seeing the ball. You've got the pace of the pitch. Why do you have to hit the first ball or attempt to hit the first ball for 4?
No one's feet move these days, can they?
Well, that's true. That's true to a certain extent, but.
Fielder went a long way to his right to try and catch that as well. And this next one is edged through. He's gone now. That's Crawley. Crawley has edged it through to the keeper.
Unbelievable.
Right through him. And that is another wicket. You better get me off commentary here, lads.
Yes, fuck me.
54
Jesus.
for 2.
I think you must have channeled Superman into Nitish Reddy.
Another one bites the dust.
It's just dibbly
I
dobbly
think that is
shit.
going to be out, Fred. Another one
But
bites the
swinging,
dust.
and it's bouncing a little bit. That would. I know we talk about Lords being slow and low, but from the nursery end, the ball is bouncing. There's a lot more carry from that end than there is from the pavilion end, which is curious.
Unbelievably, he's the fourth seamer. The all-rounder has come on, and he's got 2 in 3 balls. 4 balls.
Absolutely. Let me get through some tweets. I'm not going to talk about Ginger Spice and her romantic life. Aidan knew he left red ball by design. Not sure what that's about. David Hutchinson says, morning, Mr. Start. Was my birthday on Friday. Annoying to share it with the United States. For those joining late, thoughts on pitch, toss and selection. Well, it's very hot. So England decided to bat at the third attempt. And the pitch, curious, it's a little bit slow from one end, but it seems to be a bit lively at the other. Selection, Jofra Archer, obviously. Jasprit Bumrah comes back in for Prasid Krishna, which I think is probably the right decision. Disinterested Handjob wants to know about Superman, says, give us some spoilers, Kat. Was Bizarro in it? I don't know what that means.
I'm probably the wrong person to ask. Maybe Bizarro was in it. Dan will tell me. He's here on the couch.
I don't even know who Bizarro is.
Yes. Someone Bizarro-esque is in it. So if you love Bizarro, off you go.
I don't even know who Bizarro is.
I don't know who Bizarro is. Was that the end of the over? Thank God for that. That wasn't very good.
Yes, Bizarro is like a variant of Superman, and there is a variant of Superman here. But we have got some more.
Oh!
Props in the slips. This This is absolutely dreadful. This was a genuine chance. Siraj bowling, and Pope has edged it again to second slip this time. He just grasped it.
I don't think it carried. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean,
You're being generous.
They're excited about it. Whether it carried, I don't know. But he really pushed quite hard at that. Oh,
no, it did bounce in front of him, but he could have come forward.
Yeah.
Anyway, he stopped it from going down to third for a boundary, I guess.
Ah, dear.
Clueless. I mean, the ball is...
His batting is dreadful.
They are getting a bit of movement in the air, generally speaking.
3 slips in now, maybe 4, maybe 5. That's his next one. Bounces low, very low. 2 bounces through to punt.
And he leaves one. Isn't that a novel idea?
Incredible. Nikita Lalsa, is asking what kind of name is Cat for a lady. Well, I think a perfectly reasonable one.
Just tell us what you really think.
Yeah.
Short
for Catherine, one would
Catherine,
imagine.
It's short for anything you like, starting with C-A-T.
Well, that's true.
3 slips in a gully. Pope is on strike. He's about to edge it again, but no, somehow he misses this one through to the keeper. No bat on it at all.
I mean, Nikita, that's not the most common of names either, is it? Duckett wears a cape, says Fluffy. Eric J says one of only 3 voters in the rotten borough of Wookie in the Hole was a Dachshund called Colin. There you go. Dog Hendo says, disinterested, says, do you mean the giant fucking dragon? It wasn't a dragon, it was a huge fluffy white dog. What are you talking about?
It was a Jim Henson construction, I seem to remember.
Anyway, Siraj is bowling again to Pope, another one left alone outside off.
Crawley nicking off, says Messi Jez. Who could possibly have guessed that? Cat is Lady Luck for Nitish Reddy, only if he knew, says Sean. I think you're going to have to stay on for the full England innings, says Leah. To you, Cat.
Yeah.
Shouldn't take that long at this rate. Very true. Very
Might
true.
all happen in one session, maybe 1/2 hour.
Yeah. The moving
anyway,
ball.
Siraj is bowling, 5th ball of the over. This one on middle stump, and Pope just angles that into the onside. No run.
Zhong Zina says, the glorious NKR, what a beauty. Boys, says Suter, who's probably quite enjoying England suffering again. Messenger says, Pope nicking every second ball is fun, just wait for the next one. Jay Solanke says, well, hang on, I thought there might be a wicketless session. Oh, how naive could you be?
A wicketless first hour, that was pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's only that. I haven't got through the first hour and they're going to lose 2 fucking wickets right at the top of the second one. You bloody idiots.
Next ball's another dot ball. And that is the end of Siraj's 4th over. His figures are none for 8. England 44 for 2.
Is it time to bring Superman in? That's what I reckon it probably is. And
is.
Superdog, perhaps, even if just to piss on the stumps. Let's have a look. Cat will get England all out before lunch at this pace. Have I already said that one? Admit it, says Fluffy. We're only here to see Archer. Suter who says, I'm not paying attention to the chat. I'm building some garden stuff. And Fluffy says, an orangery? That would be nice. Are we talking about Fuka from Neverending Story? Because that's a dragon and not built by Jim Henson. That is a dog. And you can
There's
fly.
a lot of love for the Never-Ending Story. How old are these people? It was like decades ago.
It was decades ago.
Had David Bowie in it, didn't it?
Don't think so.
Wasn't he
Yes,
the guy in the
he
middle of the maze?
Did he?
Yeah,
He was
the,
there. He was
the
in-
evil king or whatever it was.
Okay.
Maybe. Anyway, 3 slips again. This time Reddy's bowling, and it bounces again. It's played deliberately, I think, by Root. Bounces in front of 3rd slip.
He's definitely getting more movement than anyone else. Every single ball he's getting is jabbing away from the batsman.
I actually forgot that was. I thought, who's that facing? My goodness, it all happened so quickly. I
He's
didn't
had a
realise he
pretty
was out
In
there.
already, Root. Have we given him his jingle?
Oh,
Anyway,
no,
they don't
we haven't
deserve the
actually.
jingle unless they survive a few balls. Root has now survived 1 ball.
So we can give him a jingle.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
This next ball jagging up off the pitch, and Root takes a couple of steps, dances down the pitch, and then leaves it alone.
You get the feeling that We've batted
Well-
first, but completely misjudged the pitch.
Well, interestingly, the pace and whatever it is.
Look at the bounce on that. I
Yeah.
mean, it's flying through from a medium pacer of 79 miles an hour. It's gone through at head height to Reshab.
He did a woody there. But our most like-for-like bowler would be Chris Wokes.
We better get all out quickly and get back out there.
Another ball swinging through the air, but this is played nicely into the covers, where it is fielded, but they've run through for a single. Pope's on 1, and Root is on 1, and they've both faced 8 deliveries.
No, Root's faced
Root's
3.
faced 3.
Oh, Root's faced 3, sorry.
Jay Slanksy says, I feel since England is batting first, this test has a higher chance for a draw. Well, not at this rate.
No, not anymore. Maybe before.
Yeah. Good man, thank you. Summit is good. And yes, sir, I've been down under for a few years. And there goes Duckett, no wonder. That was from Sumit Singh Jalandharia, who I think I've got that. Bowie was in Labyrinth.
Oh, right, okay, wrong one.
Yeah. Reddy bowls again, and another dot to Pope. Pope is facing up. Batting sensibly now, they're not swinging wildly at balls that are likely to go to slip.
So if Jim Henson didn't do the puppets in... am I thinking, were there puppets in Never-Ending Story? I thought there were.
I don't know. I really don't know. Someone's saying here that it was 30 years ago when that was made. I think it was more
30?
than that. I think it was more than that.
It was 80s.
Yeah, I think it was 80s. But, you know, someone will check it, no doubt.
Lots of good things came out of the 80s.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Another ball swinging beautifully through the air by Reddy, but this time Pope's just watching it, and that is... No, one more ball to come.
Lots of hideous things came out of the 80s.
Yeah, but I'm guessing Kat's saying that on the basis that she came out of the 80s.
No.
Nah, I'm a child of a much earlier decade.
Really? Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
I'm a 70s child.
The 1980s is my fake birthday.
Never get over 40, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, that's true. I'll be soon I'll be entering the 90s.
You get to a point where you start to go backwards instead.
Yeah. So Pope is facing a very full delivery from Reddy. Excellent ball. And just digging this out, it dribbles into the onside. Reddy's really, I mean, we know he's the pick of the bowlers. 2 for 6 after 2 overs. And that's the end of his. So over to socials.
Yeah. Falco in the Never-Ending Story says, messages. I mean, you know, it's fair enough that young people come on and correct me. But he comes back to says he's referred to as a luck dragon, Hendo. I don't care, he looks like a dog. Jeremy Henderson, a giant dog at that. Made in 1984, 41 years ago when Leah was 2. I was born in 1984, says Andrew Casal, on September the 1st.
Yeah, we were all 3 of us commentators were born in 1984. I can almost guarantee.
Absolutely. Some of us are wearing better than others, though, it has to be said.
So we have 3 slips and a gully, and we have Siraj bowling to Root, who almost edges this ball, has a little swing at it, and the Indian fielders are feeling pretty chirpy.
They are indeed, and the super chats are flying in because, goodness, we need something to take our minds off this if we're English. Muttley is with us and says, woof, afternoon primates. For some reason I thought this game was next week. Love and sausages and a nice £5. Are you going to do the jingle?
YouTube super chat.
There might be another one next week. He might be correct. You know, there's so many tests.
Yes, it's true.
Another fuller delivery. It's juicy, and Root sees this one and drives it all the way through the covers, out to the boundary. An excellent chase by Jadeja, but 4 runs.
This one.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary, well, here's a rope. The bowler won't like it, but it has to go.
I think toe ended that. Pretty
But
much.
it wasn't perfectly from the middle of the bat, but it was good enough. The technique was okay. Stayed with the ball, didn't he?
Yeah.
Found the gap.
I think Crawley was just speaking with Wokes on the balcony, going, "Look, that's what he's doing. You can do that."
It could be.
Anyway, Root is the pick of the batters so far, of course. And this next one's defended on the front foot.
It's a terrible thought when someone's the pick of the batters and he's already only got 5 runs. Minsk and Boo's Clip Corner, Super Chat, $10 US. Says, greetings.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah. Super chat gain. Super chat gain.
Greetings all from my redneck hometown where nobody knows what an over is. No, so, well.
Go and proletize.
Can you tell me where that is so I don't go there?
Yeah.
Ever.
There's a lot of places in the States I don't really want to go though at the moment.
Yeah.
Siraj straying onto Root's pads. He's driving this through the onside. A big chase out to the boundary, and the fielder just gives up. Akash goes over the rope. Another 4.
Was that down the hill?
No, it was up the hill, wasn't it? Really? Wow. Let me just work that out. No, it was down the hill, sorry.
Because it seemed to run and run and run.
Yeah, no, it's down the hill.
It did feel like a very fast bit of outfield there. He only just nudged it into the field, but yeah.
Now, it wasn't a shot unlike that Root got out to in the second innings of the last test, but notice the line of the ball there. It's kind of middle and leg. He was trying to take the ball off stump in that second innings, and
everyone's
a lot safer when it's on your leg stump.
Absolutely.
This one is short from Siraj, and it's just pushed to point. They scamper a run, and the score moves to 54 for 2.
Yeah, there was a lot of people saying that Root looked really unhappy at the end of the second test. Well, obviously, when he got out, he's probably unhappy.
Well, he had two innings, so he didn't score 100.
Yeah, so maybe that's it.
That'll probably be it. And you know, he'll blame himself, won't he? As the man who constantly rescues England from utter dismay.
Well, for once he didn't have to, didn't he? Harry, Brook, and funny enough, I left here after my first half an hour when I was driving off and said the only way we're going to get past this is 2 people get double hundreds, and they very nearly did, didn't they?
Yes.
Siraj bowls again, and it's one of those ones that doesn't bounce. So lots of variability here in the pitch, straight through to the keeper.
Okay, Nikita keeps saying fluff, and Fluffy says, "What, Nicola?" Nikita says, "Your name." Anyway, obsessed with names, Nikita. Muttley Von Erich says, "I think it was the long time between matches I noticed when I checked yesterday that confused me." All 3 days of it. "I am a Man United fan," says Andrew Casal, "and I did cricket in my school for 3 years, and I'd love to play again." Fluffy says, "Don't worry your pretty face about my name, Nick. No, I mean your fluffy name." What's going on?
What is going on?
3-0 against India.
And if you're going to have a long conversation via the chat, make sure it's interesting.
Yeah, I know. It's true. It's true.
Root plays and misses this next delivery. He's on 10. Pope is on 1. And if you want to super chat the puppies, they are here. They're very sleepy.
Oh, yes, super chat the super dogs at Cat's house.
Yeah, can you get them a cape? A little S on the back.
I think this is a bit cattish. Are there no super cats in Superman? No
super cats. No, only a super dog. Well, it's the first dog we've ever had. We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. There was a squirrel. Was there a squirrel?
A super squirrel.
We probably know it wasn't super, or at least not yet.
Actually, I mean, I think most squirrels are
no
super,
spoilers.
to be honest.
Listen, let's get into this, right?
After this ball.
Anyway, Reddy is bowling again, and he's exciting, so we've got to concentrate. But Root is defending another ball.
So in the original Superman, Superman's mum and dad stick him in a capsule because Krypton's going to die, right? Then, a few decades later, Supergirl probably got stuck in a capsule and was sent along with him, or that was one of the stories. Anyway, now, they stuck a fucking dog in a capsule and sent it off to Earth? Where did it,
Yes.
Really?
There always was a super dog, though, in the comics. This is canon, and there was a Supergirl.
Yes.
So, and there was, I think, a super cousin. Was there a super cousin of
Super
Superman?
cousin.
Oh, that is Supergirl. Okay. Super cousin.
The super cousin.
This time, Root is beaten again. This time, he hasn't edged it. But wow, Reddy is bowling like a possessed lunatic. He's doing an incredible job.
Yeah, he's bowling really, really well.
He's the only one that weirdly looks threatening.
He's just got that seam position, hasn't he? Beautiful seam position.
Not going for the wobble seam like everybody does these days.
No.
Bowling
Just
traditional.
came off the seam, fantastic.
Well, why go for the wobble seam when it's doing stuff
Off the normal
off
seam.
the normal seam?
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's a lot to be said for old cricketing traditions.
Ah, yes.
He also gets through his overs pretty quickly. He's already at the top of his mark, bowling again. This one's just pushed into the covers. Other animals in Superman, there is a cow. There's
A cow? A super
What
cow?
other
Super
animals did
cow?
you see?
No.
Super cow. I'm not sure. No spoilers about whether the cow or the squirrel was super.
Okay.
Variety of robots. I'm not really telling you anything about the plot. I don't want to spoil it.
I don't really...
No, there wasn't. There was a lizard. Yes, it was a lizard.
Super lizard?
Again, no spoilers about how super the lizard was.
I think I'm going to give
Root
this...
is facing up now.
I'm going to give this a miss.
Root is facing up to Reddy, pushing a ball to point and getting a single. So he moves to 11. And I told you he was the best. He was looking like the best batter.
Yeah.
He is also one of only 2 batters remaining here.
Well,
at
it feels
the
like
crease.
it.
The other the 2 openers, they're gone.
They are gone. We will not see their like again. I wish we wouldn't, but we will.
We will in another test because
yeah.
there's 100 of them in this
Yeah,
series.
I don't know.
5? What are we up to? 3?
This is the third. Yeah, but you
Yeah.
know, Kat, I always start to get a bit maudlin at this point because we're nearing the end of the summer and the test summer,
That's a bit sad.
and then we just got the 100.
Oh God, yeah, that's a bit depressing. As Pope leaves one alone outside off stump, and it goes through to punt. The keeper, the run rate is 3.06, and the score 55 for 2 at the end of Reddy's over.
Right, okay, still almost time for a change, but I will bring you a few more tweets on YouTube. But today's plan, says Muttley, was to put BBC Parliament on in the background, but the TV was being a dick, so I was checking YouTube to see what I could watch while waiting for it to get its shits together. Now, I'm curious, is that the iPlayer? Because my partner was having trouble with the iPlayer this morning. She was trying to watch Traitors US Series 2. Root looks settled.
Oh, we love the Traitors as well.
You know, of
We
all
love
the reality...
Traitors. So she wants to talk to anyone about Traitors, put us in touch.
She's watched every country's Traitors now, I think.
Really?
Pretty much. Yep.
We haven't seen the US one, no. We're watching the one that's set in Ireland, yeah? Scotland.
Oh, so yeah, there's a couple. There's actually an American one that's set in Scotland as well, funnily enough.
We've seen the US one. Okay.
Akash
So
Deep.
I'm still describing, or have we changed?
No, we've just changed over, but you're still staying as this one's worked away.
I'm staying to... Yeah, go
You
for it,
are
Tony.
indeed tickled down to fine leg by Root. He moves on to 12, and he's looked relatively untroubled in doing it, Hendo.
Am I still on, or am I resting?
It should be
No
message.
longer. No, you're dead.
I'm
You're
dead.
resting
Yeah, you're like the openers. Be gone.
in peace,
Okay.
hopefully.
You're being rested.
Muttley talking about... I've just done that one. So Root
Yeah.
looking settled, which is kind of kiss of death from Jay, is the next one.
Well, goodness
Thank
me.
you.
Goodness me. You wouldn't say, I don't think, having won the toss and batted, we'll just hold that as Akash Deep is in, it bounces, and it's taken, though, around about knee height as it drops towards Rishabh Pant. England surprised everyone. They chose to bat, finally. Cheers went up around Lords. And although they never looked comfortable, Crawley and Duckett looked like they'd ridden out the worst of it. And then the Nitish Kumar Reddy took over at the nursery end, I think, didn't he, if I'm right? And 2 wickets in 3 balls, both caught by Rishabh Pant, off Nitish Kumar Reddy, both openers gone, and suddenly England found themselves 2 down. They are still 2 down. That's jabbed down on by my ecclesiastical brother, the Bishop of Rome, down towards Gully. They did take a quick single, though. So, from 43 for none, England, so it became 44 for 2. Both to Nitish Kumar Reddy, who really didn't do much at all at Cat at Edgbaston, did he?
I mean, Reddy's just bowling these amazing outswingers, and I just want to see him again. Just 3 more balls, and hopefully he'll come back.
Well, I think he will. He's been.
Yeah.
So again, it's going to be interesting, I think, because England said we want pace, we want a fast, hard wicket. We want what suits Jofra, basically. 3 wickets, 3 slips go down, and Root backs away. We do have those 3 slips. We also have not really a leg slip, I would call it a very short backward square and a forward square. Looking for that one, I think, that is pitched in short, pops up and is fenced away towards the leg side, Cat, wouldn't you say? Is that the theory there?
So, yeah, very, very aggressive field.
It's kind of a leg gully, really, isn't it? It's a leg gully and a very short square. That one's driven, but only driven straight to mid-on by Joe Root. There was no run. Yeah, I think at Edgbaston, Nitesh Kumar Reddy, 0 for 29 in 6 overs. That was all he did. And here he is at Lord's, looking like an absolute world beater, as England just haven't been able to cope with him. Quite extraordinary. But it's early days. Maybe our messenger who said 300 would be a decent score might have been far off. I rather poo-pooed him. I think I perhaps shouldn't have done. Root turns this nicely off his toes towards mid-wicket. They'll take an easy single. Probably sensible, these two now. Runs.
They're taking their singles well. They're running between the wickets pretty well now.
Keep the scoreboard ticking.
there are quite a lot of singles to be had if you can just get past the 10 or so men who are crowding the bat. There's singles to be had, and there's probably some boundaries. I mean, there's not many people on the boundary.
Well, the other, of course, tactical switch that occurred as England were looking at the 43 without loss. I'll just wait for Akash Deep. That's defended by Pope into the offside. No run. Is we made the change in the commentary box to bring on the magnificent but nonetheless Australian Cat, who had been watching Superman and must have brought some kryptonite with you, because immediately it did.
No spoilers about whether there's any kryptonite in this Superman, but I think there's kryptonite in every Superman movie. Maybe not everyone.
Yeah, I think there is.
Given as read. It's had shocking reviews over here. I was interested to hear that it's got quite decent reviews in Australia.
That's out in the Guardian.
Rotten Tomatoes is worldwide. It's had good reviews.
58 for 2 after 19. Messers.
Andrew Kissel says, tell Cat Jones that I'm going to Scarborough for a month on holiday at Blue Dolphin Holiday Park. She's been there for a break. Sean, this is apparently. Sean says, cats are not super. Let's be real. Whoa, this is going to get nasty. David Terrell says, could Messi get his goose for a super chat? My goose wouldn't do anything I asked it to do. I can tell you that.
I'm sure it might come to order if you poked it with something.
Super
Right,
goose.
ready over the wicket. Defended off the back foot by Joe Root. There's a camera angle that we look at, which I think is literally just under the lip, if you will, of the media centre, and it gives you the most perfect view, Cat. I'm sure we obviously all looking at the same pictures as us of that Lord's slope and how it works its way across.
Exaggerate that slope. I'm pretty sure they exaggerate it, don't they?
No, they don't. No.
No, I was amazed when I went and realised how fucking big it is. It's
1.3 Tim Murters, as we have so
Worst
often
ground
said.
in the world.
Well, I think I might have to arm wrestle you to not quite agree with it. I might lose, mind you. But nonetheless, in comes Nitesh Kumar Reddy. It's full and it's driven very well by Joe Root. It's being chased. I think it's going to go all the way. Is it? No, it's going to just drop short. Jasprit Bumrah can... Well, it was somewhere between a sprint and a trot.
It looked like he was waiting for it to stop as it went up the hill.
I think he was. I think Bumrah had used his deep knowledge of physics and angles to realise that if he took his time, the ball was still going to stop before he got to the boundary. It was pushed by Root out towards the Edrich stand. So it was going down a hill, the other end, as it were. But
some rare runs off Reddy. Although, I mean, I guess
boy, he's been frugal.
Particularly economical, but just the wickets, I guess.
We do have a couple of super chats coming up.
All right, after this ball then, Messers. Reddy in, that swings away, but it's driven away through extra cover. That I don't think will be caught. Or will it? Or will it? No, it won't. It was a sumptuous extra cover drive by the Bishop of Rome. He's got 4, which I'm the one responsible for jingling, so here it is.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 to 4. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Who's on for 6, 65 for 2 England. Messers, one of
these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
The excellent Andy Newman, aka Hombre Nuevo, has sent us £4.99. Just says, "Morning, wonderful Guerilla Cricket. Just tuned in. We should have bowled." And also,
ready in,
Brown in
slapped
Brisbane is
on the bounce to point, and there was no run. Sorry, finish that one.
Yeah, the cricket's
Brown in
interrupting
Brisbane
the socials.
Yeah, well, the socials aren't as important as the super chats. That's the thing. He sent us $5 Australian dollars. Says GPL done. Why did Stokes back? Why not give Archer a go on a fresh pitch? No confidence in Archer lasting 5 days bowling or batting.
Well, speaking of the GPL,
a reminder that the GPL's in. Yeah.
Speaking of the GPL, you got 20 minutes before lunch. Estimate the number of runs to be scored in the day. England
got a
batted.
dozen entries and it's worth £49.
Get it to let's get it to 60. Come on, guys, you can do it. That one jags back in to Pope. So coming up the hill, but Pope defended competently enough into the offside. It's interesting. As I said, England have put so much store in a hard, fast pitch. And what's Nitish Kumar Reddy operating at? Probably mid-80s, mid-80s, probably early 80s, really. And he's looked by far the most dangerous of the bowlers. Siraj loves Lords.
He's jagging it both ways.
Yeah,
too,
he
so
is.
He's doing an
He's
incredible
using
job.
the
That was an
slope.
in-swinger, that one.
Well, he is getting movement in the air and he's getting it off the pitch. Nice, easy run up, 2 slips go down, and it's defended, as you would expect, with great competence. Well, actually, it's not Jay Root. I was going to say by Jay Root, but it's not. It's Ollie Pope. So perhaps more surprisingly, by Ollie Pope, but he defends it well enough. I mean, also Siraj absolutely adores Lords. 2 forfers when India won here in 2021. So he's got a decent try. I think Brumrah in that win took 3 wickets in the second innings. So between them they took 7 in that march to victory for India. And 2 of the last 3.
Some of us were really looking forward to watching Bumrah bowl, but actually it's Reddy who's getting all the excitement.
It certainly is. And I'll be honest, if I look at the bowling this morning, by and large, I would say Siraj and Nitish Kumar Reddy have been the better bowlers. Right, there's 3 slips, a gully.
We have another super chat, which I'll do after this ball.
Which Akash Deep, and he comes. It's worked off his toes by Root down to backward square. I would imagine they will just take a single. Jasprit Bumrah does the fielding, and it will be another one of these.
YouTube super chat.
Richard Milgate sends us €2 and says, "Please say hi to Aidan, who's just had a tooth out." Good on you, Aidan. I hope the tooth fairy's still around.
Oh, well, how old is Aidan?
Yeah, the Tooth Fairy. You've got to have at least as much money from the Tooth Fairy as people are contributing to the super chats.
As that one is left alone by Pope, taken by Pant, 83 miles an hour. We said he was Akash Deep this time. Very much the hero of Edgbaston was Akash Deep, who was 10 wickets did he get in the match, I think. 6 in the second innings. He was in fantastic form. So is Aidan a child? Do we know this for a fact?
I presume so.
Well, why do you presume this?
Well, because he's asked to say hello to Aidan after having his tooth out. It sounds like he's been a brave lad. And
these are all assumptions, Messrs.
I like the idea that Aidan might be an adult though and need a little bit of something from the Tooth Fairy.
Aidan might be about 86, and the teeth are falling out on their own. And I don't think the Tooth Fairy contractually has to deliver to when your teeth fall out in your 80s.
Yeah. But imagine every time someone takes their false teeth out, puts them beside the bed, the Tooth Fairy has to bloody deliver.
66 for 2. Pope on 6 off 22. 2 ducks on a pond. Clickety click. 66 for England.
We know how old you are too, guys, by how much money the Tooth Fairy used to leave you.
Oh well, that's very true. Yeah.
Yes.
If it was old money, there's an indicator. That's worked away down towards Jasprit a deep.
bit.
Was it pence?
A farthing.
Or was it euros?
I think pennies.
Or was it
pennies?
Messers used to get paid in farthings.
Yes.
67 for 2.
Dear.
Route 17. Who's on strike? Ollie Pope.
In the 1980s, we were given $5 by the Tooth Fairy.
Ooh, that's pretty generous. That's pretty generous.
Yeah, that is
No,
a
that's
lot.
not true at all. I was not getting Tooth Fairy money in the 80s.
Akash Deep, that big Lord's Pavilion behind him. It's defended, but they'll take a single because the bat was dropped on it by Root. Sharp running, and in fact misfielded at point.
Misfielded by everyone, including Punt, when the return came in and they're all laughing about it.
Everyone seems to think it's
Very
quite
nice.
amusing, possibly because they do have those 2 wickets and they have removed both openers, courtesy of Nitish Kumar already.
They're feeling chirpy, but it is 68 for 2, and I think England are back on top now.
I reckon it's level at the moment.
2 wickets in the morning on the first morning at Lord's, even on a beautiful day. I would say that's close enough to honours even, definitely. Left alone, outside of off stump by Ollie Pope. Through it goes to Rishabh Pant, 85 miles an hour. That one 68 for 2, 21 overs complete. Back to Messers.
Indian Vlogger says, what is the minimum score England should get in this innings to get a lead? Well, that's anybody's guess, but a few people suggesting 250 or more.
I think 250 is too low. I would say 350.
My mind goes back to Perth last year when Australia got India all out for 150 and were cock a hoop, and then got dismissed for 104. So, you know, anything can happen in these games. Just wait till the Duke's ball gets soft, says Jay Solanki. Yeah, well, that's a very good point, I think.
I think it's already soft. It feels like it is. Anyway, we're having Bumrah coming back, so you better hurry up, Messi.
Well, we do. It's going to be Jasprit Bumrah. He's going to be bowling from the nursery end. So they've changed ends, haven't they? Didn't he bowl from the pavilion end earlier? It's left alone outside of the off stump by Joe Root. And there was no run.
Fluffy makes a good point. He says there are micro kryptonite particles in everything.
Ah. Well,
so everyone's super.
Kryptonite for Zach Crawley being just a reasonably good length ball, a shade outside of off a lot of the time. Unlike Joe Root, who looked rather out of sorts, certainly in the second innings at Edgbaston. He really didn't look himself. I think he was just disgusted by the way England's batting was going. He's looked solid so far here, and as if to emphasise the point, he just maintains a high batted stance and watches the ball through to Richard Pant, and there is no run. 68 for 2 England.
I bring you Aiden news. He is 11.
Ah,
there you go.
Fantastic.
As Lockie says, should be working down the pit.
He should. Either that or up a chimney. Right. Kids today, best as they don't know they're born. Bumrah turns at the top of his mark. And that scurrying, stilting run up before that explosive, hyper-extended release, and it's gone down leg. The diving Pant can't stop it, and I think Paul Rifle is going to signal that. It's leg buys. Yeah. So I need to find extras. We did have a leg buy jingle. We may have. It got struck because it was, I'm pretty sure it was ZZ Top singing it with legs.
So the bear not allowed to use those ones that are too similar to
the bear has culled it. Quite rightly, because
a bear culling. That's
a bear culling, because anything we made money on YouTube to keep the show afloat was just denied us. In comes Bumrah. That jags back in. My word, what a ball that was. That absolutely swung and then moved off the pitch as well, and moved so much it would have been going down legs. So everybody moves on without too much
but it was
alarm.
all over his pads.
But goodness me.
His pad 3 or 4 times. There you go. It was
too
fantastic.
high, and it took him actually box height, I think.
It was moving a mile.
And it did move a mile, you're absolutely right. So Bumrah is extracting more bowling at the nursery end, as indeed did Nitish Kumar already. It definitely seems to be the end that that India are getting success, and that one jags back into route as well, and he has to be really quick to drop the bat on
that
it
was
and
beautiful.
steer it to Jaiswal at square. And there was no, this is a probing. I am right. Am I right that he was at Bumrah was opening from the pavilion end and has been switched to the nursery end?
Yes, he definitely opened from the pavilion end.
In which case it's an inspired bit of thinking from Shubman Gill.
The captaincy's been really great. I mean, even just getting ready on so early, just trying out all the bowlers for which one was going to be dangerous.
Can't argue with the success of that. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, a short mid-wicket, a weight. That's turned nicely, though, by Root down to long leg. And they will jog another of those well-run singles. It's all been 1s and 2s, Cats. Not too much in the boundary department in the last few, since those wickets, really.
Yeah,
The super
since Root's
chats
first
are
couple of boundaries too. Yeah.
still coming. Mog has sent us $10, and he says, "Super chat bandwagon, make it rain." I think he means make it rain super chats.
As the Weather Girls didn't quite sing.
Jay Grover says, "I've had numerous teeth knocked out. I demand a high." Hi, Jay. Hi for each of your teeth.
Did the
Anyone
tooth
who's
prairie
got teeth out will get a special Cheerio. That's our specialty here on Guerilla Cricket.
Especially if they send a super chat.
Mind you, too many Cheerios might
Yeah.
be what would cause them to fall out, but there we go, that's another story.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, Akash Deep, here he comes. 3 slips go down, up onto his toes, goes Root, drops the bat, goes for a single, decides to run. That's the big boy, he's being sent back by the Bishop of Rome, very firmly too.
Good idea.
I think the Pope on this occasion was definitely right. Although the ball was...
Yeah, no single in that.
No. Pope, it was Root who wanted it. It was indeed also Root's call, but Root had already run past where the ball was being fielded, because it was fielded by Jaiswal, I think, at square on the offside. So it's short point. So it's the right decision. And Root has pulled away. Now, I'm not quite sure what has upset him.
Some dippy person on the boundary walking around. It's supposed to.
Could well be that. If Bumrah's
I
operating.
like Akash Deep's response was just to fling the ball at the stumps, because I think there's a good psychological value in knocking the bails off, even when there's no purpose to
It
it.
might have been a member in the Lord's Pavilion who was moving
they're
around as
dopey,
they
aren't
shouldn't. Sometimes it's not unknown for it to be a steward every so often, and they really should know better. That's defended nicely by Root, fielded off his own bowling by Akash Deep. No run. 73 for 2. It's been a enthralling morning. Hasn't been super exciting, but as we're saying, I think Cat pretty even at the moment. It could all change, of course.
I think so.
We got 4 balls left of the 23rd over of the morning. It's being bowled by Akash Deep with beautiful blue sky, blessing Lords for this first day, and I think it's going to be like this for most of it. That's whipped nicely off his toes, down to fine leg. Not going to be fielded by Siraj, who put in a good dive, but a bit for the theatre of it rather than the possible effect. And it will get 4
Didn't
of
even
these.
lose his sunglasses. So he
Well,
got
it's a
4 runs.
foul for a boundary, but it's a rope. The bowler won't like it, but it has to go.
That'll wake you up.
Yes, well, we like to mix and match the style and the volume of our jingles. The style
That
we
was
can
a beautiful
choose.
little flick off the pads, wasn't it? Down to fine leg. That was a glorious shot.
I think you're right about Siraj. He dives and he didn't lose his sunglasses. I think that suggests a little bit more effort. Might just have got a better result. Right, Akash Deep over the wicket to Joe Root, who beats his outside edge. Root possibly. Well, I don't think he pulled the bat inside. He might have done retrospectively. It just nipped away enough.
He retrospectively said
Yeah,
that
it
he
did.
played deliberately inside the line with his hands there.
Yeah. But it's another example of really getting movement there down the slope from Akash Deep from the... Oh, actually, no, Akash Deep's bowling from the pavilion end now, isn't he? So I'll take that back. Up the slope. Even better ball in that case. Magnificent performance at Edgbaston from Akash Deep. That's nicely worked away to square leg or to square by Root.
And the run rate now is steaming up to 3.4. It was around 2 when I first came on about an hour ago. Caught those wickets now, 3.4. So they're almost basballing it now.
Well, Bazball's 5+, so it's been.
Oh, we're nearly there.
They're definitely Bazball with stabilisers on at the moment. 78 for 2. There is again, Kat, if you're looking at that picture, is a lovely ground's eye view of that 1.3 Tim Murter slope. In comes Akash Deep, turned off his legs beautifully by Pope. I don't think it's going to make it all the way to the square boundary. It's going to be fielded. Yes, it is. It's a two-man effort. Jaiswal is the man who puts in the throw. The second of the two. It will add 3, I think, to the score. Bring Root back on.
I think it was Siraj again, and his glasses again didn't come off. But this time he did save the boundary nicely.
Yeah. There was a famous incident at the Oval.
So, Tony, there's a lot of tweets coming
I'll let
through.
you do that.
I'll just make the point that I can't read them all, but if you super chat them all, definitely read them. Marty said, in relation to teeth, in the 80s, the most I got was $2 New Zealand, and that was when I was at somebody else's house. I was impressed the Tooth Fairy knew I was an alternate address. Ruffy says, the lady on telly says there have been over 2,000 heat-related deaths in the UK. That sounds scary. And Mog says, I assume Messi was paid in denarii and the occasional Antoninianus. I wish I had been.
That's defended by Pope into the offside off the bowling of Jasprit Bumrah.
Feels like they're getting through their overs pretty quickly here. They can't be falling behind the over rate for the first time in ever.
Well, now, we are seeing Chris Gale, who looks just impossibly cool in a kind of what I'm not quite sure what you'd describe those.
Pirate glasses, I think, is what you would call them.
They look like sort of aviator glasses from the First World. They look like goggles from the First World War.
Is he sitting next to someone famous?
Well, it's Brett Lee.
Whoever has a terrible outfit on.
It's Brett Lee.
Yeah.
It's Brett Lee and Chris Gale. What a pair. That's worked off his legs by Pope, but no run, straight to mid-wicket. Actually, so they did take a single. 81 for 2, England. We are 5 minutes from lunch. So GPL, GuerillaCricket.com/competition was 49 English pounds. Get it up to...
It's 52 now.
What? Right. Well, let's get it to 60 by lunch. You know you can do it. Your chance to win all of that money by estimating the number of runs that will be scored in the day. You can you register. You can have as many estimates as you like for £1 per time. Bumrah over the wicket, driven, angled the bat, but fielded sharply at back the point. And Pope will be feeling perhaps he deserved a little bit more for that, but it was smart fielding from Jadeja, who gets a glove slap. Not really a fist pump if you're wearing wicket-keeping gloves.
I reckon there's going to be a wicket before lunch. I'm just saying. I think there's going to be a wicket before lunch.
Well,
We've got 5 minutes. Come on, India.
Yes. That's a fantastic. No wonder Pant made a special trip to trot out to Pat Jadeja with his gloves, because it was a terrific piece of fielding. In comes Bumrah, jags back in. Driven straight. In fact, he's going to get runs for it. It was almost a defensive push, which is about all he could do, but it seemed to evade the bowler.
And was that an appeal for a flick off the bowler's fingers and seeing if we've run out the non-striker here? It would have been
If this would
close.
be a disaster for England, were that the case.
I think it's close.
Well,
Bumrah's appeal.
he has
Did he have
touched
to
it.
appeal? He did have to appeal.
Yes. I think he touched it.
Well,
I think he touched it, and I think it depends whether the bat was down. Excitement.
Ashen
Here we
Raza,
go.
the third
See
umpire.
the replay.
Straight driven by Pope. Does he touch it? He does get fingers on it. It does dislodge the bails. Now, I think... Is the bat down? The bat is down.
Wow.
We move on. Root
Good work
was
from Root. The bat is down.
comfortably home. And if Kat is to get her wicket before lunch, it's not going to
That
be
had to
that
be
one.
it. Yeah.
But, well, you
Oh,
still
wow.
may. You still may. It's 82 for 2.
We still have time. 2 more balls from Bumrah.
Here's the first of them. Past Paul rifle he comes, stoutly defended by a man carved of pure Sheffield steel, Joe Root. And there was no run. Run rate less than 3.5. As we say, Bazball on stabilisers. But it's been the right thing to do. There was he will batting. I still think was the right choice. Lords can always do a little bit, certainly early on, and India have done the best they can. That's well defended by Root once more. It's the end of the over. It's 82 for 2. Now, will we get another over in? I think we should.
Yeah,
Meantime,
they're running. I think we will.
Messages from Messages.
Your friend Sumit Singh Jandaria says, Ollie looked fidgety at the start as usual, but must be said he started looking pretty decent gradually. That backward square leg cut was beautiful. I reckon this is going to be a good one for the Poms. Yank G-Man says, did you give me a shout out? I'd stepped away for a couple of hours, and what do you know? NKR got 2 wickets. Jeez, that's good.
Well, exactly.
There's lots of bits and pieces here. Without spinners, you can't get the daily overs completed. Fluffy sent us $2. He says, pop me cherry. What's that? Is that your super chat, Cherry Fluffy? I'm sure you sent us money before.
Right.
Today.
The destroyer of, well, 2 England batsmen. I was going to say worlds. That might be a slight of an overclaim for Nitish Kumar already. Defended nicely by the Pope towards square. No run. Made his debut here, of course. Did Ollie Pope, 2018. What did he make then? 28. He was LBW to Hardik Pandya. He took a couple
Now this
of
is our
catches
best chance
as
for
well.
a wicket, I think. Ready to Pope. Pope, who's 11 off 30. He's looking pretty good. I mean, Root and Pope are both looking excellent. However, let's talk it up. Come on, India.
Well, he's got a decent average at Lords, says Ollie Pope. Average is 41 here. That one's driven sweetly, but driven straight to short extra and fielded by a man who does lose his sunglasses. Now, that's what I call a much better effort. It was
that's passion.
Nitish Kumar already. Away went the glasses. Yeah, he's played 8 here as the Pope. Average is 41 of 205 against Ireland, of course, is jacking up that total. It's 2003. Made after that 73 versus South Africa in 2022 and 57 against the West Indies. So he does know how to make runs here, does the Bishop of Rome. In comes ready, waited for, cut to backward point. No run because again fielding was sharp. It was the captain who's also leading by example, throwing himself about, but sadly not enough to lose his sunglasses. So a disappointing lack of effort on that front.
Yeah.
Wasn't it somebody at the Oval once who fielded, the sunglasses came in off in the air, and as he threw the ball he hit his own sunglasses? Hendo will remember that, I'm sure, because he's got a memory for the curious oddities of things that happen in cricket. So perhaps he'll remind me at lunchtime. Nitish Kumar ready. That's well driven, but driven straight to mid-off.
Building the pressure here. We have 2 balls to come before lunch, and Pope is still on strike. He wants to go in and have his meat pie or whatever he's having for lunch.
We're looking at...
let's
it's a
assume
lot
it's
more
a
than meat
pork
pies
pie.
at Lords. They have
Maybe
an
a pork pie.
amazing menu at Lords.
Do they?
Oh, I'll find it. And,
Well, they do.
let you know about it after lunch.
Meantime, we had a lovely picture of Father Time there. The pure blue sky behind him. Father Time, who is only 4 inches shorter than Ben Duckett. Nitish Kumar ready. That's dabbed out towards point. They've run a sharp single. So Ollie Pope says, there you go, Joe. I want to enjoy my lunch. Still in. So barring wides or no balls or other untoward incidents, Ollie Pope can think about taking his gloves off, and what from that extravagant menu he's actually going to choose.
Here's your menu: roast butternut squash soup, braised lamb shank, chicken and spinach meatballs, monkfish wrapped in pancetta, beef stir fry, pea and shallot tortellini, prawns with cocktail sauce, smashed broccoli, cauliflower and carrots and garden salad, treacle tart and custard, chocolate and caramel torte, fresh fruit salad.
Nitish Kumar
selection
ready,
of ice
comes
creams.
in, it's worked off his toes by Joe Root, straight to short mid-wicket. And Shubman Gill under his, proudly wearing his Indian cap. And that, with the score on 83-4-2, will be the teams heading off for a quite sumptuous lunch. I would
Time for the broccoli.
Well, that that lunch menu is why Crawley and Duckett got out, so they could eat that and have a nice.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think Joe Root or the Pope will be tucking into all of that. I think they might go for something. They want something that gives them plenty of energy, but they don't want a huge meal that's going to make them feel sort of sleepy as they're coming back out to bat again. Honours even for the morning, we think. 83 for 2.
Yes.
England had survived the
Marginally
first
ahead
hour.
for England, I suspect.
Mm.
Given that one of the lost wickets was Crawley.
I think England are ahead. They've got they've got the last hour or so sewn up. I think they've done well.
Is that Jamie Overton up there on the balcony?
You slowed down your wicket taking rate very quickly, Kat.
Yes, two quick wickets, and that's it.
Well, sadly, we haven't had. The South African lady. What's her name? Am I thinking of, Messrs?
Oh, Shelley.
Shelley, the fabulous Shelley, destroyer of many a team with her commentary stints. She's not been with us, sadly, for a while. So Kat might be auditioning for the role of destroyer-in-chief. We shall see.
The view of the pavilion now as the players come through, and apparently it's so hot that people have been told they're allowed to take their jackets off. Fancy that.
Well,
not allowed to take their ties off, but they're allowed to take their jackets off. So really good.
Well, we're getting the view of the players marching through the long room. India.
And of course, they're in Guerilla Towers, whatever it's now called. You are going off for the prawn cocktail and the beef, whatever curry.
Cheese and ham sandwich. I think in my particular case, it's not quite as grand as the Lord's Fare. Crawley went for
Hendo and Bear out there cooking for you.
Crawley. No, sadly. Although, Kat, we do sometimes get deliveries by very, very generous listeners, one in particular.
Yes.
And they're always a delight, and they're always descended upon and wolfed
fantastic
by hungry gorillas when they come and receive with great gratitude. 83 for 2 after 25 overs. The star for India, Nitish Kumar Reddy, 2 for 15 off his 5. Root and Pope, the not-out batsman, they'll be looking to continue. In the meantime, Bear, what are we going to have for lunchtime entertainment? And what was Bishop and Bear episode 95?
By the way, Jay Grover points out it was Strauss who threw the sunglasses through the border to his own
Thank
sunglasses.
you. I knew it had happened, and I knew I wasn't dreaming it.
And Sudahu's not happy with me reading out that menu. He says, "Now I'm hungry, you dick."
Yeah.
Well, Sudahu, when are you going to come and join us on air again? Are you stuck in the middle of? Are you out on the North Sea somewhere on an ice rig? It's not an oil rig.
Ice rig.
An ice rink. An ice rink in the middle of the North Sea. I think that would be more unusual. An oil rig.
Basically, anyone listening could commentate. I mean, you've heard some of us. We're just dreadful. There's some people you can barely understand. Right. So any of you guys can commentate.
Well, it was going to be the Bishop and Bear 95. Mummy and Daddy are arguing again and can't decide what they want to put on between the two of them.
You've got to put on Can't Bowl, Can't Pro. We talked about this series.
It will be what it will be, and I'm going to take my break. Take care, all.
We'll see you tomorrow,
See you after
guys.
lunch. Cheers, Kat.
See you, Kat. Thanks. I'll catch you after lunch.
In the time it takes to boil your kettle, you could find out if you can claim for a missold PCP agreement. Visit claimsforcars.com, answer a few easy questions, and you'll find out in seconds. If you financed a car between 2007 and 2021 and weren't shown different options or discussed dealer commission, you could have a claim. Claims for Cars is helping people get back thousands on a no-win, no-fee basis. Get the answer in seconds at claimsforcars.com.
The £5 meal deal from McDonald's. Get a cheeseburger or mayo chicken, medium fries, 4 McNuggets, and a medium soft drink for guess what? That's right, £5. It's not called the £5 meal deal for nothing. From 11 a.m. Not available on delivery. Carbonated soft drink upgrade fees apply. Participating restaurants subject to availability.
They did it again. Flour instead of flowers on my birthday. I'm 95 minutes late, but it's hard to leave when you've shared so much. Your postcode, your gluten intolerance. Then I saw it. 25% off your first Ocado shop. Plus free delivery. And I just knew I'd found the online supermarket of my dreams. Ocado, life delivered. Geographical restrictions, min spend £60 and charges apply. Max saving £20, new customers only. Terms at ocado.com.
Guerilla World Cup, the highlights. Guerilla World Cup, the highlights. If you wanna know all the news and more, this team right here gives you more than a score. All the action, the wickets and more. Guerrillas call it.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Guerilla Cricket and it's game 36 at the World Cup. There's a doubleheader today. New Zealand are currently spanking Pakistan in a must-win game for both, I'd have thought. But over here on Guerilla Cricket main channel, we are covering the old enemy. It's the ashes of ODI cricket. Maybe England can, remember how to play against their old foe. It's England versus Australia. They're at the Modi Dome. There's not 140,000 people there, but it's about 30 degrees and 50% humidity. I don't know. It's not as hot and steamy as it could be, and England have won the toss and decided to bat. Decided to bowl. They stuck the Aussies in. England go in unchanged, but Australia have to have enforced changes due to Mitch Marsh having to go home for family problems. And the twat that is the big show, Max, decided to fall off the back of a golf cart and cuss himself. Having scored a 40 ball 100 or whatever it was the other day, he's got to put himself out of the reckoning. So Australia go in. David Warner, Travis Head, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, Josh English, Cameron Green, Marcus Stoinis, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazlewood. So who's it? It's
Green's in for
Mitch Marsh.
Yeah.
Does that mean Stoinis is in for?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, Stoinis is in for
They
Maxwell.
were both out of the last game.
Okay. Stoinis is in the squad anyway, so at least he's a squad player.
But Stoinis has got a groin niggle or a hamstring niggle.
Oh, okay. He's always injured anyway. England go in with unchanged side. Johnny Bairstow, Darwin Milan, Joe Root, Ben Stokes, Joss Butler, Moeen Ali, Liam Livingston, Chris Wokes, David Willey, Adil Rashid, Mark Wood. Some people saying we should have had some changes. Willey bowls the first ball of the day. It goes out through the covers. It's ambled to Australia off the mark with 2 for none. Runs at the full of the first overs. Willie comes in, third ball of the over, smashed out into the offside. That's over the top. A bit of a wedge shot again. Clearly, Head is not going to die trying as he smashes that one out over the covers for the first 4 of the day. Wokesy's in to... he's flashed, he's gone. Fuck you, Head, fuck you. He's flashed at that one, did exactly what he didn't do on the first ball of the over, which is fish at one outside his off stump and just get a little edge. Rooty is there in the slips, and we have to say goodbye to Travis Head, and that's good for England. There's got a big hill. Surely that's
off the pad, I think. And it's too high for LBW.
Too high for LBW, but it's gone straight on for Willie. It's one of those ones where it's gone between the inside edge, probably hit the back thigh. And you always think, shit, that's beating him all ends up. It should be a wicket.
But that's considering, and he's going to go for it.
He is going to go for it with 1 second remaining on the DRS. England have reviewed whether he got an inside edge on this from Warner. Now, he can only... I've got to say Butler didn't look too convinced, and Willie therefore must have convinced him. Willie said, I'm running out of contract, you fucker, and it's all your fault. You better review this, because I think it's out.
I think it's flicked the top of the pad.
Yeah, me too.
I definitely think it's hit the top of the pad. It's a question of did it get the inside edge before it hit the pad, because his bat
Ultra edge is the only thing that's going to tell us.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
miles away from his bat.
It's lower than I thought it is, but it's still too high, I think, and it's done too much.
Okay, so they might be going...
It's an each-way bet for LBW and...
Well, it's an each-way... I think it
LBW might be clipping leg stump.
Exactly, I think it might be umpire's call on leg stump, in which case... we'll retain the review, at least. They've gone for each-way bet here, haven't they? Well, it's in line... And it is clipping leg stump. So we don't lose the review. So it's not a bad review, to be fair. If you don't lose it, you might as well take the chance, eh? And LBWs are the best ones to go for.
Be interesting.
Well, that's been hit straight. I'm not sure he's got... he's got all of that. He's definitely got all of that. That's the first 6 of the innings. It goes back over the bowler's head, which is Chris Wokes. And that's gone straight up in the air. Surely there's going to be someone underneath it. There is someone underneath it. Is he going to catch it? Yes, he is. David Willey catches David Warner as he goes goes to slash it into leg side after hitting a 6. Instead, it goes straight up in the air. David Willey swirls underneath it. It was a high ball. But Warner goes next ball. He's out for 15 off 16, and the score is 38 for 1. But Labuschagne survives that drive. That one, he gets squared up again. It's off the outside edge, it goes to point, and there is no run. That's the end of the power play. 10 overs done. 48 for 2 are Australia. Smith is 13 off 16. Labuschagne is 5 off 18. The run rate is 4.8.
As this is just defended, and that brings the 11th over to a close. Smith is on 15, Labuschagne is on 6, and Australia are 51 for 2-year-olds, as this is driven with a bit more conviction by Labuschagne in front of square, and that will be a boundary. Haven't had one of those in a while. Labuschagne goes down the track, and it's gone through a short mid-wicket, and that will bring up the 50 partnership between Smith and Labuschagne of 74 deliveries, and at the end of 18 overs it is 88 for 2 as Rashid in, and this one is able to be pushed down the ground by Smith, and then halfway through the 20th over Australia have reached 100 for 2.
That's wide. Smith has a flash of it, and it's taken just behind Cavill Point. It was a decent catch. Smith will think, why did I chase that? It would have been a wide. He would have bounced and pitched away, but as it is, it's an excellent catch. It's too late for Bear to collect on the fall of this wicket on the over-under market, but England players won't mind that. They're unaware of Bear's betting patterns. They'll be celebrating this wicket, and Rashid, in one of his probably last appearances for England, last couple of appearances for England, picks up the wicket there. 1 for 5, Rashid. Australia 113 for 3. New over has shut you up, hasn't he? I had to think about that. Rashid's back into Rashid to continue. It's a reverse sweep by Inglis, but it's a poor choice of shot because he's drilled it straight down, straight into the hands of what the guy would have been backward point. What a time to play a reverse sweep. Inglis will have plenty of time to reflect on that as he walks back to the pavilion.
Mark Wood comes steaming in. He has a point to prove. He's had a very mediocre tournament, and this one's hit uppishly. That was again outside the off stump on a short leg. How did that not go into hand? Gents, unbelievable.
He got lucky.
Let me describe the ball a second. 1 second. So shortish delivery, climbed on him. Cameron Green on the back foot trying to hike it away. The bat starts flying, and so does the ball, and it falls in no man's land between the keeper and the cover fielders, and Mark Wood makes a valiant effort to get to the ball, unfortunately not successful. Sorry, Ben, go on.
Well, I was going to say that's bloody unlucky, wasn't it? I mean,
this is a good delivery. This is middle and off and swinging in. Labuschagne trying to play it away on the leg side and trapped right in front of the wicket. Looks very close, and he's asked for a review as Marcus Labuschagne here about to be reviewed. He's on 71, and I think looks like Mark Wood may have had his man.
Yeah,
Gents.
this looks like a good review.
You think it's a good review? I think it's worst. It's clipping leg stump. I think he's gone right across his stumps. Unless he's hit it. He might have hit it. He reviewed it straight away.
I'm 50-50 on that. But I think, sorry.
Yeah, he went right across his stumps, and he's got hit on a knee roll. He's not particularly far forward. I think that's a better one than the last one. It's not going down leg. The question is it going to go over, actually? Well, it's quite skiddy.
It's hit him way back in front of the stumps. I think that's out.
But he reviewed it straight away, didn't he? He didn't
didn't hit it.
Yeah, that looks like it's out because he was right back on his stumps. It was great bit of fast bowling there from Mark Wood, who really deserves a wicket hit.
He does, really.
I think it may go to umpire's call, or maybe clipping the leg stump. But
he's been given out, Bennett, so it remains with the bowler.
Out? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sorry,
it's hitting.
I lost a bit of track there. It's hitting. Yes.
So the wicket goes down. I'm going to play a jingle, and what are they? 178 for 5 now.
This one's over pitched and gives himself a bit of room and air, and this one Stoners not afraid to lift it over the long on area, and that is a mighty 6, the first 6 for Stoners. And as Wood comes in, bowls outside the off stump, driven on the back foot, and again in the similar area like I was suggesting before, and into the deep cover point area. And that's the boundary which marks the end of over number 8 for Woody, and Australia 202 for 5. There really comes in. There's a miss up. It's tucked away towards the mid-wicket area, and Cameron Green started running in to the striker's end, and the throw was not that great. But I think they missed an opportunity here, as David Willey couldn't.
Well, I think they're going to go upstairs and have a look. I don't know.
If he handled it cleanly, then it's out.
Well, the fielders didn't really have much. Sorry, go on.
No, he definitely had it in his hand. It's a question of whether the throw was good enough.
Well, he's out if it's he's got a green. What a fantastic dive.
The throw was not, and David Willey did well to come back after bowling.
Look at the commitment there from the batsman. Look, that's Stoinis.
Yeah.
Look at the commitment. Full length dive, bat outstretched. He's covering about 10 feet there.
Young viewers out there, if you're watching, go back on screen and try to get this. This is absolute commitment, as David Brook said. That's the way to do the running when you're stretched, full stretch.
Doesn't matter how old you are, Bennett, you can still run between the wickets. Look at Virat Kohli at the age of 35, running aggressively, full stretch all the time, every single count. It's not a question of age.
At the age of 48, I still do that, playing for my local team.
I think Adil Rashid was saying you should have left it. It was going onto the stumps, and I think it was, actually, if you look at that angle.
Cameron Green on strike is bowled by Willie. He gets down on one knee and tries to get a ball into the onside, and instead it takes out his leg stump. A glorious delivery from Willie, and that is Cameron Green gone for 47.
Yeah, 47, 223 for 5. Didn't quite make his 50. What a shame.
Last ball of his spell, actually, and this is pushed defensively into the covers. So end of 10 overs for Rashid, 2 for 38 for him, and the score 226 for 6. Livingston bowls to Stoinis, and he lofts his ball over mid-wicket boundary for 6 runs.
Beautiful shot.
So he's in the sixes. You never know, he may well get a few more, and Livingston's the one who's going to serve up some balls for those sixes, I would imagine. Anyway, another pretty dreadful half-tracker. That one has been snatched out of the sky at mid-wicket, and that is Stoinis dismissed. Livingston is absolutely thrilled, and Bairstow has taken a very good catch, jumping into the air just inside the rope, and Stoinis has gone for 35. The score 241 for 7. Livingston bowls a pie half-tracker, and it spanked one bounce over the straight boundary for 4 runs.
That was definitely a pie.
And this time Cummins winds up, and all he's done is managed to edge it to David Milan at mid-wicket. That's caught. Cummins is out. He's out for 10 from 12, and Australia's tail end is crumbling. 247 for 8.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent.
This one's played out just forward a point by Zampa, who felt like he had all the time in the world to that ball. It was at 148 kilometres an hour. So maybe he's been practicing against Stark in the nets, and they get a single here. 250 is up for Australia. 8 wickets down, and we're in the 45th over. So Willie comes in again. He's over the wicket to Zampa, and Zampa's edging the ball up into the sky. The keeper's coming around. The short fine is coming around. No one can get to this ball. Willie just falls onto the ground in despair. So there's a slip in now as his next ball is edged over the top of Butler, and it goes all the way down to the fine boundary for 4 runs.
Unbelievable.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Wood has been so unlucky today, it has to be said. He's bowled very well, and he's bowled pretty poor a lot of times in this competition and got hit for as many runs, but today he's bowled really well.
It's incredible. He's on 29, and he's hitting a ball straight into the sky. The fielders are coming around. They will catch it this time. In fact, it's gone down Butler's throat, and that will be the end of the glorious Adam Zampa. He has scored 29 from 18, a fantastic tail-end innings. Finally, in the sky, one too many times.
There's only one jingle for that if you're an England supporter.
Wokes is bowling. Stark has lofted a ball into the offside, and it looked like that was caught out there. That's a wicket. Moeen Ali has taken it, and the Australians have all fallen 10 wickets down for 286. That will be the score to beat in the second innings when England come back out to bat. So for Wokes, he's finished with a wicket, 1 run and then another wicket, as that ball's been caught easily, went pretty much straight to the field of Moeen Ali. Still a reasonably good catch.
It is indeed. And can England chase down 285? Let me just give you a quick rundown of the scorecard, then we will discuss that. England won the toss and decided to field. Travis Head was caught root bowled Wokes for 11 off 10. David Warner was caught Willie bowled Wokes for 15 off 16. Steve Smith caught Ali bowled Rashid for 44 off 52. Marnus Labuschagne, LBW Wood for 71 off 83. Joss Inglis caught Ali bowled Rashid, terrible shot. Reverse swept for 3 off 6. Cameron Green got fucking lucky and was eventually bowled by Willie for 47 off 52. Marcus Stoiner's had a bit of a bash, caught Bairstow, brilliant catch on the boundary, bowled Livingston for 35 off 32. A real shit takes wickets delivery, that one. Pat Cummins caught Milan, bowled Wood, trying to hog it into the leg side, 10 off 13. Mitchell Stark was the last man out there, caught Moeen Ali bowled Wokes for 10 off 13. The incredible Adam Zampa, who is one of the luckiest and ugliest 29s I've seen in my life, but very useful for Australia, caught Butler eventually, bowled Wokes for 29 off 19, and Josh Hazlewood not out 1 off 1. That will increase his average in ODIs. David Willey for the bowling. David Willey with 10 overs, 1 maiden, 148. Chris Wokes 9.3 overs, 4 for 54. Wokesy, didn't realise that. Well bowled. Mark Wood, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 70. Liam Livingston, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. Moeen Ali just the 4 overs that went for 28. And Adil Rashid bowled really well today, 10 overs, 2 for 38.
Rated T for teen. Each year, thousands of adults lose their shred. It's an epidemic simply known as shred loss. But it doesn't have to be this way, because rekindling your shred is as easy as playing the new Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. And with new parks, cross-platform multiplayer, and sick new game modes, we can put an end to shred loss everywhere. Get the new Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 and show the world that the shred's not dead. Pre-order Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 and play the Foundry demo.
Queen to Rook 5. When it comes to investing, some people think you need experience to make the right move.
Check.
But when you invest with HSBC UK, you'll find a range of expertly managed funds to choose from.
Checkmate.
Because you don't need to be a grandmaster to master your money. Search HSBC Invest to get started today. HSBC UK, opening up a world of opportunity. Capital at risk. An HSBC UK current account is needed to invest with HSBC. Minimum investment required. Eligibility criteria and fees apply.
So it's Stark versus Bairstow to start this off. Stark is in and then is down the leg side. Stark is appealing and he's been given.
Wow.
Shuffle down the leg side first ball.
Well, I wonder if Bairstow's walking off, so I think he must know he's nicked that.
No review. England's
It's amazing how many
long-waiting
first over
nightmare.
wickets have been.
England's long waiting nightmare continues. 0 runs, 1 wicket, and we'll all be home for lunch. Root has presented the full face of the bat to this, well timed, past mid off, and that's gone for 4. Well timed shot from Joe Root. As that's hit Root on the pad.
Going down. I think that's going down.
I think that's getting reviewed.
But I think it's going to be reviewed. Yeah.
I think he's made a slight move across the stumps to his leg side. Come on, Patrick.
No, he's going to wait till the 1 second just for the drama. Yep, there we go.
Here's a review. I think this has got every chance. I don't think that's going down. I'm not convinced it's going down his leg side as much as you might think it is.
But it's got to be hitting because it was given not out on the field, so no, umpire's call will save him, and I think that will save Joe Root, and I think that might be the case here.
Well, it saved David Warner in the first innings, didn't it?
Not for long.
Call.
Not for long though.
Yeah.
So
we're getting the slow-mo now.
No.
It's at the very best, it's going to be clipping, but I think it's probably missing leg.
There's no forward move. There's no bat. No bat.
No.
Let's move to ball tracker. Let's hit him above the knee roll. So height might be an issue in here as well. But there's absolutely no foot movement from the root at all.
Yeah.
Missing over the top. It was right over the top and middle stump, so it wasn't going down leg side. It's only height that saved him.
Thank God for Mitchell Stark being tall, is all I can say.
Yeah, that's not always been an advantage, though, has it? Let's face it. Oh, dear.
That would have been a absolutely catastrophe.
It would have been bad. Catastrophic?
Catastrophic, thank you.
Yeah.
Can't get
Just
my words
bad.
out today.
Just bad. But the ultimate aim, actually, the upshot of all of that was there was a single, a leg bye taken, so it's going to be David Milan who's going to be on strike. Starkin, and that's been dropped.
Oh.
Marcus Stoyanus at cover has dropped one. He looks to his
And
thumbs.
injured himself.
Looks to his thumbs wryly. Root has scrambled a single.
Oh, hand up. Can I go off, please?
Yeah. Back to bandage my thumb here. There for the driving, and it's to me that's a it's.
I think you should catch that.
You should catch that because Hazelwood is in. That is edged, and it's just evading second slip. It's gone like a rocket. Ball runs, but that just beats Smith's despairing dive, and that's another 4 for England. Stark in again, and that is just a fish, an offend from Brook, and it beats the outside of his bat.
Yeah, that's the one.
There was no sense of anyone throwing the ball up for an appeal. Labuschagne chatting away because he'd feel
they've reviewed it.
And they've gone up for a review.
I think Labuschagne has persuaded Cummins for that.
As Labuschagne said he's heard something, he's been wrong before.
I mean, that was the ball from Stark to go straight on. He's playing, expecting the ball to come in very slightly, and he's groping a little bit for it as it goes away, continues on its line across him.
What's interesting is where Labuschagne is in the field.
He's a point.
Because he's a point, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got a shit record on reviewing. He really has.
So the ball pitches off stump, goes outside.
It is close.
It is close to the outside.
And he looked behind him straight away. I reckon it's going to be.
And
yes,
and it's an edge.
There's a scratch on that.
Marnus Labuschagne, you
little beauty.
You are a superstar. And Joe Root, you have to go. And it's 19 for 2. As that one is thrashed. One more than he had against India, of course. This has been thrashed behind square by Milan through the offside field, and that goes for a very welcome boundary.
That went like a tracer bullet.
End of 7, 25 for 2. Hazelwood in, and this has been deliberately slog swept by Milan, and there is no one out there except for cameramen and people by the Nissan car, and that's gone all the way for 6 runs at the end of the power play.
Thank you, gentlemen.
As Pat Cummins' ball shortish, slapped away. This one on the onside, fluently by Milan. He's gaining some fluency here as the game progresses towards the deep square leg area, and the batters go through for a single. End of over 13. England in pursuit of a target of 287 have lost 2 early wickets, 50 for 2. Stokes on 8 of 30. Milan 25 for 30. Driven fluently this time by Stokes. The first fluent, confident shot we've seen past the bowler, straight into the stands. It's a boundary along the ground, and that should do him some confidence as the score moves up to 68. 50 partnership comes up a little while ago, and the next one, as Hattie said, he pushed into the mid-wicket area and hampers through like a rabbit and a hare over for a quick single to mark the end of over number 17. Stokes will do well not to injure his knee. That's about to be operated. He's on 20. David Malan on 32, and England cruise along at 72.
Oh dear, that's up in the air, but there's no one down there. Is it going to get to the boundary? It is going to get to the boundary. It's a hook by David Malan.
Is it the first
on him.
four? No. After how many overs have we scored a boundary, Bear or Nistlers?
That's 2 in this over, mate.
Oh, the one just before that, I missed that, I think. Yeah, it's great.
1, 3, and the score rattles on into the 90s, I think. 91 for 2. Stokesy got to the picture one at last. Down the track, smashed it back over the bowler's head. Lovely shot by Stokes. 6 runs. David Malan on 49, Stokes on 34. That's cut by David Malan, straight to third man, and it'll be just a 1 run.
And Jay says, never had COVID, never had a smartphone.
That's David Malan's 50.
Oh.
Come up off 63 deliveries. Well batted him. It's 102 for 2. Cummins. That's gone straight up in the air though from David Malan. Has he got enough on it? No. And it's been caught by Travis Head. Down a deep backward square leg. Malan gets the 50 and then gets out. Pat Cummins gets the wicket. Bit of a throwaway there. He was trying to launch it over deep square leg, but instead he's got a big top edge. And we have to say goodbye to David Malan. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. And having got to his 50, England are 103 for 3. Down the track comes Butler, and he gets out. Fucking idiot! Total knob end. Butler has come down the track, mistimed Zampa, straight down to, was that Cameron Green down at long on? Long off, sorry.
Yeah, green, yeah.
Cameron Green, that's just such a twatty thing to do. Butler again fails, 1 off 7, and England suddenly find themselves in a bit of shit at 106 for 3. Terrible. That's cut into the offside by Moan. Can't be point. No run, that's 30 overs. We're due a change at the end of 30 overs.
That was quick.
Yeah, it was. 128 for 4. England haven't scored any runs, have they? Stokes is on 46 off 70. Ali is 11 off 21.
This is short, pulled away by Stokes. And it is high, and it is hard, and it is deep, deep, deep over deep square leg for 6. Stokes goes way back, hauls this ball over deep, deep mid wicket, and that's gone for 6 runs.
One tongue over the line, sweet Jesus, one tongue over the line.
Ben Stokes' 101st 6 in ODIs. We've reached 50 runs. This is a lovely straight drive by Moeen Ali. It beats Hazelwood down to the ground, and mid on and mid off cannot get anywhere near it. And that's gone for one of these.
And without even noticing it, we've gone past 150. So it's 156 now.
This one's too far down the leg side, and that's been caught. He's tried to paddle that away. It's been caught at short fine leg.
That was a setup.
Stoinis with a safe pair of hands, and Stokes might have just thrown away this match with all of his wickets. 169 for 5. This is the last ball, pulled away, and that's been caught. What a catch that is! It's been pulled away, and it's been caught at mid wicket. An absolutely brilliant catch. Just absolutely world class. Livingston has timed it. It's right out the screws. Might have just thrown away this match with all of his wickets. 169 for 5. This is the last ball, pulled away, and that's been caught. What a catch that is! It's been pulled away, and it's been caught at mid wicket. An absolutely brilliant catch. Just absolutely world class. Livingston has timed it. It's right out the screws.
Who is that? Sean Abbott.
That's Sean Abbott as a sub.
Subfielder Sean Abbott has put out a big mitt, and the ball is stuck. He looks almost as mystified as anybody about the fact he's like, look, I've got this ball in my hand. Is that good?
Yeah.
And Livingston has to go for 2. Zampa in, and this one is slog swept. There is 3 people out there in the deep, and one of them is David Warner, who at deep cow corner takes the catch. And with that, maybe England's hope has gone.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
There's four fielders. They're all in an arc from longer off to David Warner at deep cow corner. They were literally queuing up to take that catch. Zampa's got a third, and it's 186 for 7.
That's just a stupid thing to do. That's too short. Oh, tempted cut by Willie. Could have quite easily been caught, and then who's keeping? What's his name?
Inglis
takes the bails, but his foot was in the crease, and that's well bowled, Adam Zampa. At the end of his 10 over spell, he's got 3 for 21, and England are 199 for 7. Round the wicket, Stark into the hit of Wokes that will go down leg side. Now it'll be a wide, and that wide will bring up England's 200. They are 200 for 7. The beginning of the 43rd over. Wokes is 7 off 15, and Willie is 9 off of 10. They need 87 runs from 48 balls to win this game. Down, driven, up and over, extra cover. That's a great shot, nearly 6. 1-2 bounces, just gets to the boundary out of extra cover from Chris Wokes. And England cruise on into the 200 and zeros. Start around the wicket, last ball of the over is full, driven, nicely square. Is there anyone out there? Oh, there isn't anyone out there. He's 2 square. Well, he's hit it just behind square. It's a great shot from Wokes. We all know he can bat, and that's 4 more runs to any over. That's a good over for England, up with a rate. Facing up to Hazelwood. Oh, he's hit that. I think that's gone all the way. No, it hasn't. No. It's a good catch. Shit. I think it's fucking Adam Zampa as well, isn't it? Bloody is. Fucking Adam Zampa. He's picked that off of his toes as David Willie. I thought it had got all of it and it was going to go down over the man down in the deep, but it dropped out of the sky. Adam Zampa has not only taken 3 wickets and bowled really well, I know he's taken a catch, and it's a good catch as well. Having to run in, stretch on the dive a little bit, and caught it really well. That means the 8th wicket falls for England. It's 216 for 8, and Willie got, how many did he get?
He got a few, didn't he?
He got 15 or 14 deliveries.
He got a
pretty
Wardy
good going.
15. He got a Wardy 15.
He got a Wardy 15. Yeah, well, this ended up
pointless.
Yeah, a bit pointless, but anyway, he's give him a jingle. Smashed over the top of long off. No, yes, excellent. 6 runs. Sweet. Finally got hold of one, did Wokesy, and he will get himself 6 runs. Then move on to 242 for 8. Requiring 45 off 19. Well, I don't know where that's gone. It's gone for 6. Oh my god. Yeah, we'll have a few more of those, please. He's tried to smash that into the leg side, I think, has Adil Rashid. Somehow he's got an inside edge, I think, that's gone over the keeper. The back of the bat? Something like that. It might be a no ball as well, on a free hit. It was quite high. It's gone over the keeper and gone behind there for 6 runs. It's quite a crazy shot. They've got they've got a short third, a backward point, and a short fine leg, so everything behind square should be 4 runs. Stoinis in, that's gone on leg side, that's gone for 6, surely. No, it's out.
We're back. We are indeed. We're back with England 83 for 2 at lunch. Crawley and Duckett dismissed within 3 balls of one another, both by Nitish Kumar Reddy. However, Pope and Root have maintained some equilibrium. Honours even, we felt, probably at lunchtime, and it's going to be Jasprit Bumrah who is going to open the attack for the afternoon. The Bear will at some point settle himself into his seat and take over ball by ball duties, which should be round about now.
Oh, yes, I'm back, I'm ready. I was falling asleep at lunch. I fell asleep, but last night it's been very hot.
And of course, I fell asleep on a sofa. As is...
Don't we all?
Don't we all?
Nothing new there.
Nothing new there. Jasper Boomer is going to continue. First ball after lunch is Pope driving out of 1. Up to mid-on, and there's no run. The problem was, this morning, my daughter was going off to Ypres for her history field trip, and I just found out I'm only just getting on the fucking train at Folkestone. Which means they're really not going to Ypres, are they? Unless you're going to get to the other side, drive somewhere, and then come back again. Presumably passport control and shit, because of Brexit nonsense anyway. But the point being, I fell asleep on the sofa, and I had to get up at 5:40, because she had to be at the school for 6:30 to get the bus. I woke up at 5 in the morning on the sofa.
Oh.
Which is I never normally do. Normally I wake up about 2 and then sneak off to bed. Half a peel there by Bumrah. I think there might have been a bit of inside edge.
Should have stayed
You're
in the
still
studio.
recovering from the excesses of Devon, are you, Bear?
Yeah, funny enough, I just can't handle getting caned as much as I used to in my 20s, to be fair.
Join the club.
Yeah.
You are talking about drinking.
And all sorts,
I'm not quite other sort. What sort of caning you'd be into do?
Yeah, whatever it was, my capacity is very much not there. Boomerang in third ball after lunch is on the pad, nicely clipped by Pope. He's hit that square. There isn't anyone out there. It's down a hill, and he's going to get himself 4 runs. Nice shot straight after lunch from Popey.
1, 2, 3, 4.
But it was very wet. I turned up on a Friday because I didn't want to drive down there on a Saturday, which it took 6 hours to drive. Locked my keys in the car when I went to Sainsbury's to get beer. It was really annoying. I was really on time. Left here, went to go and got the car, picked everything up, drove to Sainsbury's, got a couple of cartons of beer, put them in a boot. I had a cool box in a boot, so I put my keys on the floor in the boot, filled up the cool box, shut the boot and thought, wicked, I'm really on time. Felt around in all my pockets. Where are my keys? Where are my keys? Fucking didn't have my keys, did I? I left them in the boot of the car and the car was locked. Really irritating. Boomer in. Defender back to the bowler, there's no run. I thought, how am I going to do this? I ended up getting a zip car home. There was one about a 5-minute walk from Sainsbury's. So I walked to the zip car, got the zip car, went home, picked up the key, zip carred it back, unlocked the car, parked the zip car.
You hadn't got to Devon.
No, this is in Sainsbury's in fucking Sydenham.
Oh, you weren't getting a zip car from Devon back.
No.
I was going to say.
What is a zip car?
So they're like little hire cars that you can.
Right.
It's like on an app, and you can basically hire them, and you basically hire them by the minute. It's defended back down the track, and there's no run. It's actually quite a good system, especially in somewhere like London. Like if you don't drive, like a lot of people I know use zip car. Generally use.
So it's like line bikes for cars.
Yeah. Essentially, yeah. Which, in a city where you can basically use public transport, but occasionally you need to use a car, it works. I mean, it's just about cheaper than getting an Uber. Essentially, it's about the same sort of price as getting a taxi, but you're in control, which is always nicer. Jasprit Bumrah. Oh, that's a tight lead from Pope. Just goes past his. Well, he leaves it. Can't miss his stumps by that much. It's coming in on the angle. But anyway, ends the first over. After lunch, England are on Australia's devil number, 87 for 2. Messi.
Ray Peridine is with us. Welcome, Ray. But I'm not going to read out your message because I'm not very keen on promoting any opposition. Eric J says, lovely cuppa after a hot stroll and time to get my ginger nuts out.
Nice.
Oh, I do like a lovely.
Let's hope Ollie Pope's not thinking the same thing.
Yes, and that's it at the moment. Quiet after lunch as ever.
Aye. Well, looks like Jasprit Bumrah's not got a problem with one of his fingers. He seems to be getting 2 of his fingers on his gloves taped together.
Rishabh Pant, you mean?
Rishabh Pant, yeah.
I'm going to jingle up Siraj because I forgot to jingle up Bumrah, or indeed either of the batsmen.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a hot day, Tone.
Where is he?
Number 11, I think.
Number 11. Cool, you remember them by numbers, and you're bang on as well.
Probably because he bats number 11.
Gonna find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can save us now. Where's Muhammad Siraj?
I tend to try and do them in batting order, funnily enough.
Well, yeah, at the start of the series, once they've made a couple of team changes, that logic kind of goes out the window a bit.
Well, yeah, I do try to remember to swap them in though. Root facing up to Siraj, first ball after lunch. His pace is down at 81 miles an hour, probably digesting that lovely Lord's lunch, and it's defended into the offside. And there's no run. So we've got the 2 best batters in the world, and we've also got the 10th best batter in the world, and they've got 7th.
And you've also got the
4th.
You also got the 12th best.
Would that be Duckett? Yeah.
That's got to be the lad himself.
Yeah. And they got 4, 7, and 6. So it's quite even, isn't it? This series. It is quite an even series, to be fair. That's driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. I think England's bowling looks better with Archer in it for Joss Tongue, to be fair.
Well,
I mean, he's the highest wicket taker of the series, which is a bit odd. And that's mainly because he blew away the tail.
He blew away the tail at Headingley twice, didn't he?
But a lot of the time, he just goes for too many runs. He doesn't offer any control.
I was a bit surprised they stuck with Cars for this series, for this Lord's Test.
Well, apparently it was to do with his shoes, not his feet. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, but clipped by Root, not quite nicely, but straight to mid wicket. There's no run.
Next time I can't quite run the 100 metres in 7 seconds.
7 seconds? If you could do it in 7 seconds, mate, you'd be fucking
I'll say
worldy.
It's entirely the shoes' fault.
Yeah.
Oh, Bumrah tops the world bowling rankings.
Yeah, we got no one in there, have we?
Just ahead of Rabada. Noman Ali right up there.
Yeah, I just
it was
noticed
him
that.
and
Sajid Khan,
wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, this is the problem. England don't have anyone in that category. Siraj is in. It's down the leg side, not taken by Pant. Probably get a bye. I presume it's a bye or a leg bye. It's a bye.
Siraj coming from the pavilion end. So for 2 right-handers, by and large, from the pavilion end, the slope is going to take it down leg more. It was a bit messy from Pant, I have to say, not up to his usual standard of glove work.
Yeah, it wasn't far away from him, was it? Hendo's having a kip. His pillow is up, his head is down.
Might be a good thing. He's been quite grumpy.
Yeah, he was quite grumpy, wasn't he? Oh, that's a big inside edge. Onto the inside. It gets caught up on Pope's knee, so he quickly takes the ball out and puts it on the floor to make sure no one appeals for a catch. And no run.
Next session could be interesting then. You could be the referee between Hendo and Gary, Tony.
I think I'm avoiding being on with the 2 of them at the same time.
Oh, I've got you listed there.
Oh, then in that case, I must have had a weak moment and not, because normally it's one of my conscious things. If a Gary and Hendo are on together, I'll either it won't be a day when I'm in the studio anyway, or B, at least I'm sitting a safe distance apart.
Well, you're refereeing. That one's defended by Pope, and there is no run.
Gary was supposed to be coming in, but
Gary's listening, and he's going to be very gentle. He promises.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Yeah, we had Gary. You know, deliveries at 12:30. You could still got an hour to make it here.
Yeah, but he said the transport network was absolutely clogged as well.
Right. 88 for 2. Messers.
Kieran Roseblade says, Bear, this is why none of it makes sense. If you want economical controlled bowling, there's a young lad ripping it up at Lancashire who might be available to play.
Who would that be?
Jimmy Anderson.
Oh, right.
Oh.
Well, to be funny, actually, in the last 6 months of Jimmy's bowling, not only was he not really taking wickets, he wasn't being very economical, actually. It was almost a little bit sad to see. We were all waiting for him to get his 700th and beyond wicket, weren't we? And it took him a while, and, you know, he was pretty innocuous in the Ashes. In 23, that one is defended out the offside, and there was no run.
Is he part of the England coaching team at all?
Not anymore, no. It was just first in, wasn't it? Straight after. I mean, England do miss. I mean, this is the problem. When you've had such a stable rock in your bowling attack for what must have been 13, 14. Well,
Well, it's not one but two, don't forget.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah,
Two.
The pair of them.
The pair of them were pretty much your opening bowling attack for, what, 12, 13, 14 years?
Yeah.
It's, that one's defended Pope about not exactly next to his pad. Defends it well enough, though, and there is no run. Very difficult to replace that.
Yeah.
You know. And I think it will take England a time. And, you know, bowlers, sometimes they take wickets on reputation. And you've got to build that. It's not easy to do. It takes time.
Well,
time and
endless
wickets.
consistency and
Well,
wicket
exactly.
taking and economy and
Precisely, but
everything
then
that those two did.
That's left alone through to the keeper and so on. Yeah, no, exactly. Those two did, but then replacing that, no matter how good you are, some people are going to treat you with disrespect, aren't they? And if you get wickets on the back of that, that's good. I mean, Cast looks like a good bet, to be fair. We all know Jofra would be a lovely one to be keeping in the side, although he hasn't bowled in a test for 4 years. We all know what he's capable of. Woody is obviously extreme pace, but completely unreliable. Wokes is getting old and useless abroad. Gus Atkinson looks okay. I'm not convinced of him yet. I mean, he had an absolutely blinding start, but he had a bit of tap in other places. Bumrah in again, short, filthy down the leg side. Good bit of keeping actually. Saved them 4 byes there. Nasty short shit down the leg side from Bumrah. Good take from Pant. Had to go a long way to get it. No run.
Hard to believe it's almost 6 years since Jofra's first Test match, and he's only played it 13 all up.
Well, he was undroppable for a while, wasn't he? And then we broke him, and that was that.
I think this is Bumrah's first test at Lords, if I'm right. That would be right, wouldn't it, Messrs?
Oh, surely he played in the one in the last series.
No, well, that was 2021 was the last time India played here.
Okay. Bumrah in. That one jags away. Would that be up the slope? No, it would have been up the slope. Away from Pope, no run.
So he played at Edgbaston, but remember Edgbaston was in 2022 because of COVID. So it was a year later. I don't think he's bowled at Lords.
Did he not play?
Not in a test.
2021 he played and he took.
He took 3 wickets, didn't he? What am I saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was just me not updating my notes effectively then.
I was going to say, didn't he not play in the Edgbaston game? Wasn't he injured when they came back? Jasper in, defended by Pope, back to the bowler, and there is no run. Because he was in that, because he had that.
No, he played at Edgbaston. He took 5 wickets there.
Oh right, okay. I couldn't remember because in that 21 series, that was when he tortured Jimmy Anderson at the end of the day with short pitch bowling and about a 12 ball over, wasn't it? At the end of the day,
Yeah.
Eventually got him out.
He didn't take any wickets in Southampton. He took 9 at Trent Bridge, 3 at Lords, 2 at Leeds, and then 4 at the Oval. And 5 in Edgbaston. Oh, sorry, the Southampton one was the World Test Championship final, that's right.
Okay. Right, Siraj continuing. Over the wicket, bowling to Rooty, who just plays that into the offside. Out to point, and there is no run. It's all a bit state for England, really.
Well, Wyatt, you don't need to be
going
like a express train after lunch. And I think having lost the 2 wickets this morning, having gone against their own personal grain, though not the general grain, by saying we're going to have a bat, I think these two will be very conscious that they need to make sure that they cement what could become a strong position for England if they get it to say 150, 160 for 2.
Siraj is played square again by Root. Can't beat that man at point. There's Jadeja and there is no run. Sachin looks like the little midget guy in Man with a Golden Gun with those sunglasses on and that little short suit.
I was thinking of Fantasy Island.
Well, it's the same guy, isn't it?
Is it?
I think it's the same actor.
I think you're being a bit harsh, but he's currently deep in conversation with Farouk Engineer, who is looking quite dapper, albeit fuller of figure these days.
Much fuller of figure.
Black shirt, kind of grey jacket, and his MCC tie is an interesting colour combo.
Siraj into the hip of Root, turns it into leg side, but straight to mid wicket, no run.
I reckon I must have got distracted doing my Jasprit Bumrah notes. That's what it is, because normally I updated everyone else's for their Lord's figures rather than their Edgbaston figures. That's what made me think he didn't. But obviously I also remember he took those 3 wickets in the second innings when Siraj took 4. Well, that was really what did for England in 2021, despite a big Root century, if I recall.
I cannot remember any of those games. Roots just plays that again behind square on the offside. Again, they've got a field set for it. Can't beat the man. Will not get a run. That'll frustrate him a little bit.
I'm just trying to have a look.
Kumar Reddy, the man with
180 Joe Root made.
The wickets. Really?
Yeah, it was 2020. India won by 151 runs. Jimmy took 5 for 62, I think, in the first innings. KL Rahul made 129, so he likes it here. And Root made 180, but England lost quite heavily.
Siraj defending up to mid-off in a nose run. Was that the back? That was the back end. That was Root captaining him, wasn't it, through COVID?
Yeah, in 21, that's right.
And then Stokes was captain of the last game in the series when we chased down 378.
Because it was a year later, over a year later.
And Root had enough after we lost. Where did we lose?
Well, we lost at Lord's.
No. In the year we lost. We only won 1 game in 18, didn't we, under Root after COVID in one of those years?
I know we won 1 in the West Indies, and
Root comes down the track, meets the ball, and defends it back to the bowler. Siraj, who throws it at the stumps.
Actually, I'm not sure myself now whether we drew the series in the West Indies, I think, didn't we?
No, I think we lost.
We lost it, mate. In that case, we must have lost it 2-1.
Yeah. Fluffy says, better bring the washing in before the possums poop all over it. Kieran Roseblade says, if you want someone younger than Anderson, then we can have a look at the queue outside the post office on the day people's pensions go in.
Ooh, harsh.
Lockie 6 says, looks like Rooty's about to leapfrog 5 other greats into second place for most test runs. Well, it's only got 3 to leapfrog immediately. Dravid, Callis and Ponting. That'll take him into second, but Ponting is still about 240 ahead of him.
Yeah. With 6 innings and 3 test matches, you know.
Oh, yeah. You
kind of expect him at some point to get a ton in this series at least. Pope leaves that one through to the keeper and there is no run. It's quite funny. I mean, it's not often that he gets outshone by the rest of the side, is it? But in the first 2 test matches, he certainly has.
And yet, I feel England are so much more solid with him at the crease right now.
Yeah. Well, you feel once he gets in, he doesn't often get himself out, does he? It takes
yeah.
I'm surprised that he got 2 20s and 30s, didn't he, in the last game? You don't often get, even if you don't get him out early, you don't normally get him out for those sorts of scores. He normally goes on to get 50 at least.
Tendulkar's 1,500 runs is still some way off there. 15,921. Tendulkar.
A couple of thousand runs.
Yeah.
Pulled by Pope, can't beat the man at mid wicket. No run.
Jaiswal, who I've seen his efforts in the field, Jaiswal today, because he's looked very much a weak link. In batting, very much fielding, very much not the strength of his game.
No.
But on occasions I've seen him field today, not only has he looked solid enough, on a couple of occasions he's been beyond solid. If you can be, you know, the more spectacular.
I understand beyond
I know
solid.
what I meant. Yes. Well, yes.
Bumrah in again.
Oh,
that's beaten the outside edge of Pope. That's a cracker of a ball. Angling in towards the stumps. Just nibbled away a faction. Beat the outside edge of Pope's bat. Through the keeper and there's no run.
That's 100% the right armer's ball to a right-hander when you're bowling from the nursery end at Lord's.
Yeah, that's a beauty, isn't it?
Just held it. It really didn't do much more than hold its
line.
line. Maybe straightened a little bit, but it would have been the help of the slope that made it just deviate that little bit. It was a fantastic ball.
Jasper into the pads, going down leg. Maybe caught on a knee roll as well. He's not a tall man though, Popey, and there is no run.
Well, that's
Root's innings so far this series, by the way, 28, 53 not out, 22 and 6. So yeah, not spectacular for him.
That was the sort of shot that cost him at Edgbaston, looking to whip it off his toes, and head slightly tilting, head slightly falling from Ollie Pope. Now, he is facing the best bowler in the world, let's be fair.
Well, yep, the number one bowler in the world. He lets that one through to the keeper though, and there is no run. England just want to grind India here, don't they, for 4 or 5 sessions if they can. Well into tomorrow, see where they get to. And see what happens when India, if they can get 450, 500 on the board, see what India do when there's a pressure to get to a score.
You know the highest ever score at Lord's in a test match?
I'm going to guess randomly, 689.
700 and something.
729 for 6 declared. That was the 1930 Aussies. Bradman got 254.
Ugh. Horrible ball down the leg
side.
side.
What a good take.
No, there wasn't a catch. It was a great catch, but
yeah.
Pants appealing for a catch. His bat was nowhere near it. He was lucky not to be 4 byes. Been a bit wayward at times, Bumrah. But he'll go cracking delivery. That's the end of the 30th over. 89 for 2. It's all very sedate after lunch.
Interesting. Jill Tom said this 10 minutes ago, and it still applies. Pope is on 4 squared. Root is on 5 squared.
Oh.
Paul Stratton says, Bear, hope Devon was good. Would you have batted?
Yes.
Neymar Butland says, now lying on a beach in France with the family, living the dream. Come on, England. And Eric Chase says, France have a Butlands? Kieran Roseblade says, taller bowlers will tend to get less LBWs, I think, because of height. So maybe bringing a bowler who doesn't have his natural handicap would be the way forward. This natural handicap. Yeah, it depends on the bounce of the pitch too, doesn't it?
Yeah. Siraj is inside edge from Root.
Didn't look solid, did it, at all?
Well, he's trying to drive it through the offside. He gets an inside half of the bat and goes out to mid wicket, and there's no run.
Lowest score, do you know that one?
In a test match?
Yeah.
By England?
No. By anybody?
At Lord's.
65.
Was that Ireland?
Yeah, it was Ireland. Ireland 38.
38.
In 2019.
That was the second innings, wasn't it?
Yeah, they did so well in the first innings, didn't they?
Well, Tim Murtagh took a 5 for it. He's on the honours board. You can never take that away from him.
Yeah, true. Attempted pull by Root, and then an attempted catch in the slips, but I'm not sure he got any bat on it. I think it just came off his maybe box.
Well, that's what I think Siraj is asking, with a bit of that shark-like grin on his face.
Yeah, there seems to be something in the pitch here, doesn't there? It's not all plain sailing.
If not, no, there was definitely no bat involved.
No, it came off his back hip, if anything.
Siraj, there's quite a conversation going on between Siraj and Root. Root did slightly look away.
Drops that again in the offside. Again, there won't be any run.
The other thing, I mean, he's so feisty, Siraj. His run-up, his follow-through, rather, almost inevitably ends up with him about 2 yards from the batsman. So, should he need to, he can put in a look, a glare, a word, whatever it may take.
Aye.
Always feisty.
Andrew Cassell says, has England ever made 1,000 runs in an innings before? No. 907 for 3. 903 for 7 is their highest ever test score at the Oval against Australia in 1938.
Yeah, wasn't that a weakened Australian side by
through
at least
keeper,
2
no
who
run.
weren't playing? Was that somebody got 300 for? Is it Len Hutton in that one?
I don't know, to be honest. I shall tell you in a second.
If you look for the scorecard, I've just got a feeling
Yeah,
that
364 for Len Hutton.
Yeah.
That's not a bad. Morris Lehner made 187.
Yeah. But there were
the
at
two
least
of them put on 382, which isn't bad for the second wicket.
which I think is a record. And
Surprised me.
Oh,
flashed out again by Root. Again he misses. He's getting a bit frustrated because they're blocking off his run down a third man for a single. And he keeps hitting the man at backward point. England have scored 2 runs after lunch, maybe more, but not a lot.
Pretty certainly an English partnership record, if I'm right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Len Hutton and Morris Leyland, second wicket partnership.
Well, of course.
Actually, Len Hutton also and Cyril Washbrook have the biggest first innings partnership at 359.
Well, don't Brook and Root have the all-time English partnership record, don't they, when they got in Pakistan? That one has gone away,
let you
beating
know.
the edge of Root's bats through the keeper. And so wasn't that 400 and something?
No. Yes, it was 454 for the fourth wicket in Multan.
Yeah, that's all-time England record for any wicket, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah.
I mean, that was astonishing.
Third wicket is
Yeah.
Edrich and Compton in South Africa.
Yeah.
Against South Africa at Lords.
Devo DJ says, does Washington Sundar have the best name in cricket? And Mog says, Joy Lord Gumby begs to differ. Oh, you really can't go past Joy Lord Gumby, can you?
No.
And Lockie says the Windies have always had the best names in cricket. Alvin Kalakaran, when you think about it, is an excellent name, as Fluffy says. Obviously, Irish baseball didn't work with 38 all that, says Paul Stratton.
No, that's driven by Pope, but again, he hits the fielder. Cover.
Wokes
and there's no
take
one.
his best figures at Lords. There's about six of them were Chris Wokes, I think, in that Irish tumble.
They only needed about 190, didn't they, to win as well?
Yeah, and we're out for 38.
Yeah.
So still fell a fair way short. It was funny because after the first innings and Tim Murtagh bowling so well and England falling over for really not very many, Ireland would have thought, hello, we're right in it here.
Yeah, they were. And then Leach
didn't
got
last.
99, didn't he, or 95 or whatever it was. Boomerang in, that one comes back into Pope. This is a testing time straight after lunch. Pope can't get anywhere, no run.
Well, I don't know what the Indian bowlers had for lunch. Messrs was giving us the menu just ahead of lunch.
I was having the monkfish in. What was the monkfish covered in?
Oh, I can't remember. It sounded pretty good.
Prosciutto or something, wasn't it? It sounded fucking lovely.
Yeah.
Yes. But it did sound good. It did sound good.
Where did you change?
Are we?
Good lord,
already? That was quick.
Where does
Hendo, you're on, mate. Hendo!
Get a bucket of cold water.
Yeah, driven by Pope.
He's
Out of cover and there
stirred.
is no run. He has stirred. He is making his way. Slowly but surely.
Right, is he I'm off then, aren't I?
No, you're on with Gary and Hendo.
Am I?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good lord.
We just had this discussion at the top of the session.
Yeah, but I've already forgotten that, Bear.
That was wishful thinking.
I am, you're right. I'm on. So can you pass me the iPad? Because I can read that much easier than I can read my phone with these not my first choice glasses. And I can't read them with my first choice glasses. Thank you.
Oh, edged! No. Gone away again. There's a lot of movement.
I thought
Well,
you got
it's
something on that.
shifted a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's gone a long way. But they just need to stick in here. Runs will come at some point. I mean, the problem with the last Test match is that India feel like they're on top, don't they? You know.
Yeah.
Which England would have felt going in, and then they stupidly decided to fucking bowl at him, fucking Edgbaston, when it was blazingly hot sunshine on a really nice day on day one.
When was the last time England were going at less than 3 and over after 30 overs?
Well, I can't remember. There must have been a time, but not that often. That time he doesn't get it away, drives it sweetly, pleasantly behind square, but that fielder is there, and there is no run.
They've completely fucked my GPL tips, I can tell you.
Have they? Yeah, I suppose you went quite high, didn't you, I imagine?
Yeah.
They might catch up. There's no saying that, England
yeah.
are quite good at when they do get on top. You can imagine if they get to 200 and there's only one more wicket down or something, they'll try and push an advantage late in the day just because the bowlers will be tired as much as anything, and the ball will be old. I don't even know if they're going to get to 80 overs at this rate. Jasper comes in. Last ball of my spell. Oh, wow. Tries the Yorker. Well dug out by Pope, and he finally gets a run. String of a few overs there of not many runs or no runs. Steals the strike as well. Pope will retain it. 17 or 59, 25 or 51 for Root, and 90 for 2 England. Hendo's going to take over for me. Gary's coming in. Messi's off too.
I'll do a couple of quick messages. Kieran Roseblade suggests a short bowler to get LBWs. It only works if you can pitch the ball on the wicket, which the person you're thinking of can't. Mexican Boots clip caller says Siraj always looks furious. He does. Proper fast bowler, I reckon. He'd be a terrible lollipop man, says Fluffy. And Bangladesh looking to lose all 3 formats and sent into bat by Sri Lanka in their T20I. Okay. I'll catch you in half an hour.
Thank you, Messrs.
Thanks very much, Messrs. Well, what a great session that's been from half an hour session, that is, from India. I think just as I was coming on air, or about to come on air, they said 26 balls without a run. This it's just brilliant keen fielding as well to try and keep this pressure on there. That start of a new over from Siraj. Pope plays quite an acceptable shot, quite nicely along the ground behind square on the offside, and with the swing, and really fine piece of fielding on the end of the slip cordon there, diving to his right. Is that Shubman? I think it might be. Really encouraging his team. So 7 runs in half an hour as Siraj is in again and works, this time by Pope out into the deep for 1. And this is a great way to play cricket when there is movement out there, and if you put pressure on, then batsmen will be inclined to play shots that they don't necessarily want to play. Good afternoon, Gary.
Yes, good afternoon. The pitch readers have got it all right as usual, aren't they? Saying it's a flat bed, and yet here it is. It's going up and down. It's going a little bit side to side, helped by the slope. And India have bowled particularly well.
Siraj into Root, gets in behind that one very studiously indeed. Just the 2 slips now for Root. Root 25, Pope 18, 91 for 2. It was extraordinary first thing this morning because Bumrah came in from the pavilion end, and there was nothing really for him initially, and it was quite dead. It seemed quite low, quite slow, and yet from the other end, from the nursery end, the ball was bouncing at head height through to Rishabh Pant, even when Reddy came on. Siraj again in, nice drive this time by Root, but straight to extra cover. And I think deliberately a slip has come out to Root because they're just trying to frustrate him even more.
The pitches at Lord's this year have done a bit more. They still start low and slow and then get lower and slower. But they have done a little bit more side to side, and we've seen significantly lower scores, I think, in county championship games at Lord's compared to previous years. It doesn't entirely surprise me the way it's playing. And of course, my much laughed at theory that the ball does swing in the sunshine is being shown here by the Indian bowlers.
Yes, unless there's a kookaburra involved.
Onto the back foot goes Root, just drops this down for a moment, a slight feeling of alarm that he thought that might spin back behind him, but it runs more towards the slips. I think, curiously enough, there was a stat, it must have been in the last half an hour before lunch, which showed that in the first hour there was 1.4 degrees of swing. But by the third half hour, and ongoing, there had been 2.4 degrees of swing.
It's the lacquer coming off one side of the ball, but later, if reverse happens, then we really are in trouble.
Siraj bowls Brook's looking for a single as he pushes square, but no can do. This is excellent cricket from India. They've got their gander up after the last test, and they're trying to push home an advantage, despite England winning the toss and deciding to bat 91 for 2. Tony?
Lucky 6, the run rate will improve when Bumrah has a rest. Gopala Krishna, make or break moments for England. Eric J says, Gazza's on. Set the chair to recline and enjoy. There you go, Gary. Paul
Is that
Stratton.
for me or for the audience?
Well, I don't know. Paul Stratton says, do any of you think our bowling attack would have done some damage after seeing the way the wicket and conditions are playing? That's a really good question, because they were so limp and lame at Edgbaston by and large. But you'd think Wokes, you'd hope, would back. He does do so well at Lords that you would hope Wokes would have got something out of it. He'd have probably been the best bet, to be honest, even more than Jofra.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen Jofra bowling from the nursery end, though. That might have been fun. Down the leg side. I don't know whether Pope got anything on that, but it's been parried down towards long leg by the keeper, Rishab, and indeed it is signalled by umpire Paul Rifle as byes.
Just don't want to be heretical here, but Bumrah wasn't very good in the second innings at Headingley, and he hasn't been certainly the biggest threat today either. I mean, I'm not saying he's overrated. He's obviously a fabulous bowler, but he hasn't been absolutely on his game, really.
I didn't think he was brilliant in the first spell. I thought he was better once he got to the nursery end. I think they'll be sort of kicking each other and hobbling each other with their studs in an effort to get to bowl at the nursery end, maybe. He did get a few balls to swing quite significantly just before lunch. And so, yeah, it's interesting, but it is Reddy who's been the destroyer in chief. Now we have a delay. I think it's because Rishabh Pant caught that right on the end of the finger as he dived away to his left, and he's getting some of the spray, the magic spray, we hope.
Well, just to say about Rishabh Pant, he's obviously a fabulous batsman, but I think he's come back from his frightening car crash a much poorer keeper. I think his footwork is not as good. I'm not sure he's practicing as much. I think I said last time, my brother has a very poor opinion of Rishabh Pant as a keeper, and I think he does pick up a lot of these bashed in fingers because his feet don't move quick enough to the ball. I do think that India, especially if he's picked up a painful one here, it certainly looks that way. Yet again, we're getting a stop and the player could just go off and bring another one on. But KL Rahul is a perfectly competent keeper himself, and I do think there'd be a case for KL Rahul taking the gloves here, even if it's just for a session, so Pant can go and get this finger looked at off the field.
Well, do you know, curiously, it seemed like he caught it on the left hand, outstretched, maybe the middle finger, and then after doing so, while he was lying on the ground, he bashed his hand on the ground in annoyance, the same hand, in annoyance at not being able to get hold of the delivery. Or maybe it was just a reaction to the pain, but it won't do him any good if he bashes it again.
That's probably
maybe
just
it's a
daft.
tribute to Ben Stokes, who of course broke his hand in punching a locker, wasn't it? Having been dismissed in, I think, New Zealand, but I'm not sure.
Well, we've all been there. Well, I certainly have. I punched a hole in a locker once.
Oh, you have? I haven't. I always forget a dismissal by the time I'm over the boundary rope. I think about bowling.
Old Rutlishians, I think, were the recipients of that particular occasion.
Ando, I just want to ask you about a dismissal that I feel is coming.
Ooh.
Which is one of the English batsmen, and I regret to say I include Joe Root in this, are going to be dismissed off a leading edge or off a skewed outside edge. I know Pope was dismissed in that way at Edgbaston. but they seem to be so keen to work the ball into the leg side when there is actually both movement in the air and off the seam, away from the bat, sometimes quite significant. I just can't understand their technique.
Well, I agree.
In wanting to work the ball to leg in these conditions.
I did see Root, actually, and made the point at the time this morning where he played one of those shots where you feel he's just sort of inching over to the offside and he works it, but it was from Midland leg compared with from slightly outside off when he got out in the second innings up at Edgbaston. I've not really got a problem with that because that's one of his shots. But there is a risk when you've got the slope, definitely. Not so much when you've got the slope going down the hole if the ball is on Midland leg, because it'll keep on coming. But certainly from the nursery end, I think there is a danger in that. Yeah.
I think it's worth mentioning here that Rishabh Pant is in an awful lot of pain. He's been taking painkillers. They're still worried about him. He is, as you said, Hendo, banging now his leg with the hand that's in pain.
We know that thing where sometimes you just get up and you bang your knee on the table.
Oh yeah.
And you just feel like you need to hit someone after that, just because pain can make you very angry.
I know this is a wicket keeper, but this really is ridiculous. This is why we're only going to get 82 overs in the day. This should be being done off the field in the dressing room. It takes 2 minutes to put the keeper's kit on these days. Either Guerilla can come on, which is I'd prefer if you want to replace a wicket keeper. I don't know, he was injured. I don't know why you can't do it with a wicket keeper. Or KL Rahul could take the gloves. But we're missing 5 minutes or more here. There's a lot of people paying astronomical sums to see 90 overs, and we want to have 90 overs in the day because we want 5 bowlers to have a full turn, and you don't want to be able to hide a bowler's spell, which England do quite regularly by bowling 85 overs, because Ben Stokes can then bowl 8 overs in the day instead of 13. It's just wrong, flat wrong.
Well, I don't really understand it, just in terms of, okay, physio may be physio may be able to tell definitely isn't any sort of break or fracture or something like that, but surely you'd want to get him off and just have a look at him.
Well, the last thing you want to say to a player is, are you okay to go on? Because the player's always going to say yes. You've got to make decisions.
Yeah,
I just want to say, Farooq Engineer, who's been on the Kohli Cam almost as often as Tendulkar there. I grew up watching Farooq Engineer playing for Lancashire, and he seemed an old man then. He's 87 though. He looks very well for 87, doesn't he?
He's a big lad.
To look well.
He's a big lad, but he's doing very well.
Boy.
Bumrah then. We are going to restart. In bowls to Pope, and Pope takes advantage by pushing into the outfield. Now there's a massive gap on the offside, but another example of maybe how India can frustrate England, because that would probably, had there been a man square trying to save the one, that would have probably gone away for 4, but they put a man out there just, I think, to cut off that, get off this sort of, or get out of this situation of lack of runs in the last 45 minutes. Although the 50 partnership has come up, it's taken 116 balls, and most of those since lunch. Bumrah to Root, he's in, he bowls, and that one just swings away ever so slightly, but Root plays it quite neatly into the offside and picks up a single.
Well, there's 3 slips in a gully, so you can't have fielders everywhere. It's a good idea to have 3 slips in a gully while the ball's moving around, and India are certainly inducing some plays and misses. But I am surprised that they're not trying to cut off the single there, because England have shown no aggression whatsoever since lunch. The drives aren't really drives, they're more punches. There's been some deflections, but England are not trying to hit 4s here, rare in the Bazball era.
Pope facing up to Bumrah, who is in, and he's onto the back foot, and he tries to guide that down towards third man, but there's a diving figure at third slip who stops the net. Now Guerilla looks like he's getting the pads ready.
Yeah, I think he's got the nod. Pant, every single ball has taken his glove off and is in real pain.
So he's going to now. You can do this, can you? You can. This is a new one to me, that you can replace keeper with a reserve keeper. I suppose if he's the official 12th man, they can do what they like with him, and he just happens to be a keeper. In comes Bumrah again to root, and he's looking for the Yorker. Sorry, it's Pope, and he just about digs it out up to the wideish mid-on, 88 miles an hour.
I mean, England have got 3 keepers, haven't they? They've got Pope, they've got Duckett, and they've got Jamie Smith, who has the gloves. And teams often have keepers who certainly keep in one-day cricket, but Dhruv Durrell is.
Do they have to actually name an official 12th man these days, or do they just pick from the squad that's off the pitch? I mean, I know certainly they seem to interchange fielders who come on. Bumrah in bowls and defended by Pope up to mid-off, end of the over, 34 bowled. It's a fascinating competition between these two teams, 95 for 2. Tony?
Loads of messages. Kieran says, why isn't Gary in the studio? Is it down to public transportation? What can be done to improve the situation?
It's a combination. Do you want me to give an answer
no,
later?
not at the moment. Kieran also says, sounds like discount travel. Not quite sure why. Kieran says, Gary, don't forget how important he is in the birthing process also. He literally does half the work. I'm not quite sure what he's talking about there. That's weird. Andrew Kizal says, name a flower is a cricket player. His name is Joe Root. Okay. Lockie says, does Gary... I'll have to... Oh, yeah, there goes Bumrah. In comes Jarrell. Does Gary think that Bumrah is suffering from the pressure of great expectations?
Indeed. It's something of an old curiosity shop of rules and regs at the moment, though, because Dhruv Durrell has come on as substitute keeper. You are allowed with concussion subs. I think you're now obliged to name specialists.
Siraj bowls to Root, who leaves this outside the off stump. I was going to say that maybe Bumrah has hit upon hard times.
Well, there definitely is a lot. How did we get into the subject of Dickensian novels?
Because we talked about. Well, you read it out, and then Gary went on to the old curiosity shop.
Oh well, yes, they're coming thick and fast. I can tell you that. Speaking of great expectations, what is Gary's favourite?
That's the one.
Dickensian
That's the
novel?
one. That started it. That's got it all going.
Well, that is my favourite. I've read about 7 or 8, and that is my favourite.
Slips are very close together, first and second slip. This is turned off his legs. Oh my goodness me! They put in the single, and Pope has to dive, loses control of his bat, which springs from his hand. But they have got there. But that was unnecessary risk, perhaps.
I'll be quick because it's important to answer the questions of the listeners, especially when I'm shortchanging them by zooming in.
Well, go ahead.
Yes, I arranged a delivery between 8 and 12, and then I was told that it was arriving at 25 past 12. Add that to problems on the Northern Line due to signal failure at Clapham South.
Siraj bowls, good length. I'm not 100% sure that Pope should have been forward to that, but he is. And
the just general difficulties of travelling across from southwest London to southeast London, and I thought I'm not going to make it, so I'll stay here, but I shall be in the studio, in the hothouse in more senses than one, Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Need to get yourself a scooter, mate.
Get myself a motorbike.
Are you planning to get another motorbike in the...
No.
Those days are gone, are they?
The balance ain't so good.
Defended. Good length from Siraj. And a pretty good line as well. Yeah. Defended by Pope. Now, I just think that Siraj is beginning to get more bounce from the pavilion end now. Or whether he just digs it in a bit more.
Really well at Edgbaston. He bent his back. He's obviously got that aggressive demeanour because he works himself up to it, but he gives absolutely everything, and he hits the pitch quite hard. He's not a tall man, but there's a lot to admire about Mohammad Siraj. You know, he's 31 and he's as hungry as a 17-year-old in his first test.
It feels like he's only just come into the team. Siraj bowls a horrible little chop shot by Pope, who goes down on his knees, and he should pray for forgiveness for that one.
Yeah, well, this is what India have been working on. They've really frustrated and bottled up Ollie Pope, and you have to think that there's a wicket coming at any moment at Pope's end because he's so frustrated here. I mean, that was a terrible shot. The feet going nowhere, hands crouching, head not over the ball, and that's the benefit of how well India have bowled.
Yeah,
India
I think
have an attack almost perfectly suited to English conditions with these teams.
Siraj bowls driven at last. Pope breaks the shackles. That said, I don't think it's going to make its way all the way to the boundary. Washington is after it, and they'll get back for 2. That was running up towards the grandstand. That is the end of the over. He's got 2. Pope goes to 21. Root 27. England 98 for 2.
Paul Stratton surprised that India have rushed Bumrah back, especially the way their attack destroyed England in Birmingham. Let him continue his recuperation. Lockie 6 has you pegged as a Bleak House aficionado.
Who, me?
No, Gary.
Oh, yeah, lawyers. Lawyers in Bleak House.
Leah, Hendo's offended when the viewers sexualise him and see him as merely a himbo, but then he shows so much leg and wears no shoes.
I've taken the shoes off because it's really hot in here.
Perhaps you've got particularly alluring feet.
Well, I haven't. I've got a horrendous toenail, which is on my big toe, which needs treatment at the podiatrist.
Stop it. I'm getting myself in a lather at the thought.
I know you are.
Jay Solanki says, Lord Slope suits Bumrah's in-swingers. Seahawk 8. I'll have to wait.
Reddy's back into the attack and swinging it immediately. Not greatly. And Root is forward in defence. I was thinking of Dickensian thoughts. I guess the old curiosity shot would be what you get in baseball. The old curiosity
Chris
shot.
Gale enjoyed himself.
Oh, is that Chris Gale? I wondered who it was.
Those glasses are wicked, aren't they?
Has he had some new teeth?
He does look like he's had a visit to Istanbul.
That's very Jurgen Klopp. Ready in again. Oh, now aiming a drive is Root, and he comes off it a little bit early, perhaps, and mistimes it horribly into the offside. There is no run.
Kieran's asking me, what's worse than having an ant in your pants? I think I've heard this, but I can't remember.
Scorpion, I would say, was quite worrying.
I suspect it's a.
I know it's a joke
question. I don't think you're genuinely being asked a philosophical question.
Would it be a super ant? Because we were talking about various super creatures because of the new Superman movie, weren't we, this morning? Ready has 2 slips at the ready. In comes the part-time bowler, you'd have to say, in terms of the amount that India really like to use him, but he's doing a fantastic job today. He's got both wickets defended by Root on the back foot.
He reminds me, Nitish Kumar Reddy, of Stuart Binney, if you recall, from the 1983 World Cup side. He has the same kind of bustle in and just moves it a bit this way, moves it a bit that way, and bats at 7. Reminds me quite a lot of Stuart Binney. Or was it not Stuart Binney? I'm sorry, Roger Binney, his father. Stuart Binney was the opening bat, wasn't he?
I'm confused about the Binnies. The Binney men. This is flicked away through that mid-wicket area. That was possibly one of those shots that we were talking about. I think fair enough. I think there's a little bit less swing for Reddy this afternoon, and Root takes England past 100.
But
he
still
goes
no
on to
desire
30.
to hit the ball for 4. It was just punched into the leg side. It wasn't the bounce ball, full swing of the bat.
Well, I don't think you're necessarily going to get that from Root at the moment.
No.
He's just, going about things in a Rooty kind of way.
Yeah, and I look, I'm agreeing with that, but it shows that they have some suspicion of the pitch and the overhead conditions and some respect for the Indian bowlers, which is a good thing to see because they deserve it.
Well, if it wasn't for the fact that I will probably doom an England batsman, I would say they've done quite well. Outside the off stump, Pope again playing that little crouching chop shot. Plays it a bit more effectively than he did in the last over, but still not particularly well to backward point.
I'm disappointed Kieran hasn't given me the answer to the what's worse than finding an ant in your pants. Hopefully he will, because I genuinely can't remember.
Not the easiest thing to do to find an ant in your pants, because they're quite small.
Unless they're surrounded by another 500 of them, which is how they usually go about their business, isn't it?
Fire ants as well would be particularly worrying. Already in to complete the over. Pope plays a horrible shot. Has that gone down, or was that short of slip? Well, the way that Jaiswal is reacting, you'd say that didn't carry, but I'm not sure. Jaiswal has had his problems with drops, hasn't he, of late? But we're not going to see immediately because we've gone to a break. Tony?
Eric J says, when a glimpse of ankle was something shocking. Jumbo Fluffy Philippines, weather's lovely. Not quite sure. Get Bairstow to keep for India, says Fluffy. Actually, Jarrell should be in the playing 11. You can't risk 2 keepers, says Jay Solanki. Can India get Brendan McCullum? Kartik wants to know. Bleak House, says Victor Pearson. Farong, shame no pink ball test this series. Duke's not up to it. They are supposed to be softer balls, certainly in the county championship, the Duke this season.
Siraj into Root. Root plays a flowing drive. That's really good, but it's still struggling to get up the hill. It's being chased all the way down, unfortunately, or all the way up, I should say. Jadeja can't quite get there, and if anyone could, it would have been him. And Root accepts a boundary. Quite nice shot.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Here we go, one of these.
It's been 2 reaching shots in the previous 2 deliveries. One that Pope edged, I think, to Jaiswal, who dropped it, and one that Root has 3/4 middle to go for 4. Neither were completely convincing.
Siraj in again to Root. Root defends. He's looking for the single. He sets off. He's then declines it himself by holding up his bat. He's moved to 34, then 7 off his last 2 deliveries, which has got him going a little bit. Andrew Strauss is in the commentary box. There.
I thought Jaiswal looked very sheepish after that bit of fielding. No fielders came over to congratulate him for saving 4. He was looking sort of, eyes down. I think it's another drop from Jaiswal, but we're still waiting for a replay.
Well, we are, which, I mean, unless they're having trouble getting it, the lack of a replay would suggest it wasn't a chance. But we shall see. Siraj into Root, goes back and then is hit on the pad. It's running away. Fine. That, I think, is going to be 4 leg buys. It is indeed. And just a little flurry of runs for England here. So maybe they've seen themselves through the really difficult patch and can now push on. I wouldn't say that I have a lot of faith in that necessarily. Pope in particular has been at his skittish worst. But
it's a poor ball from Siraj. He's held his line pretty well, but that was poor ball down the leg side. Any kind of bat pad, anything that's going away.
We're getting a few Dickensian characters coming in.
Excellent. What you mean, like not Fred? He's a bit of a Dickensian character. Oh, no, that's not a bad ball. That moved a little bit, and Root adjusted and played nicely to the 3rd slip, peeling off the end of the slip cordon. Who's staying?
Well, I particularly like Eric J. just for a moment. Christopher Martin Chuzzlewit. Gary's just borrow an e-bike, says Paul Stratton. Little Druckett, says Ian Forth, whoever he is, as well as the mystery of Edwin Root.
I'm not sure if I know any more Dickens books. I think I might have got to my limit.
After that, who's never next on socials, I would start with Frank Rockefeller about Ben Stokes.
Siraj straight and foolish, pushed firmly up to mid-on by Root. At is the end of the over, according to somebody. No, but they've got it wrong because it's still a ball to go.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a replay of what we're still not sure whether it was a catch or not.
Well, if not, I suppose someone could go to Cricinfo and get the official written commentary on that. Mind you, they may not know. Well, we thought there was a drop catch, potentially a drop catch.
Had it been a drop, then surely they would have shown us.
I think not, unless there's some problem with the replay. Siraj in, bowls to Root onto the front foot, defended with his head right over the top of the ball. That is the end of the over. Who else is on apart from Fred?
Me. Cricinfo said it died just in front of the fielder.
Right, there you go. Message is back. Am I still on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You and me and Fred.
Fred, here he is, pretending
and a dog named Boo.
Pretending that he's still got a broken... Wasn't it the other shoulder that was broken the other day? Are you sure you're not putting this on, Fred? No.
Or maybe he's just broken the other one.
Could be. Or
another paving slab.
To break two shoulders, as Lady Bracknell would say, is carelessness. Yes. But we're not doing Oscar Wilde.
We've got a drinks break, so we've got a few messages we can catch up on. Frank Rockefeller says Stokes is worth his weight in gold, winning another toss. Hendo showing ankle, very nice. He says, when Hendo talks about hot, it is in there? Is he referring to the sexual tension or the temperature?
I tell you what, if you're tuning in to get sexual tension from me wearing shorts, then I think you need to look at your life choices, probably.
Yeah, I think that's true. Lockie says, didn't Bear's uncle stuff ferrets into people's pants? That would trump an ant. Is it a filthy pitch, just the way England likes it, says Frank Rockefeller? It's a typical Lord's pitch, I'd say.
No, not at all. I wouldn't say so. Would you say so?
It's... Lord's pitches are a bit sort of nothingy at the moment.
Yeah.
If anything, I don't know, this is probably mentioned earlier, if ever there was a time to put the opposition in and it get lower and slower, it was probably Lord's, but there were sort of meta effects from the previous two test matches.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, I don't think that you could have told what it was going to do, really, based... I mean, the old adage of looking at what's above you would say bat. And also, I mean, what's surprising is that it started to swing a lot more in the second hour. And also, you know, you look up, you see it's sunny.
Well,
you've got a bat, haven't you?
The truth is we don't really know what the ball does at Lord's when there's like 35 degrees or 38 degrees in the sun, because it doesn't happen very often.
Well, that's true, because it's almost always the first test of the summer, and it's the lights are on and the clouds are closing in.
Yeah, it used to be in the middle of June. Anyway, things change. Am I on ball by ball?
Well, I must. You must be.
Yeah.
I must be.
Leah says that glass in Gale's hand may look small in the crowd shot, but I reckon it's at least a litre. Hope it's playing really slow here. No, I think the Duke's ball is already soft, says Jay Solanka. Get ferret legging back in the Olympics, says Eric J. How few runs did Crawley get, says Frank Rockefeller? What did he get, about 20?
18.
Something like 18. Jeff Perkins says, surely worse than an ant in your pants is if Deck shows up as well.
Hey.
Yeah, we haven't seen any spin yet today. Wonder if that's going to change shortly. The bowlers used so far, Bummer has bowled 13, Deep 7, and it's gone off the screen. 11 and 6 were the other two bowlers.
Yep.
That's a lot of overs already for Jasperi. I would have thought that, you know, if you're looking at 18 to 20 overs from him in a day,
you expect,
max.
You expect 20. You wouldn't want it, but I mean, okay, he should be rested. That's the whole point of him not playing every Test match.
Still a certain amount of shine on that ball. They've kept it in pretty good condition by the looks of it.
It's not been thumped about all that much. Anyway, Reddy is going to be bowling, and he's going to be bowling to Pope, who finds a gap square on the offside. There is a deep point, so an easy single. 110 for 2 now the score. That was the first ball of the 38th over.
Yeah, Pope on to 22. It's been a real battle for him. I mean, he came in and played a pretty loose shot first ball like he did at Edgbaston, and well, it was marginal as to whether it was a chance at backward point or not. Good effort by the fielder to grab it one-handed on the dive.
We've got a short point, 2 slips and a gully, and a man sort of short just in front of square on the offside. The catching position is Reddy bowls as an outswinger, and it goes to or just past that man as he gets a right hand on it from Root's drive. There isn't a run. We've got a substitute wicket keeper, Guerilla, who's taken over from Pant. I don't know whether anyone's looked up what's the nature of Pant's condition, what condition the Pants are in on this hot day.
Injured Pants.
Yeah,
Cricket
haven't been forthcoming as yet.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I presume he's gone for an X-ray. So we probably won't know for a little while.
Well, there's a hospital next door. It shouldn't take very long. As Reddy comes in and bowls again, gentle outswinger, which didn't really swing very much, so it's just a gentle, really almost a half volley. Root doesn't take full advantage. He drives it to the man at short come. I'm going to make a political joke for you, which I think you'll appreciate. My brother's at Lord's. He says he spotted Rishi Sunak in the distance, and he wanted to ask him, in honour of Norman Tebbett's death, which team he was supporting. You need to have a good knowledge of 1980s politics to appreciate that joke.
I hope he got there on a line bike.
Ready in again to Joe Root, full, and again he tries to drive, can't, sort of gets an inside half of the bat that goes into the ground, into the bowler's hand, and bowlers, as they tend to do when it goes into the hand, throw the ball at the stumps, and he hit. It was a bit meaningless because Root had never left his crease at any point.
There's been a few. Who was it we saw? John Major was sitting next to.
Yep.
Who was it? Who was John Major?
John Major's usually at the Oval. I don't know if they let him into proper cricket grounds.
Oh, I've forgotten. I did think at the time that's interesting.
I thought I saw Theresa May as well.
Oh, possibly. She's a cricket fan, isn't she?
Reddy bowls again, shorter and wider, and left by Root through to the sub-keeper's gloves. It's not easy keeping at Lord's, even for top quality keepers who aren't used to it. It's going to be asking a bit much for a substitute to come in and just have to take over. What do we know about Guerilla? Which means I don't know anything about Guerilla, so I'm asking him.
Well, he did play in the series. Well, he came in, didn't he, for or he was one of those that replaced Punt during his enforced absence after the car crash. I don't think he played many, maybe a couple.
He's played 4 tests all up.
There you go.
Again, wider, and again left by Root. What are the laws nowadays? There was a time when you weren't allowed to replace a keeper with another keeper, but I think they got rid of that.
I don't know what the rule is on that, but I do think that if you haven't, if you don't have to actually name a specific 12th man, then you can just select from your squad anyway.
Well, nowadays they name a whole bunch of 12th men because of the concussion protocol. So you have to have sort of like-for-like replacements for whoever goes down.
So yes, they can replace keepers, but obviously you can't bat unless somehow Pank gets COVID or concussion before second inning.
Or both.
Unless he's concussed.
If he has concussion and COVID, can they bring in 2 people to replace him?
They might need 2 people.
Back on the Dickens theme, Chris Acquire says, surely any cricketer could be called David Copperfielder.
Oh, very good.
Yes, good.
And Lockie says, a tale of 2 ferrets was unforgettable.
Change of bowling.
Akash Deep bowls, and this one comes back into Pope, who tries to pay a short arm jab into the leg side, misses the ball completely, hits him on the upper thigh. Raised hand from the bowler, but no point appealing for that one. It was going well over the top.
It's been a horrible innings from Pope. I mean, I know the ball's been doing a bit, but he's really looked out of sorts. That one came back a long way.
Well, in the context of Wian Mulder's innings the other day, I mean, people were saying, well, it's only Zimbabwe and whatever, but records are never broken, on minefields against Walsh and Ambrose, are they? No one hits triple hundreds.
No.
They're only against weaker teams on roads. This is wide, and again, Pope drives, can't time the ball at all, and it just dribbles its way to mid-off, no run.
What, you mean like England at Antigua?
Well, I mean, that was the roadiest road in Roadland, wasn't it?
Should have been in Rhodes.
Yes, Wilfred Rhodes, batting at one end at Rhodes, and the Colossus of Rhodes. Any other Rhodes puns? No. But the big scores are made, when conditions strongly favour the batsman. As Deep bowls again, a little bit shorter, and Pope does get the majority of the bat on this one as it goes to mid-on, no run, which is why the scores that tend to be regarded as the absolute best are when the conditions are very much against the batsman. You talk about Graham Gooch's 154 in the West Indies when nobody else could lay a bat on the ball, and somebody overcomes. They don't have to be the biggest scores, but they can be the highest rated innings in terms of.
But records are built that way, aren't they?
Yeah. as this is full and driven. Has he actually timed this? Not really. It goes to wide mid-off. It's just going to be a single to Pope. It was there for the drive. Again, he didn't really absolutely commit to that, did he? He didn't throw the hands through it.
Well, do you know what I think about Pope is that he's so anxious to get at the ball. He's bought so much into the Bazball ethos that he's actually plays forward to balls that he really should be going back to. That wasn't an example of one, but I was just about to say that before that shot. But it's just a little worry.
Root facing up now. Akash bowls wide, tempting him for the drive of the outswinger. There was a little bit of wobble there, but at gentle pace, and Root was not tempted.
Yeah, but going back to records, and I think Mulder did exactly the right thing. I don't necessarily think that it was needed to be about not beating Lara, because he could have gone past Lara and still had Lara to overtake.
He could have gone past Lara's 501.
Well, he could have done. But the thing is, he's out there to win a match.
Absolutely.
And
the press were cheated of a row because he was his own captain.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that infuriated some people who were always looking for conflict in cricket reports. This one is nudged square by Root, as he does so often. Picks up an easy single. They're off the Nelson, 112 for 2. That's the end of the over, Messi. Yeah.
Chris Acquire does what he promises will be his last David Copperfield reference by saying plenty of cricketers have been called Mr. Dick, I'm sure. Lockie says Cricket Australia is raising ferrets for the Ashes. I'm not quite sure why.
Have we had Mr. Bumble Lloyd? Have we mentioned from Oliver Twist?
No, I don't think anybody has.
No, there you go.
Kieran Roseblade says Lockie sounds like a Dickensian OnlyFans account. Surveyor must have been drunk when Lords was chosen as a spot to break ground, says Frank Rockefeller. I take it's always been on exactly the same slope.
No, I don't. I mean, look, there was another Lords, wasn't there?
Oh, there was a Lords in Dorset Square, which is about a mile away. Reddy starting a new over, full and straight, and Root drives up to wide mid-off, no run.
I believe that whether it was that Lords or whether it was this Lords, the pitches in the sort of 1800s were appalling, weren't they?
Yeah, they used to
lots of stones.
They would go out there and pick the flattest patch of ground. They'd agree on sort of where to put the stumps. You know, there wasn't necessarily a wicket or even a square. You just agree on the which basically what we would do in the park as kids. You know, you'd go and find the flattest bit of ground and put some stumps up.
Yep.
Which is the proper cricket. Root facing up to Reddy as he bowls, and this is cut, but into the ground and then into the hands of the gully.
Yeah, just not got. Well, I suppose the field has been placed very well.
Yeah.
Because even the favourite shots of Root or Pope, there's one man back preventing the boundary if they do cut loose. There's a couple of slips if he plays that sort of brush shot down to third man, which he gets so many runs with Root as he did then.
But even
straight to the slip.
In Bazball Nation, these are probably the two least Bazball players of the top 6 or 7.
Do you think so? Oh well, yeah, of the top 6 or 7. Yeah, but I think. But don't you think that Pope has been? I don't know. I feel like his technique's been completely ripped apart by playing the number 3 Bazball role. Personally, I think he could have been such a good player, and I don't think he is going to be such a good player now. Anyway,
it's got amazing hand-eye coordination, though, hasn't it? I mean,
again, Root picks up a single in his favourite area to backward point.
Well, I don't know. Has he? I mean, I just feel like...
Well, he has to get away with so little footwork.
I think he probably gets in as much footwork as any of the others, apart from Root.
Who's got the best hand-eye coordination of Brook and Duckett and Pope?
I would say Brooks unquestionably has the best eye of any of those.
Duckett's pretty good as well.
Duckett, yeah, but I mean, he relies on a particular brand of shot, doesn't he? A lot of chopping, a lot of pulling, whereas Brooks has got all the shots and more.
Yeah. Well, Duckett being short, I know we don't like to mention it, but short batsmen tend to be good cutters and pullers.
That's true.
As this is guided down through the gully region by Pope. He's going to pick up a single because it's only half stopped by the sprawling somebody. Shubman Gill, the skipper. And another run, 114 for 2. at 2 balls left of the 40th over.
I think what's been great about India's bowling is not just the sort of aggression and the fact that they've got movement, but also the discipline.
Would you say they're bowling dry, Hendo?
No, I wouldn't say they're bowling dry at all. At the moment, I still think that they're looking to take wickets.
They are sort of throwing it up well outside off stump at the moment. Not really attacking the stumps, as this next ball is defended to gully by Root.
Well, I think they're playing on the fact that England do want to progress at a much quicker rate. It's what they do, and it's a case of whether that approach will be met with patience, and just to a degree, it has been by England since they lost those 2 early wickets. It hasn't looked that good, as I say. In particular, Pope has looked scratchy, but he's still there.
This one's on the pads of Root, and again it's some combination of bat and pad as it goes to deep backward square for 1 run to the total, and that is the end of the over. Messi.
Alex comes up with a new Dickens classic, Low Expectations, for the forward poke by Zach Crawley. Kardik says the Barmy Army should create T-shirts that say "Where is Bazball?" Where did it go? Andrew Gussel says, "Can you say happy birthday to my beautiful girlfriend Claire for the team?" Yeah, happy birthday, Claire. Good to have you here.
Absolutely. 32 runs from 15 overs, a run rate of 2.13. It's not even old-style cricket. It's older than old-style cricket.
This is what we used to call Test match cricket.
Yeah.
I love
Remember
it.
that?
Oh, I'm enjoying it because, well,
there's real tension to it, isn't there?
Absolutely. You feel like a wicket makes all the difference. England could break free.
Deep starts a new over, and that is very close to being chopped on by Root. He played away from his body. He tried to drive it the offside, got an inside edge. It went down into the ground, and it must have been perilously close to his off stump. And then it sort of hung around there for a bit.
Had a look at the stumps
and decided, nah, I'm not going to. Oh, it hit his. It went down into the ground onto his thigh, and then very close to leg stump. So, not far at all. Those are the ones that have the bowlers clutching their heads in bemusement. Go on, clutch. No, he didn't. He just lifted his hands. As Akash is in again, and this is fended by just a nothing ball down the leg side, and Root would normally have just turned that down to fine leg for a single, or even played it even finer for 4. But there's no timing from either of these 2 batsmen at the minute, and sometimes you have to battle through these kind of starts before you get fluent, and sometimes you just get worse and worse.
I think Root has looked more fluent than Pope for sure. Although both of them, are going at under 50 runs per 100 balls, well under.
But even the balls that have got into the outfield seem to be not timed, and there's never a 4 which is automatically off the bat, and you think that, well, the fielder doesn't even have to chase that, as this next ball is full and straight and defended well by Root. Got absolutely well behind that one.
Well, I wonder whether the ball is beginning to go a little bit soft, and so it's not coming on quite as well. It's doing less, but it's actually also not coming onto the bat as much as it was. But I do think what is happening, that even within that, they're bowling a pretty disciplined line and length, which is something that England manifestly failed to do.
Or don't have the bowlers that are able
to do it. Yeah,
perhaps
it could be.
Wokes aside as deep bowls full and straight, and just blocked up to mid-off by Root. No attempt at a big drive there, just a dot ball. The changes for this Test match in the teams. Archer's come in for Tongue. After the first Test match, we had articles explaining why Tongue was the future of cricket, because he can dismantle the tail in 5 minutes. 1 test later, have a rest, son. We'll let you know when we need you again. This is the nature of cricket and/or journalism in 2025. As Akash Deep bowls, and this is turned. Oh, it's a proper Root shot. He's flicked that out to deep mid-wicket. It was full on his leg stump, so it was a bit of a gift. But there is a deep mid-wicket, so just a single.
But that's another point about where they're stationing their fielders, because they you can argue you're setting a field for the bad balls, but if they're not getting runs from the decent balls, and then you cut off their supply line from the poorer balls, then England are going nowhere.
But it's very good captaincy and good bowling.
It is. I think he's rotated his bowlers absolutely superbly, Gil, today.
So far as this next ball is defended by Pope, the end of the 41st over. Messi.
Paul Stratton says, we're so becalmed at the moment. Hope we don't suddenly go into baseball mode and collapse. Lockie Six says, the game chicken, the larky boy, and the knobby Shropshire one all appeared in Dombey and Son. A premonition of gorillas to come. Varone says, we need some wickets. Where's Cat? Frank.
Thankfully gone to bed.
Is it Dobbin and Son in honour of Mark Wood?
Yeah. Don't know.
Frank Rockefeller says, hopefully Archer won't break down like an English car, already leaking oil. Bangladesh apparently won for 46 after 5 overs against Sri Lanka. Farong's on that, but he knows who's going to win already.
Farong knows lots of things, mostly related to Ben Duckett, and most of which aren't true. Reddy is going to start his 9th over, and he's in bowl to Joe Root, who has 37 runs from 85 balls. And his right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Root. It's on middle and leg stump, just possible hint of shape away. Root covers well behind it and plays it up to mid-on, no run. It must be very warm at Lord's today. If you're in the sun, it can be pretty. Well, I was there in April, and I was actually trying to follow the sun around, because when you weren't in the sun, it was absolutely freezing.
Yeah.
And I ended up on the top deck of the Edrich at about 6 o'clock in the evening. It's a long way up there.
It happens so much now at county cricket in the early part of the season, because that's when most county cricket is played, or the latter part of the season.
It's currently 32.2 at Lord's.
In the shade. And this one is full and straight.
Yes.
Root flicks it off stump into the leg side, but straight at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a lot of hot days. I don't know whether it's something that affects you as you get older. I mean, you don't want to be in the full force of the sun, whatever age you are, really, but it definitely has an impact as you get older, I think.
Well, I mean, the Indian team will be more used to it than the England team are, because they play more often in those kind of conditions. But no team wants to spend 5 sessions in the field before you get to bat. It does drain you. As Reddy bowls again, and Root defends on the back foot, and then after playing the ball sort of nudges forward, but it was a genuine back foot defensive shot.
And this is why I think England shouldn't worry at this stage at all about getting the run rate going, because I mean, if you think about
it's a 5-day game.
Well, apart from that, if you think about Edgbaston, England fielded for 5.5 sessions, but it wasn't. It was in the brief gap between heat waves.
Yeah,
it was only about 22.
But it's still debilitating.
Yeah, that's debilitating. Yeah. But when you're at 32, it's even more debilitating.
Let's see what Reddy has. And this is it's a sort of an edge, but he's played it with soft hands. It's gone through the slips. I don't think there's a third man, and we're going to see a rare, almost impossible one of these. Well, I've been on jingles for 26 minutes, and that's the first one I've played. Tells you what's going on in this test match.
Yeah, it's
a T20. It ain't.
It isn't, but it's
cricket. It's proper cricket.
Well, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because you feel like it's on a knife edge, even this early in the game, and it's just a real battle, and each team is trying to get the upper hand.
They're showing Root's number of runs. He may have just gone past somebody as Reddy bowls again, full and straight and defended. I think he was getting close to, was it Ponting?
I don't think he's close to Ponting yet, no.
Dravid was the next one on.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe Ponting's a bit ahead, isn't he? And then, is it Ponting and then to Tendulkar?
Actually, he's still got a way to Dravid as well.
Has he?
Okay.
Yeah. Then Kalis and Ponting.
Oh, Kalis.
Callis,
yes.
Yeah, he's a better bowler than Callis, Root. Just to annoy any South Africans listening. Honestly, I don't think I ever saw Callis bowl off spin. So
no, he's better off spinner than Callis, that's for sure.
as Reddy is going to complete his 9th over. It's on leg stump, root defence, short mid-wicket, end of the 42nd over. England are 120 for 2.
Andrew Kilsell thanks us for wishing his girlfriend Claire a happy birthday and tells us her age. Judging from my experience, Andrew, I think she'd probably be happier if I didn't share her age with the world.
Absolutely.
Chris Acquire says Bazard ball. Bazard is in the well-known Dickens' The Mystery of Edwin Drood.
Well, when you have to explain it loses.
We are getting to the more obscure Dickens novels now, I think.
I have to say, it's one of the cultural lacunae of mine is Dickens. I just found it difficult to read. I know everyone says it's fantastic. I know we had to read some at school, but
Hard Times was the one I read at school, and I always remember about Gradgrind in that opening.
It would be Hard Times. It would be Gradgrind when it's Hendo. I mean, you were forged early into
by the literature that was forced upon me.
Yeah.
That and Gerard Manley Hopkins,
I can just see a little Hendo,
the most depressed poet ever,
in his shorts. Oh, it's a bit like today, actually, as he's going.
Except I'm not little.
Like a snail unwillingly to school.
Yeah.
It's funny. We're here in Lewisham. We're about sort of a mile or two east of Sydenham, where we used to be.
Yeah.
And I'm coming from the other end of London, and I used to be always sent around West London, and now it always sends me around East London. That mile obviously makes a bit of a difference. And I've been coming through Blackheath. It's not an area I know.
Oh, it's lovely.
It's just vast empty fields. I mean, it's just like an enormous green expanse. The vasty fields of Blackheath.
There was a lot of cricket played up there in the olden days.
It's looking a bit parched in this weather. A box of balls is coming out.
Imagine. We got some actual information from one of our listeners.
Oh, wow.
Ankush Goyal says, as per the latest ICC update, they're trying out giving lower leagues the option to try out injury substitutes for on-field injuries and not just for concussions. Well, it'll be interesting to see whether that moves on, because policing, that's going to be a nightmare, I suspect.
Well, you get into the sort of Harlequins territory then, don't you?
Yep.
That's the worry about.
For those who don't know what Hendo's referring to,
what does that mean?
In rugby union, if you were bleeding, you were allowed a substitute at a certain time. And of course, one team took it to extremes, had little capsules of blood in their mouth when they wanted to make a substitution, until one was discovered with a little
suspended for years or something.
Yeah, there was. I mean, they were the ones who were caught. Who knows who else was doing it?
Wow.
Yeah. But once you let the cat out of the bag, or the blood out of the bag, in this case, every time there's a rule change, teams will try and take advantage. It's just the way.
We are actually due a change at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm waiting. We're waiting for those people to make themselves ready. I'm going to go back and claim that sofa again. It was feeling quite good when I was on it earlier.
I'm staying on, and I believe the Bears coming in, and Gary should be joining us from Greater Tooting
for the 43rd over of the day, as Akash Deep is in outside off stump, and Pope drives. First piece of timing I think I've seen all day from Ollie Pope, but it's not enough to get it up the hill to the grandstand, and they're back for 3. He did make a scratchy 196 in Hyderabad, I think.
Oh, for a scratchy 196.
Indeed, England go to 123 for 2 on this somewhat soporific day. This reminds me of being a kid, really. A boiling hot day, a Lord's Test match starting on a Thursday, the sun shining. It's old school in many ways, isn't it?
It absolutely is. We've got an English Pope. It's like Adrian IV all over again.
I think he's the only English Pope.
I think he is, yeah.
Akash Deep is in, and this seems back into Joe Root, who takes it on the inside thigh, and there is no run.
I think he was the Pope who decided to give Ireland to England. It's a bit complicated, but...
it's by
only a
papal demand.
I think the Pope's decided. 12, aren't we? The Pope's decided at one point that they owned all the islands or something, and they could give them out as they wished.
Yes, well,
powerful lot, the Popes.
Yeah, for a short while.
Yeah, he owned all the Popes, I think. Root is on strike, and he defends this one off the inside edge. It just dribbles into the leg side, and through for a single. The Indian lines, which have been immaculate pretty much all day, just started to deteriorate a little here.
Well, as the ball gets softer and the bowlers get more tired, that's going to happen. That's part of the physical test that a test match is.
Yeah, I concur. Gautam Gambhir, faced like Mount Rushmore as usual, is up on the balcony there.
Well, you got 4 heads.
Like someone who's would be confused with the ray of sunshine, to misquote P.G. Woodhouse. As Akash Deep is in again, and Pope slashes at that, really. But a wonderful piece of fielding. That's probably Jadeja. No, it's thrown right-handed, so it's not Jadeja. Fielder sweeping there. I don't know who is that.
Is that Washington Sundar? He's about the only person I don't recognise on the side, so that must be.
Throwing right-handed in from in front of the grandstand, but some aggression shown by Pope. He again didn't seem. Not only did he not have timing, his movements didn't seem to be all that coordinated, did they, in playing that shot?
No, it was a substitute fielder, wasn't it? Or was it Washington?
Sudarshan?
Yeah. I don't know who's gone off. You can never tell. Even when you're sitting in the pavilion at Lord's and players are coming on and off virtually every over, it's hard to keep track of who's on and who's off.
It really is.
Oh, that must be close.
In again, and it's appeal for LBW. I had a bit of a jerky feed, so I'm going to rely on you guys.
Well, that's come in from outside the off stump. If there was no bat on that, that looked absolutely stone dead, but maybe they're thinking there was bat on that.
Well, they all seem to be indicating the universal signal for height.
Well, I don't know about that. It depends how far forward he was.
Oh no, it's
high.
no,
it was high. Yeah, it's hit him on the back thigh. Even so, not too far from the stumps. Unlikely to get overturned though.
It's amazing when you see it. I thought that hit him on the front pad, and I was thinking like you. That's quite close.
Well, you're on your 4th beer and your 5th cigarette of the day.
I've had 1 beer, and that was a while ago.
You at least had the benefit of seeing it. I just had a jerk in the feed. As this is full and just clipped really by Pope. In form, he'd have off-driven that. Instead, the feet again were going nowhere. And he clipped it to Siraj, who lurks about at mid-on, scowling.
Who would write a book called A Jerk in the Feed?
26 for 2.
A Jerk in the Feed would be like Hunter S. Thompson or something. Bear, I think you're doing...
I'm doing...
socials.
Yeah, I don't know where we are.
Whatever, just read out the good ones.
Right. Well, yeah, Ravi Natarajan says, GC, a Sports Talk Live. Yeah, they are broadcasting live from Lord's, but they're not broadcasting in the UK, are they?
Who's that?
Sports Talk. Talk Sport, even.
Oh, okay.
They've been doing this thing where they've obviously got some digital rights, but they can't broadcast in the UK, obviously, because the BBC have it.
Well, yet another removal of the cufflinks from the umpire's pocket to see whether the ball will go through.
And eventually they're just going to get a new ball on it.
Yeah,
might as well do it sooner rather than later.
They normally do it 3 times, and then on the 3rd time they get lucky.
They were struggling last over. I mean, they really were struggling to get it through in the last over, and then they decided last minute, oh no, better not change it.
Here comes a man with 50 balls, which is an unfortunate condition. But why they need quite so many, I do not know.
Might be quite virile with 50 of them, eh?
Virile Crawley.
This whole thing about the bowlers being able to choose the ball and the opposition captain, they should have a set of balls with the umpires, one that's labelled 1 to 10 overs, one that's 10 to 20, and when the ball doesn't go through the rings, they pick the ball out, which in this case would be the ball from 40 to 50 overs, throw it on the field and say, get on with that.
Yeah, there is that, but I guess it's a like-for-like condition, isn't it? And
no, it's you just have them. If they're going to do it as often as this, you just have them there. They're of recommended or they're of authenticated age. Just throw them on the field and say, "Get on and bowl with that one."
In fact, actually, both captains could agree on those before the start of the play. Before the test match, you say, "This is the 50 over ball. This is the 60 over ball. This is the 40 over ball," and I don't think anyone would object, because it's going to be they don't know which of the two teams are going to be using it, so they just go, yeah, whatever, and then on we play.
It's cricket and sports people in general are transactional. If you put no cost into them getting an advantage, they will take the advantage. Which is why we've had 43 overs, and here we are 20 minutes before tea.
I know.
On a hot day, you don't want to wear your bowlers out, so they're not going to. You also want to have that new ball for just 2 or 3 overs at the end of the day, so you've got a nice new ball for tomorrow morning when your bowlers are fresh.
I didn't want to even get to
absolutely
at this
transparent.
rate.
All sides do it, but
I
it
know.
shouldn't stop.
But at this rate, they're not even going to get to 80 by fucking half-6.
Well, there are point penalties in the World Test Championship,
Well, we know.
and teams have been deducted points.
Well,
so
England particularly.
England and Australia.
If it worked, they wouldn't do it, but they do it. So here we are. We're about to play cricket again, and it is Nitish Kumar Reddy who bowls on leg stump half volley, and Brook can barely get it to short mid wicket, but they do run a quickish single, and I think that's Siraj who's managed to injure himself. It is. But he's getting up and he's doing that thing they do, stretching hamstrings.
I'm thinking of groups of Indian bowlers. You could have Reddy and Willing and Able, and you could have Deep and Crisp and Even. Probably not. It needs a bit of work.
Reddy, Willie and Able, perhaps. Is it Bobby Able?
Yeah.
As another half volley is just blocked by Joe Root, who's on 42, and has been some way short of his best in this innings, but he's still there. And Ollie Pope's been well short of his best. Somehow he's got to 29 without barely playing an authentic stroke off his 83 deliveries so far. I think they got a bit fed up with Kohli Cam. They've been told not to pick out so many minor celebrities in the crowd, so they're just picking
You've
out
just lost
some of
4
the players.
million Indian listeners there. Minor celebrity.
Well, Tendulkar is not. This ball has been late cut by Root, and it's gone all the way to the vacant third man boundary for a rare one of these. Now, on a semantics point, or rather perhaps a lexicographical
No. It's a semantic point.
Oh, it's a semantic point then. Is that a late cut or a back cut? I definitely call it a late cut, but increasingly these days they call it a back cut.
They are the same thing. A back cut is the Australian terminology, and a late cut is the English terminology.
I thought a late cut was a bit later than that and went much more to fine third man.
That's semantic nonsense. It's just basically taking the ball, as far as I'm concerned, taking the ball behind square.
Indeed, this ball is defended. It's another half volley, though, that's defended by Root, and it is no run.
And a late cut is more a guide, whereas a cut is more of a shot.
Yeah, I think there is a...
Please, let's not get into definitions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3,000 runs against India.
Yeah, 3,000 against India at 57, but he's not that far off tackling the podium of all-time Test run scorers, is he?
Well, he's got a long way to Sachin, but he could...
Yeah, the summit's a distance away, but the podium isn't. As Reddy's in, outside off stump, and the ball, as it often does at Lord's, swings after it passes the bat and goes through to the keeper, who's been very tidy since he came on about 45 minutes ago for the injured Rishabh Pant. It's Dhruv Jurel. Probably
a better keeper, to be fair.
He is a better keeper, and he's a very fine bat. He's a bit unlucky to not be in this side as a specialist bat, really, Jurel. Very fine player.
If he was called Gruel, then he would fit into our Dickens
yes, he would.
Puns.
Yes, he'd be saying more please when it comes to runs as well. This ball is, again, just... I mean, sometimes you don't always get the feed perfectly. That, again, looked like a half volley that was just...
No, it wasn't. It was a good length ball, actually.
Okay, fair enough. End of the over, 132.
There, that's you.
Oh, yeah. Right. Not a lot going on, actually.
Send us some super chats, you bastards.
Yeah, send us some super chats, you bastards. What can I say? Well, Andrew Casal says if you want to Scarborough for a long holiday, you get 3 drinks for £5 of beer. Don't know what that quite means. And Farong just says, Bangladesh have gone from 165 to 3 for 67. Final duty-free plans not far away. Where are you off to, Farong?
Who's the worst? Which cricket board in the world is guilty of the worst mismanagement? I'm going to give you 3 options: Pakistan, Bangladesh, or the United States.
Oh, the United States.
United States, yeah.
Yeah, here's Akash Deep, and this is down the leg side. It's a sprawling take from Guerilla, who appeals. The camera picks up the umpire, as they always do, and the impassive umpire says no, but decent take from Guerilla. I've just had a WhatsApp from my younger brother. I've got one brother who currently is travelling around Spain, and another brother who's travelling around Portugal. And the one who's travelling around Portugal said that they've just been to on a wine tour in a rather remote part of Portugal, not very touristy, apparently. And so at the end of it, you had this tasting, and it's all very good. As Akash Deep is in, he comes down the track, does poke, and again misses the ball. And that time, Guerilla doesn't take it. No run. And he says at the end, they do it tastings, and you feel obliged to buy a bottle. So, he said, I'll take this one. He said, how much is it? And they said €3.30. So he said, I'll have 4.
Yeah, well, wine isn't expensive. It's just the duty is expensive. I had a message from a friend of the show, Wiggy, who has reminiscences of watching England-India 40 plus years ago.
This is punched hard by Pope, but he picks up the man at short extra. I'm sure that was a half volley, and he reached out to it, but no run. 40 years ago?
He says, I saw England-India back in the day in 1982. He saw Paul Allott end up 41 not out. Wiggy is a Lancashire fan.
Yeah.
And so the players met the Queen at tea, Botham, Pringle, Derek Randall. What a day it was. So
I left an exam early in 1982 to go to the Oval and paid a £1 note to the gateman to slip me in. And Madan Lal was making 50 in an ODI in a lost cause. As this ball is square, hit square. It's a pull from Ollie Pope. He pretty much middled that. Yep. Congratulations to him. He gets 4 for it. And England have 134 for 2. Pope goes to 34.
It was an odd shot, though, wasn't it? He kind of swiveled on it.
Short arm jab pull.
Yeah.
Gary's just admitted to corruption. And
yes,
we at Guerilla Cricket do not condone slipping small amounts of money to gatemen to let them through. It wouldn't happen today, of course. In the old days, when you went to the Oval, you had to give the urchins outside 50p so that they didn't scratch your car up.
Yeah. Mind your car, sir. Mind your car. You used to get a good as
Oiks.
Yes, those Dickensian ragamuffins, of course. Got to pick a pocket or 2. As Akash Deep is in, and England pick a pocket with a single there, just pushed into the leg side, inexplicably untenanted. And an easy one is taken, 135-2.
Both myself and
going to reach a remarkable staging post at the next ball. Anybody tell me what it is?
Halfway through the day's play.
Halfway through the day.
Yeah, 15 minutes to tea.
26 minutes past 3.
The allotted overs, shall we call them,
Yeah.
which are named after Paul Allott. Not a lot of people know that. Both Gary and I have been to see Oliver recently, the production at the West End, and it is terrific. A little bit pantomime, but damn good entertainment, I have to say.
As this ball is off the inside edge of Joe Root's bat, and goes behind square into those untenanted areas on the leg side, and they take the single that's on offer. It is 45 overs gone. England are 136-2. Pope has 34, Root has 47, and the Bear has your tubers.
Yeah, well, Chimnoy Sama says, run rate below 3 runs. Is Basel finally over? No. Barrett Badshaw says USA, that's not a contest, I presume that's the worst board. Joshua Letchford says top run score is a sign of prolonged fitness and lasting cultural significance, but not technical skill. Yet these milestones are discussed as signs of technical supremacy, missing the point. Oh, I don't know. I don't think you become top run scorer unless you have some sort of technical proficiency, because you don't last that long if you don't have technical proficiency. I would say, because people find your weakness and you don't improve it, and then you end up getting dropped. Well, unless your name is Zach Crawley.
Well, Joe Root plays a technically inefficient shot there. Very wide one from Nitish Kumar Reddy, and I don't really know what kind of shot Root was playing there. I think it was an attempted steer, but he just sort of wafted the bat as it came past him.
Beer in Scarborough, Tetley's equals tea, which is his good luck.
Oh, I see.
Right.
If you have to explain your messages, then you've obviously not been very clear the first time round.
Well, I'm not a Yorkshire, God's own country man, so you know.
Down the leg side.
Oh, is that going to be his 50?
He clips that off his pads to the untenanted fine leg area and raises his 50.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's often said of a Joe Root innings that you look up and all of a sudden he's on 25, but in this innings you've looked up and all of a sudden he's still on 25, but he's battled through.
Well, weirdly, he did get off
got
to
himself to 51.
He did get off to a flyer, actually, Gary.
Yeah, and then he got book-armed on 25.
Yeah.
Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
That's blocked to mid-on, and there is no run. What was Johnny? Was Johnny Bairstow? Was that for his 100 tests? He was getting the
the silver cap
kind of presentation.
Yeah,
not for being run out by Alex Carey here a couple of years ago.
No, apparently he played his 100th cap in Dharamsala, which might have been his last cap. I think it was actually.
Oh, he's got 100 tests.
Yeah.
So here's Reddy is in again, and this is defended with a high elbow by Joe Root, 142. What would England be happy with at the end of today?
Oh, I think they'd be 260. If these two were still there and they were on 260 in an all day tomorrow.
260 for 3? Yeah, would take that any day of the week.
260 for 2 or 3. I think 250 for 3 I think they'd be happy with. I think it's a struggle today.
Does look that way, doesn't it? I mean, the pitch doesn't look too bad, but they act like it's too paced, and there's a bit of movement in the air, and there's a little bit off the seam every once in a while.
Been less in the last hour. But,
well, the ball's 45 overs old.
He stands up, does Joe Root, and plays that vertical bat shot down backward of point that always reminds me of Michael Atherton, and before that Jeffrey Boycott, and they take a single.
But the ball is not as soft as it would have been, say, after 45 overs in the previous tests, when it was being hammered to the boundary and into the seats, which takes a lot out of a ball. Here, the shot, most of the runs have come off runs. They've actually run them 2s and 3s, so the ball should be in better shape.
It should. It has been changed, of course, a couple of overs ago. It's not a new ball, but an aged ball. As this is a half volley on middle and leg, and Pope clips it backward of square. England just beginning to flow a little here with runs and with timing. Pope goes to 35.
It raises an interesting point, actually, because if you have a ball that's been used for 20 overs and it's Crawley and Duckett smashing the ball into the boundary boards, that's not the same as a 20 over ball when Boycott was opening with John Edrich, is it?
No. Very much so. Kartik says, both Pope and Root want Indian players to field for 150 overs to experience what it is like to be on the field. Well, yeah, I mean, there is something to be said for that. I mean, at the end of the day, England were on the field for, 150 overs in the last test, came out to bat, and it can be draining. And if tomorrow England can go till tea and then get them out there straight after tea, or make them bat for, come out after tea for another 20, 30, 40 minutes and then stick them in when they're absolutely exhausted, and you hope a little bit of mental fatigue comes in and a rash shot is played and you end up with a few quick wickets.
And still no spin.
That's true.
Three overs before tea on the first day and no sign of a spinner.
Akash Deep is in, and this is down the leg side, and a bit of tired delivery that from Akash Deep in his 12th over. Easily
on the floor.
deflected to the
And
boundary.
one more fall than the 4. That's what 4's are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
Oh, Donald Popo says good morning. So where are you? I suppose the States you must be in, Donald. If it's good morning.
Popo?
Or West Indies or somewhere that side.
Is that
anyway.
that would be Ollie Pope's nickname if he was playing for Liverpool? Popo.
Popo. Of course.
So that was a leg glance from Ollie Pope, who suddenly looks a little more comfortable at the crease. The partnership now 102 from 193. Akash Deep's in again, and that's driven by Pope with a bit more intent than is usually the case. Not going to go to the boundary. He's going to be chased down by Saj Sudarshan, and Pope picks himself up with 2 runs. He goes to 41. It's a difference though, chasing leather all day as opposed to what India have been doing largely so far, which is bottling up England and feeling like a wicket could come at any ball. But maybe the last 10 minutes or so in which England have scored at a better speed and with more convincing stroke play is a harbinger of things to come. This is defended by Pope, and there is no run. Akash Deep has none for 54. We saw a graphic earlier on saying in his admittedly short test career, the average is 17 in the first 20 overs and then 78 outside the first 20 overs, so he's a new ball man.
Alright. Is that Saj Sudarshan we're looking at now?
I think it is because he's got the arm warmers on.
Oh, that's...
It's going down late.
That's the shot that I didn't like Pope playing when I was commentating in the last session there, where he's hitting across the line of the ball, trying to work it from off to leg, and he missed it. And
well, it's not. It's on middle stump. He's got a big inside edge, thankfully.
yeah, he's got inside edge. Yeah, it's probably not on off stump. It's more on middle stump. But again, the bat is coming across the ball. It's got more legitimacy now because the ball isn't moving as much as it was in the air and off the seam in the first session and into the early part of the afternoon. Still a lot of risk involved though, as this ball is on fifth stump line and Pope just deflects it down to third man and they jog a single. 149 for 2.
That's what happens when you keep, you think you're in some measure of control, as the Indians were for most of this afternoon session, but you don't take wickets, then even if you are holding the runs back, all of a sudden it doesn't take much for gears to be changed, and then there's still 2 wickets down, and they can ease through the gears and start scoring quicker.
But I think you're right in that India are missing a trick here. They've got Jadeja, who could bottle up an end, or indeed could take a wicket by inducing a rash stroke, and for some reason he's sweeping on the offside instead of bowling. This is defended, no run.
Well, he's a bloody good fielder, to be fair.
Well, he is.
So he's not wasted sweeping.
Right. Lockie 6 says this is as boring as quadratic equations. And Andrew Kalal has any of the team went to Scarborough for a holiday. You can tell me what you think of it. I've never been to Scarborough.
Me neither.
Me neither. I know Hendo has. I thought you'd been to Scarborough to watch cricket.
Me, no.
No? Okay.
No. It's something I probably would like to do at some point.
Some various other members of the team have definitely gone to Scarborough to watch cricket.
Oh, Annie Chave goes every year, I think.
Exactly. Yeah, but she's not today.
Well, here we do have the flagged up change of bowling. It's a Gatting-esque 1 over before the break for this man.
And they might be on to get another over in the other end.
They need a more controlled Jadeja's on.
It is indeed Ravindra Jadeja. Getting towards the veteran stage. Will he tour England again, I wonder?
Don't think so. He's 36 now, isn't he?
He's immediately on a line and length and immediately met with the full face of Ollie Pope's bat. We're on for a 92nd over, I think, here.
Yeah, it's looking that way. They want another one, don't they, before tea?
in again. It's defended again, no run.
And hopefully they won't play any rash shots in the next 2 overs and just get through the tee.
Stage is in, and this is defended, though. Well, probably not defended. A little push square of the wicket, and they jog an easy signal.
There's pretty good revs on the ball from Jadeja watching the slow-mo, but not getting a lot of help, as you wouldn't really expect from a first day Lord's pitch.
No, certainly wouldn't.
It is very straw-coloured, though. It's a very distinct difference in colour from the pitch and the rest of the square, unlike some places you see where they're a bit ragged at this time of the season.
This is punched by Root to the man who's inexplicably standing too deep at mid-off, who misfields anyway at size Sudarshan. Nitish Kumar Reddy, I think, according to the shirt.
Yep.
I don't think that is Nitish Kumar Reddy.
I imagine he's got his correct shirt on.
I hate it when they wear the wrong shirts. This is a beautiful ball by Jadeja. He props forward this Pope. It's a classic left arm, slow left armer's ball to the right hander. It bounced and kicked and spun. So there's your answer, Fred.
Well, as we were saying, you're going to get a lot of help from a first day Lord's pitch, aren't you? As we all expected. It's good bowling.
Good take from Guerilla as well. Got his hands high. This ball is crabbed really out to backward point, and there is no run. So
they get another over in, I think.
It's over. 151-2, 48 gone.
For Ongs, it's 57 runs so far this session. Red ball cricket played over possibly 30 hours or 33 hours, and still can't bowl the quota of daily overs. Don't get Gary started.
I would imagine they've had more drinks breaks today than they would normally have, with it being
this hot.
More than average.
Well, they've had ball changes. They had all that problem with Pants' finger as well. There was faffing around for 2 overs on that one.
At Edgbaston, there was the scheduled drinks breaks after an hour of a session, but half an hour before that, each session, there were drinks that were called onto the field by the batsmen. So they had 3 drinks breaks in each session on the half hours. And we're going to see spin at both ends.
Well, lucky sixes. When I were a lad.
Washington Sundar.
Oh, that's not much of a jingle.
No. When I were a lad, we bowled 128 ball overs in session and worked 20 hours in pit.
That's right.
These lads are soft.
This ball is on the leg stump, but fielded by the man at square leg, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, you often get that kind of snidey thing, which is fair enough. That's what guerrilla cricket's about, satire and stuff like this. But actually, we're only asking for what is the required overs, 90. This ball is pushed to mid-wicket, and they'll walk a single. And I think if England were expecting to bowl 90 each match, then Ben Stokes would have more work to do, because he definitely can't get through a full share of overs as a fifth bowler these days.
I don't know when they're bringing it in, but they're bringing in a 1 minute rule, aren't they, into test matches as well?
Yeah, I'll bet. As this ball is on the leg side, and there is no run. Bowling at 61 miles an hour, Washington Sundar. That's Derek Underwood type pace for the off spinner. Over the wicket, right arm to right hand. This ball is defended. There is no
Was that
run.
a no ball? I saw the umpire's hand go out. Surely not a no ball.
I don't think so. No, I think he was signalling to the guy at square leg, only 2 balls left or whatever.
It's in again, and this comes forward. There's Ollie Pope. There was probably one there, but they don't want to risk it just before.
He's taken that off middle stump. Off his pads right in front of middle stump. In his way of playing round the front pad. And,
for no run.
Yeah.
Ben Gill is there in the field. This ball is hit onto the offside, and this time they will take a run to the right hand of point. It's strangely soporific session in which neither side appear to have much of a grip on it. I think, does it come to a close there? 153 for
T.
I think it does. 49 overs bowled. Root has 54. Pope has 44. England have staged something of a comeback, having been very much pegged back in run rate and indeed looking very scratchy for an hour. They probably had the better of the second hour of today's play. And you have to feel that whoever wins the next session of play will be happier at the end of the first day of this, the third test.
Yeah, I mean, not losing a wicket in that session is a big plus for England. Of course, things can change very quickly. Wickets can fall in a heap. But after losing 2 in the first session, I think England will be very happy with the match situation at the moment.
Yeah, I think England just want to get a very large total, don't they? Prove to themselves actually they can get the runs, stay out there, do the business, and if you're going to bat first, you've got to get a big score.
Yep.
See what happens when India are put under a bit of scoreboard pressure themselves, especially with Jofra back in the side, and see how they go when they're knackered in the field. What am I going to do? Give you some last things. Question for the lads. Will Root over? This is from John. Overtake Tendulkar? Yes or no? I think Tendulkar was gifted 20 more tests than he should have had because of who he was.
Yeah, but he didn't score many runs in them.
No, he didn't. But he did finally get his 100th test 100, didn't he? Eventually, that's when he retired.
No, not 100 test 100.
100 first class 100.
100 international hundreds, including ODIs.
Well, he's got about another 4 years, I reckon, Rudy, if his eyes stay there, and he only needs 2,000 runs. He averages, he's got nearly 1,000 runs a year for 2 of the last 4 years, so there's a possibility. There's very much a possibility. I'd love it if he did. Kieran Roseblade says this must be Bear's nemesis in between Gary and Fred and being on socials. Socials is the worst bit of it. Gary is the only reason I listen, says Lockie6. There you go, Gary, that's nice for you. I hear Gary, but I don't listen, says Kieran Roseblade, so that's the opposite.
We found one of Gary's aliases anyway. So.
Eric J, Reasons to be Cheerful, Part 2. And the last one is I learn new ways to use words, says Lockie6. And on that note, it's T. And at T, we're going to listen to David Brook's World of Cricket. He's previewing this test, and why? Because I said I would. We're going to do it this day. And of course, the second test between Australia and the West Indies, the third test, starts on Saturday. And he was chatting with Roland in the studio the other day about what might happen in that situation. So give me a second and I'll put it on. See you after tea.
No. In the time it takes to unsend a risky text, you could find out if you're one of the Jaguar or Land Rover owners that's owed compensation. Visit claimsforcars.com. Answer a few easy questions and you'll find out in seconds. If your car has a faulty DPF filter, you could have a claim. Claims for Cars is helping people get back thousands on a no-win, no-fee basis. Phew. Get the answer in seconds at claimsforcars.com.
Rated T for teen. Each year, thousands of adults lose their shred. It's an epidemic simply known as shred loss. But it doesn't have to be this way, because rekindling your shred is as easy as playing the new Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. And with new parks, cross-platform multiplayer, and sick new game modes, we can put an end to shred loss everywhere. Get the new Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 and show the world that the shred's not dead. Pre-order Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 and play the Foundry demo.
Adobe Express is the quick and easy Create Anything app. It has taken my content to the next level, making it simple to create everything I need to promote my business. From Instagram and TikTok posts to logos and flyers, all in just a few clicks. Build your brand with Adobe Express. Search for Adobe Express to find out more and get the app for free. Adobe Express, the quick and easy Create Anything app.
I don't know about you, Roland, but 2 test matches at the same time, I love it. 2 test series going on at the same time, it's heaven.
Yeah, David, it certainly is. I mean, particularly with the different time zones, you can tune into both of them. As one is coming to a close, you can get into the other one, so nothing wrong with that at all.
And, well, there was an inevitability about the end of both games on Sunday, with England failing to bat out the day and West Indies failing to chase down 270. So let's talk about both games and look ahead in terms of what's coming up. So let's deal with England.
Yeah, the England game, I think once England had lost wickets late that day, it would be very, very difficult for them to bat out, the following day, particularly with the way they played.
I'm going to challenge you on that straight away, Ron. I'm coming in with my first challenge. You're an international cricketer. I'm not. Mind you, I have represented Montenegro. Does that count?
Yes, it does. I mean, you've got a cap.
But you say that you say that it's a challenge to bat out the day.
Right.
But surely any club cricketer could have, any club team could have batted out the day to save the game. Why did England continue to play the shots? We've just been watching Chris Wokes playing the most appalling shot in the circumstances. He could have stayed with Smith. They could have seen it through, and it would still be 1-0 to England going into Lords. Why didn't they do that?
Right. What I said really was, David, it's a challenge for England. I didn't say it's a challenge for me. It's a challenge for England. It's a challenge for England the way they play, because England don't play draw cricket at the moment. I'm sure they would have still had the belief that they could win the game, even though they needed another 400 runs or
Can you imagine a football team saying we don't do draws, we'll either win or lose? They'd be relegated.
Well, yes, but I mean, it has proven over the last couple of years to be a sound investment for them. They've won, some thrilling matches. They've been involved in some thrilling matches. So, maybe the jury's still out, but what you can say is that they do play some exciting cricket when it comes off.
Well, I mean, all credit to to Jamie Smith, who was outstanding. But some of the shots being played on the final day. Okay, let's look ahead for England, India at Lords. Atkinson, Archer, Overton. Do you reckon those 3 will come in?
Yeah. Well, listen. I think the attack needs freshening. I think what is lacking right now really is the extra pace. There's no cutting edge at the moment in the England side. They're all very much samey, and that has played right into the hands of India, who, as you know, they've got some very formidable batters in their lineup from top to bottom. When you get down to Washington Sundar, who's still, a pretty good batsman himself, they've got a long batting lineup. And unless you can remove the top order quite swiftly and get into the middle order on pretty good pitches, they'll make lots of runs. So the England team lack cutting edge at the moment.
I mean, you're from Barbados. Jofra Archer is from Barbados. What do you think about the England's handling of Jofra, wrapping him up in the old cotton wool, not allowing him to play only one county match for Sussex? I mean, is he going to, is that the right preparation for Jofra if he plays in this test match?
Well, I think only then will know the fitness of Jofra Archer, what he's capable of at this time. I mean, is he capable of coming and bowling 25 overs in an innings? Only then they'll know.
Well, I can answer that because Joe Root tried that a few years ago, and that was the last we saw of Jofra for a while. He bowled him into the ground.
Well, that's your answer. That's the answer right there and then. So obviously they've got to be very careful with his reintroduction into Test cricket. It may be forced because of the way the team has been bowling, but no Mark Wood and no Archer to this point. The cutting edge just isn't there.
Yeah, I mean, when Jofra Archer was successful for Sussex, he was doing it in a Courtney Walsh style, moving the ball around. It wasn't just express pace, but somehow England's labelled him as the express pace man, and I'm not sure he is that. He is just that. He's a skillful bowler. He's more than the Courtney Walsh. But talking of skillful bowlers, Akash Deep, I mean, what about that as a performance? And now we've got Jasprit Bumrah coming back as well. Siraj is firing. I mean, that is a formidable Indian bowling lineup now.
Yeah, you can say that, but a test match ago you were wondering about the Indian lineup. Apart from Bumrah in the first test match, he's the only one that showed up. So, it'd be good news for India that these two have stepped up in this test match with the absence of Bumrah, and they got the result that they wanted. But, at the same time, can they come back in the third test match and do the same thing? it also gives them a few problems in terms of who to select for the next Test match.
Well, you predicted a 3-2 last time we spoke, 3-2 series win for England. Sticking with that for the moment?
Yeah, I'm still sticking with that. I believe that, if England's introduction of their cutting-edge bowlers at the right time could just get them the odd test ahead of India, there's no doubt that I think India will win Test matches as well, as they've done this last one. So I think it'll be that close.
I mean, Gus Atkinson, it looks like he's coming back, we think. This time last year he got a century at Lord's, batting at number 8.
Yes, he did, and he got wickets as well, so he will be a good addition. The only downside to his inclusion will be maybe the lack of cricket that he's had recently. To come in against an informed Indian batting lineup,
it's a tall order.
It's a tall order, but I'm sure he will relish the challenge. It'll be a lot easier if he's got an express bowler at the other end who can take some pressure off him.
Let's go to West Indies. Let's go out to the Caribbean. The series against Australia. Australia have taken a 2-0 lead. It's only a 3-match series. Roland, you were on the selection panel this time last year. There's been some changes to the West Indies team since then, notably white ball players like Shea Hope, who's been playing white ball last 10 years, and Brandon King, have come in at the expense of Hodge and Athanaze. You've got a theory about this, Roland, haven't you, about why every change of regime, and there has been a change of regime with Darren Sammy taking over as coach, Boston Chase as captain, every change of regime at the top, West Indies, has to change things. Why is that?
Well, that's a very good question. I would like it answered, but at the same time, obviously Sammy believes that the introduction of white ball players into the team will make the Test team better. I believe really that the introduction of the white ball players, if those white ball players have been playing a lot of red ball cricket and getting success, then you can see the introduction. But I think it's a huge risk to take, because you're really hoping that they can adapt to that level of cricket.
Well, Brandon King got 70 in the first innings.
But you see, one swallow doesn't make a summer. So, you're going to judge Brandon King over a period of time. So, will the white ball players make a difference? In the short term, I don't think so. It's going to be extremely difficult for them. Will they want to continue to play Test cricket on a regular basis?
Well, let's hope so.
That's the next question. We'll have to wait and see.
That's the next. Well, my next question is a different one. My next question is about the West Indies bowling attack, which has been matching Australia blow for blow. I mean, first innings have been very close in both games, with Seals showing his class and Shamar Joseph doing very well. Alzari Joseph chipped in the last Test, exposing some frailties in the Australia top order, but you've got real strength in the middle order, haven't you, of Australia?
Yeah, I mean, listen, they have bowled. West Indies have bowled well, and not just in this series. The bowlers have done the job. When Kemar Roach was around, they were still doing the job, particularly in the West Indies. Pitches in the West Indies are bowler friendly. There's no question about that. So even though your bowlers do well, then your batters are going to come under tremendous pressure against a top Australian bowling lineup. If you count the number of Test wickets between Cummins, Hazelwood, and
Stark.
Have
you counted them?
I have not counted them, but I can tell you it's a significant amount.
A significant number.
So when you have that level of wickets, in friendly conditions against a side that's not particularly adept at batting, because West Indies haven't been for some period of time, you can see the enormity of the job.
Hold that thought. Now, West Indies batting has been the thing that's letting them down. So let's look at who's there to improve them. The batting coach of West Indies. I was trying to remember, who is the batting coach? Is it Brian Lara? Is it Desmond Haynes? No, it's Floyd Reefer, who has played just a couple of Test matches. He's one of Darren Sammy's mates, we know that, but he must have other qualities too. He is the batting coach. People seem to join the West Indies team and their batting goes down rather than up. Why is he the batting coach, and do you think that's an important position? And who would you, if you had to choose a batting coach, who would you have in there to improve the frailties in West Indies batting? Or is it not as simple as that?
Well, it's not as simple as that, and it's a very good question. West Indies batters, a coach is not going to make a huge amount of difference in the test match. Once you get into the test match, you can forget the coaches. There's little that they can do. What I would say is that the work needs to be done below that. And I think somebody like Desmond Haynes, who has not just the playing ability and understanding of the game, Desmond Haynes came from a very rough, tough background. He clawed his way to the top, and he had to compete with the very best. So he knows what a fight is all about. I think someone like him playing a role would be very important, because he knows the game. As you said, I had the opportunity to work with Desmond as we were selectors together. So somebody like him being involved at that level, I think, would bear fruits. But just to put him in to coach the test team, you're not going to see a lot of change.
Sabina Park finally gets a test match. Starting, I'm not sure when it starts, actually, the third and final test must be starting very soon. Well, West Indies are going to have to make some changes, aren't they? Craig Brathwaite's just played his 100th test match. Do you see him playing 101?
I doubt whether he will play 101. I think the last 2 test matches he hasn't performed. Before that, he's just got 1 half century in so many innings, so he's under a bit of pressure.
Great servant of the game.
I mean,
but to put him.
To play 100 test matches is no mean feat. So
I think he got the carriage clock and the silver tray presented to him in the last test, so he should go back and enjoy the silver carriage clock.
Well, listen, I mean, I think Craig Brathwaite, when he was a kid, he would have been happy to play 100 test matches. He's done it now, so really, I think West Indies will look to move on.
With Mikhail Louis, or would you like to find a place for some of these other talented batsmen just below the surface? Kevlon Anderson, perhaps Tevlon Imlach.
Yeah, but they're not openers.
Right.
Against Australia, makeshifts are not going to do anything.
So Mikhail Louis comes in.
So he'll probably come in. Brathwaite goes out.
Any other changes for you?
They won't make a lot of changes. I mean, what do you do with Justin Graves?
Well, Tom Hazel had a good series.
Yeah, he has. I'm just asking the question. What do you do with Justin Graves? But they don't have a lot of options really going into this last test match.
So your prediction? Well, it's obvious. I guess it's going to be 3-0 to Australia.
Well, listen, Australia have got the momentum. They've won the series already. They're not going to.
Have you seen any promising signs
off the gas?
Have you seen any promising signs under Darren Sammy and the new captain, Roston Chase?
Well, listen, results speak for itself, doesn't it? I mean, the record so far has not been great.
Not been great for Darren Sammy.
Obviously,
lost against England in 3-0 in the ODIs, 3-0 defeat in the T20s.
Yeah, no, the first test series, you're 2-0 down against Australia. Could go 3-0 down. Not the perfect start. So yeah, it's a lot of pressure all around for everybody, and he's banking on the white ball players stepping up. So he's given himself a real mountain to climb.
Roland, thank you for joining, and look forward to enjoying both test matches and getting your view after them.
David, it's always a pleasure.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Well, we are back, and goodness me, discounting sessions where England have perhaps collapsed and on their way to a defeat. 70 runs in the between lunch and tea is really pedestrian. Has Bazball, we wonder, been slightly hobbled? On the other upside, from an England perspective, they didn't lose any wickets. Root and Pope are still there. 44 for Ollie Pope. Root's made his 54. So they remain just 2 down, which I suppose Gary Naylor is slightly tilting the game England's way, but not by much. How would you feel about it?
I mean, I had a look at odds checker because I thought it would be an even game, maybe just slightly in England's favour. England are huge favourites with the bookies.
Yeah. Well, this I think
Jez will be better than me in interpreting it, but I think England were kind of the equivalent of kind of 10 to 11 on, and India were 3-1 against, which to me is a misreading of the pitch and the match situation, because if England get through to close 2 down, they will have had a good day. If they get through 3 down, they will have had an okay day. But if they're 4 down for 230, 240, then India will think we're right in this game, because for much of the day's play, England have gone nowhere. But in the last hour, they asserted a little bit of control, did England. But Jadeja and Sundar bowled a couple of overs, which offered some encouragement.
Well, which is possibly what it's encouraged them to keep at least Jadeja going.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's going to be Washington Sundar yet.
Winviz has England at 57% and India at 31%.
Oh, Winviz my arse. It's just 2 blokes in the
Well, I think that's better than
his head's gone. First ball after tee. Pope has a swing outside of off stump. Jadeja has worked his magic with literally the very first ball. They're going to have to go some way now to stay 3 down. Pope has gone for 44. Left arm around the wicket from Jadeja. It spun and it turned straight into the gloves of, and that is Jude Guerilla, who took it brilliantly. Ollie Pope puts, he doesn't quite put his head in his gloves. He puts the visor of his helmet in his glove. But 153 for 2 they came out. 153 for 3. They now are after 1 ball. Well, I never.
Well, 104 balls faced by Ollie Pope, and I hesitate to say he could have been dismissed in that fashion off any one of those 104. But
what on earth were you playing at?
But it wasn't far off, because he seemed to be reaching for the ball and fighting himself as much as fighting the bowling, pretty much from start to finish in that innings. And he may well look disappointed, because he fought his way through and found a little bit of fluency before tea. But Jadeja, smart operator that he is, tossed one out wide, knowing that Pope wants to feel bat on ball. He did feel bat on ball, but it was edge on ball, and Dhruv Jurel had his feet in the right place, his hands in the right place, and took a fine catch.
Well, skipping down the pavilion steps out into the Lord sunshine under, it's not quite clear blue skies, but they're high, fluffy white clouds. Possibly enough cloud cover, though, just to have created a little bit of movement, and certainly India's seamers have all extracted something from that, no more so than Nitish Kumar Reddy with his 2 wickets, but equally Siraj and Bumrah, particularly before lunch, bowled a superbly probing spell. Ollie Pope, though, well, we're seeing the replay, a close-up replay of him tilting his head back, closing his eyes. I don't know what he had for tea, but don't have it next time you're batting, because it clearly didn't do the trick for him, did it? The new man, of course, is Harry Brook. So it's back to the Yorkie boys to try and make sure England don't turn a good position into a bad one. He defends the first ball in front of his middle stump. Good probing delivery from Jadeja. Might as well aim at the stumps first up for a new man. And there was no run. 153 for 3. A slip and a silly mid-off, both in place. That's defended into the leg side by Brook. No run.
If England, if you'd said to England at the start of the day's play, you're back day 1, glorious sunshine at Lord's. We'll give you the world's best bowler. He won't take a wicket. We'll give you the 2 guys that shared 17 wickets at Edgbaston. They won't take a wicket either.
Jadeja again, prodded by Harry Brook into the offside. No run.
So that's what we're giving you. Are you going to be happy or not? England would be absolutely delighted. And yet, 2 for Reddy, 1 for Jadeja. Slow scoring rate. England are up against it.
Well, that is true.
It's a funny old game.
It is. That was well away from his body there for Harry Brook when he played that, but he got over it nicely. I noticed Pope quite often played a very similar shot where bat and body were not close bedfellows. That one was nicely steered out to deep cover. They will take a single, and it will get Harry Brook off the mark and leave the wicket-taking Jadeja with just one ball left of his first over after tea.
2 slips for Harry Brook. One's coming out now for Joe Root. But will they?
Well, coming out, but only going to silly point or back foot. Root steers it past that man at silly point. Short cover. They take a single. Jadeja tries to be clever, and he flicks the ball through his legs as it comes to him on the bounce, and it does hit the stumps. But Harry Brook was already 3 feet past the stumps when he did it, so it was all rather pointless.
If you recall, Harry Brook at Edgbaston had a very shaky start against the Pacers, and I just wonder whether Shubman Gill might be tempted to bring Bumrah on at the other end and just give Brook a bit of a working over with pace, because he could have gone at any moment before he subsequently got that 150 odd.
Well, it's interesting because you've got Jadeja operating from the nursery end, and that was where Nitish Kumar Reddy did the damage. Bumrah, certainly when he came back, looked a lot more dangerous when they switched him to that end, but now he's back at the pavilion end. He's bowling to Joe Root. He's wicketless, and he's over the wicket, and Root just plays it very sweetly out towards short cover. There is no run. Shubman Gill is marshalling his troops. He's pointing. He's looking every inch like a man who's in not only supreme form, but with the confidence that comes with supreme form.
Yeah, he's an interesting watch in the field. I'll come back to that after this delivery. I did spend a bit of time at Edgbaston watching him, and he's very different to Crawley.
2 slips in a gully. In comes Bumrah. Root dabs into the ground, out towards point. Jai's Wool, I think it is, fields, and there's no run.
Where Crawley was, of course, all action, hey, look at me, and the centre of attention. Shubman Gill is much more in the Rohit style, but he seems to have a little bit more than Rohit. Maybe it's just the bearing, or the fact that he's been a kind of prince of Indian cricket, really, since he was playing cricket. His career has been a bit stop-start, but he has an authority that...
Bumrah in, left alone by Root. Through it goes to Juve Jarrell, no run.
It's an authority that appears to be one of those things that are some people born with it. Of course, it helps that he got all of those runs, but he was only in his 2nd test at Edgbaston, and he was very much the leader of the men who looked at him for decisions, and he asserted that authority with minimal gestures and with minimal fuss.
There's a man at deep fine leg on the square side and one at deep square. Whether they're looking to drop one short at some point, there it was, and he's a big shout for a top egg. Jarrell leading the charge and Bumrah rather following. Normally that tends to suggest there probably wasn't an edge if the wicketkeeper is the one who leads the appeal. We shall see. The time's ticking down. I think Shubers has gone, not a chance, and I think Jarrell might just have been getting overexcited. Indeed he was. Both sides therefore have all their reviews remaining as we're in the 2nd over after tea. No, missed the bat, missed the top of his head, Joe Root. What it did do though was explain precisely why they had that deep square and that deep fine leg, because there was the bouncer to try and tempt him. Watch Bumrah got up his sleeve from his box of tricks. That's driven beautifully wide of off stump. There is a man at deep backward point. And they'll take a single.
Most unlike Root's shot, actually, because it was a shot that you don't see very often these days. You used to see it more in the days without helmets. It was a duck hook where he kind of crouched down and attempted a hook whilst ducking underneath it, and you've got, of course, no control whatsoever. And that, if that had hit the bat, it could have gone straight up in the air, or it could have gone down to find lead. But he did not play that well at all. It was a well-directed bouncer.
It was
but definitely a duck hook.
It's not a sky hook or a boat hook. It was a duck hook, and in both. But what it was a plan, and it was. I'm surprised they didn't wait a couple of balls more before they executed it, but it was a plan. It's full, that's driven, that's beautifully driven by Harry Brook. Oh my word, that's out through cover, all the way along the ground. That is a superb way to hit your first boundary. Just that extra bit of width for him, wasn't there, that time, Gary?
Yeah, the first shot that's timed since Zach Crawley played a couple of drives in about the 8th over.
What a curious sake of an innings that was. Anyway, Messers.
Anurag Chaudhry says, if the day ends with fewer than 5 English wickets, it should count as England's day. David Durrell, I think you can probably guess what David Durrell says.
Yes,
we're doomed.
Oh, we're doomed. Of course.
Yeah. Eric J says, every time India are on the point of flagging, England gift them renewed hope. And Mark Zip says, it's very simple. Use the same technique James Brown did. Play any shot other than a defensive one in the first over.
Root into the offside, and there was no run.
Any shot other than a defensive one in the first over after the break, £1,000 fine. No discussion.
Was that Mark Zip?
It was.
Right, Jadeja around the wicket. Onto the back foot goes Root, strokes this out to deep point. Will take a single. I did see the picture of Mark Zip with, I think, the jersey jingler.
It was, yes.
And, I think one of Mark's record fares. Hopefully he got the Guerilla discount.
It was the first time Mark's actually had to pay up on the Guerilla discount.
Good Lord, oh well, at least finally it's happened. Oh, the 2 slips there. That was actually really, really well played by Harry Brook. Soft hands, guided between them along the ground. I did hear some oohs and ahs from the green room sofa. I don't think they needed to worry on that occasion. I think he was in perfect control of that.
2 + 2 is on man.
The game looks different with a Baz bowler at the crease, doesn't it?
Well, yes. Although I don't think there was any risk involved in that shot. I
don't either. I'm saying it's good. He's trying to hit boundaries.
Jadeja just throws this up. Brook waits just enough to steer it, but straight to backward point. No run. 165 for 3.
England have gifted their wickets. I mean, Crawley got a very good one indeed. Ben Duckett was a little bit unlucky. He has to try and hit that ball for 4. Ollie Pope's just got 1 straight after 2.
Jadeja in, pushed out towards cover, single taken. 1 more to the score, 166 for 3. I don't think Crawley did. I mean, he'd looked a wicket waiting to happen for big chunks of his innings. However, the one that, when it did happen, it was a terrific ball. Angled in, moved away. It was a fantastic ball. That one's cut by Root. Again to deep backward square. Again, they'll take a single. Now, what Root and Pope did very, very well was their running between the wickets, the working the 1s and 2s, even when the boundaries weren't coming in a comparatively slow afternoon. As we said, just 70 runs in that session between lunch and tea. They did keep it at least ticking along by smart, sharp running. Most 50s scored in Test cricket. Joe Root 103s on a par now with both Jack Callis and Ricky Ponting, who have the same amount. No prizes for guessing that Sachin Tendulkar is still somewhere ahead, I think, with 119.
Yes. You're right, Tony, that England did run well, but they were conceded quite a few easy singles because Shubman Gill was protecting the boundary when England weren't really trying to score boundaries.
But
they did take them well.
From that pavilion end. And that's an inside edge, crikey. Now that did beat Root. He's not going to get 4 for it because it's fielded down there, and he might get 2 actually, but 2 decidedly streaky Bacon runs, I think. 169 for 3.
Yeah, he's inside edged it quite a few times in this innings, Joe Root.
Well, he goes onto the back foot, then he goes half forward, and then he does sort of jumps. How close did the ball go to the stumps? Well, you could argue quite away from his leg stump, but that doesn't go down in those statistics as a shot played under control, whatever that crazy stat for Shubman Gill was at Edgbaston. That's played off the back foot again by Root, dabbed really out to deep mid wicket, takes a single on this occasion.
Yeah, and the reason we don't associate Joe Root with inside edges, and he's had quite a few today, is that he's usually playing the ball below his eyes, which certainly helps in avoiding the inside edge. Today he's had his hands outside his silhouette quite often. When you get your hands outside your silhouette, then there is a chance that the ball will come through the gap and take the edge, or just go through the gap. Certainly didn't have his hands outside his silhouette as much as Ollie Pope did, but Root is strangely off form a bit today.
Well, he's still on. If he's off form, he's on 61. That's short, ducked under by Harry Brook. Guerilla takes field. Guerilla is on, of course, because Rishabh Pant took that blow to his fingers. He tried to carry on every time the ball went near him. He took his glove off, he shook it. He does, I believe, have a cracked finger. India don't seem overly concerned, though, but he's been receiving extensive treatment. Gary, what are the rules therefore about? Well, we'll just hold that thought. We'll let Jasprit skip, hop, jump, and deliver, and let Brook defend safely out towards short mid on. And there's
just
no
before
run.
you ask me that question, I think you're right. Off form does seem a bit harsh.
Man on 61
that out, but he's lacked his usual fluency. Let's put it that way.
I'd have loved to have gone home in my club career and said I had a shocking day today. I was right off form. I only made 61. But there we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Well, the question was going to be what are the rules around Guerilla? What are the rules around Guerilla?
Scorers of all time.
Right, Bumrah. 2 slips go down. Defended by Harry Brook. Pushed out to the offside. There was no run. What are the rules around Guerilla in terms of allowing Pant back on?
Well, my view is that, for what it's worth, is that I think that Pant can come back on any time he likes, but Guerilla can substitute for him in the field, but he can't substitute for him batting.
No,
So
what
Pant
Tony's
can
wondering about is
batting.
whether he can bat straight away.
Yeah, I was. You read my mind.
Yeah.
I didn't explain.
I
that
think
very well,
he
but
can.
That's, oh my word! That completely tucks Harry Brook up. There's one slip, which not surprisingly, perhaps, is the captain Shubman Gill appealing. It just jagged back at him. It caught him amidships and got him in a right old tangle. But he survives. It's the end of the over. It's 154 for 3, 170 for 3. I beg your pardon, Messers.
Kieran says it's Billy in the Caribbean courts of David Brook at the moment. No, I don't think he managed to get there. He's doing odd jobs to earn some money during the holidays. David Durrell said that large picture of Dave Brooks on my screen at tea was most unpleasant. Oh,
Well, I was looking at that, and it did look a bit weird, I must admit.
Yeah. John asked the question, you're picking a World 11 and you can only pick one England player
Jadeja
for
in,
a
defended
one-off must-win game.
by Root. There was no run.
Do you pick Root or Brook?
Root. Around the wicket
Yeah,
goes Jadeja, steered by the aforementioned Joe Root to deep cover, walks a single, quite literally strolls it, and the not so out of form but perhaps not at his absolute brilliant best Joe Root is still on 62 off 122, 171 for 3 England.
Yeah, fair enough. I'd pick Root. I think anybody would, surely.
Yeah, he'd be my first pick in any World 11 at the moment.
Jadeja in, a round pull rifle. That's into the offside, no run. I mean, I say a round pull rifle. Pull rifle's still a pretty trim figure. There have been umpires where you would have to go around, but I don't think we'd put pull rifle in that category. That's nicely, again, steered, but steered straight to short cover by Harry Brook. No run. Who would be the largest umpire to circumnavigate if you're a slow bowler? David Shepherd comes to mind, I suppose. Yeah, Ashan Raza's not small. That's
Marius Erasmus was pretty big.
Of course, I was thinking Marius Erasmus, the man from Boland. That's steered to backward point, single. One more.
Sue Redfern has a size to her too.
Who does?
Bizarre. Ian Blackwell.
Sue Redfern.
Oh yeah, Sue Redfern is stocky.
Ian Blackwell is considerably trimmer now as an umpire than what he was when he was playing.
Right, Jadeja was about to go about his work, but he was temporarily held up by the left arm of Rifle. He does deliver now. It's defended by Root to the offside. There is no run. There's 54 overs complete. It's 172 for 3. England lost Pope. First ball after tea, caught behind off Jadeja. And we can go for some more of your messages.
Migscombe Booze click corner says, I just got back to the game and saw the wicket of Ollie Pope. The way he was playing seems fortunate that he got 44. Eric J says to paraphrase Kevin Keegan, I'm loving this. Mike says, hello all. Tony, did you not put me on the radar today or tomorrow? The injustice will not be forgotten.
I've got to be honest, we have a very full studio today and tomorrow, so I had to make some very hard decisions, and they always are hard. That one is defended by Harry Brook. Off the bowling of Bumrah, no run. Who are we looking at up here in the... actually, I don't recognise anyone there.
Well, I
realise I should. The camera's following them like they should be someone we know, and sadly, if you don't, Gary, who would? I'm asking myself, to be honest.
I'm not very good at spotting celebs, I have to say.
No, well, I don't think they're celebs. They were cricketing royalty, I thought, or cricketing VIPs in some capacity. Right, Bumrah from the pavilion end. 2 slips await, but it's stoutly defended by Harry Brook into the offside, and again there is no run.
Well, we know Brett Lee's there. The camera picked him out.
Well, we know Brett Lee's there. We know Farouk Engineer's there.
Chris Gale,
who's looking like an Arctic explorer with those circular wraparound sunglasses.
He's also morphing into a slightly larger version of Nile Rodgers.
He is, yes, he is. You're absolutely right. Right. Yeah.
Very chic.
Very chic. Say chic. Bumrah, in he comes. That's down the arse. You don't often see loose deliveries from him. It was a bouncer, perhaps hoping Brook might chase it. But Harry Brook wanted nothing to do with it. And he's making quite a cautious start, is Harry Brook. Trying to get himself set. So it's delicately poised, Gary. 172 for 3. 2 more wickets and it would be a disaster for England. Well, as we said right after tea, even before Root Pope was out, as they were coming out from tea. Well, you don't want to lose another one, do you, if you're England?
Well, it's when you decide to bat. Come to it in a moment.
Bumrah in, on the drive. Defensively, though, more than aggressively. Out to wide mid-off, no run.
It's really a function of the way England have played and the expectations have moved. If England are 245 for 4 at the close of play, I think India will possibly be the happier side. But if it was full-on Bazball and we were 370 for 4 at the end of the day's play, then it would obviously be England's day.
Well, you like me, well, hold that as Bumrah comes in. He's beaten him, he's taken the top of his off stump. It was a nothing shot from Harry Brook. It did move back into him. There is the 4th wicket. Although that was a good ball, I think Harry Brook has to look very hard at the way he set himself to face that. He's gone. He's been bowled off stump by Jasprit Bumrah. And I'm afraid England now are definitely not having the best of having made the decision to bat. Just when you see the replay, Gary, yes, it did cut back, but Harry Brook just didn't seem to play a shot. It didn't look like he was beaten between bat and pad even. It looked like he was just surprised, and it moved, but it didn't move that much, did it?
Well, it was the same kind of shot that Hendo and I got into a forthright discussion about, because in the Edgbaston, in the Headingley Test. Oh no, it was the Edgbaston last day, wasn't it? Because Brook just hasn't moved his feet at all, but he's barely moved his hands. He's just kind of stood there, and the ball has gone through between bat and pad, but it's not like he's playing a shot. He just doesn't seem to react to the ball at all. And it was a little bit like that in the LBW that got him in the last test. I don't understand really why he's neither forward nor back, nor is he lining the ball up. It seemed to be a non-shot rather than the shot. But, you know, it's Jasprit Bumrah. He's a world-class bowler, obviously, and that has to be taken account of.
There is
But
justice.
Really,
Yeah,
he's
he
got to
deserved the
come
wicket.
forward or back, or line the ball up, or indeed all three. Can't go forward
Well,
and back.
no prizes for guessing who the new man is. It's England's captain. He does like Lords. Fantastic knock, remember, against Australia. I'll give you his Lords figures in a minute, but first let's, celebrate his arrival.
Ben?
Ben Stokes.
And he's on the back of 100, don't forget, Harry Brook. And he got his feet moving pretty effectively there.
I don't necessarily agree all that much, because he played an awful lot away from his body in that.
Well, you're right, he did. You're absolutely fair enough. Right, it's 172 for 4. Now, Harry Brook, 11 off 20. He's been bowled off stump, top of off stump by Jasprit Bumrah. And,
It's obvious. It's obvious to say Ben Stokes has a job to do, but I think he's got an extra layer of job to do, which I'll come to after this. I'll come to in the next over.
Well, Bumrah round the wicket, short, causing England's captain to his first ball. He has to rock back to ensure he stays out of the way of it. Smart move from Bumrah, really, first up, but it has no effect. 4 wickets down for England. Messers.
We have a new name on our stream. Ghost of Guerilla says, "Yo, is this a cricket stream? There's a group of Pakistani dudes who play cricket in my neighbourhood. I have no idea what's going on, but they appear to be enjoying themselves immensely." Glad to hear it.
The players or the commentators?
The players, I think.
No, he just left it. Harry Brook just left it, and it beat his outside edge when we look at it. I thought it potentially had gone between bat and pad. It didn't.
Yeah.
He just seemed surprised. It wasn't a prodigious jag back. It did nip, but you have to set yourself to at least attempt to play that rather than watch it by. It was a misjudgment from Harry Brook. 172 for 4. Akash Deep is in. I think I'm staying on, Bear. Well,
I think I'm going to ball by ball, or is this a change or not?
Well, Akash Deep, the new man into the attack. It's left alone outside of the off stump. Taken by Guerilla. There was no run. Gary, over to you.
Okay. I'll just say what I was going to say at the end of the last over. I think he's got a doubly important job here, Ben Stokes, because Jamie Smith in the last test was on the field for the vast majority of the match. He was barely off the field at all, either batting or keeping wicket. And I think he probably fancied a day off today, but he's padded up and he's next man in, which it's a big ask of a keeper batsman. Joe Root just nudges this off his pads down to deep backward square, and they take a single. This is not a 172 for 4 wicket, is it? Or 173 for 4 wicket, is it there?
Well, it's not. It's not as flat as we all thought it was. I'll give it that. There's a little bit of movement.
Flat for the last hour and a half.
Well, I don't know.
These non-shots here from Harry Brook.
Well, all these balls have nipped back. Obviously, the ball that nips back is his troublesome delivery. One from Akash Deep in the last test came back a long way. Here we go. Deviation. Yeah, it's come back fair old way, that.
This was Akash Deep, though.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Previous match.
Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Akash Deep, wide of the off stump, and Stokes will be happy to let that go. No run.
It's quite a slow surface, isn't it? It's not gonna doesn't come onto the bat very nicely.
It has quietened down. It did a fair bit this morning.
That's the one to Bumrah. It's the Bumrah to Brook. It's still come in quite a way. That
it has come in, but That's why you get your pad outside the line of the off stump, and you have your bat and pad close together. Because if he does
obviously
have forward to that, then he's not out LBW because it's hitting him outside the line. It's just schoolboy batting technique that. As this is way outside off stump, through to the keeper, who is Dhruv Jurel. We're still awaiting any news as to whether Rishabh Pant will keep wicket tomorrow, if indeed he is required to keep wicket tomorrow, and his condition for batting. Presumably, if he's injured, he might come out and have to play a few shots when he's batting. That would be a surprise, wouldn't it?
It would. Farong's just sent a graphic that does show that was the slowest session in terms of run rate by England since Brendan McCullum took over.
This is outside off stump. Stokes is walking towards it, but happy to defend, and there is no run.
Interestingly,
the 63 of 173.
Sorry, Gary. Interestingly, the previous, the lowest before that was 2.72, day 3, session 2, also Lords against New Zealand, and then one at Leeds, one at Manchester, but then another at Lords against New Zealand, day 1, session 3, 3.23. So 3 of the 3 slowest sessions in the Bazball era have all been at Lords.
This ball is defended. There is no run. I think that's a testament to how slow Lords is these days. Quite hard to play strokes when the ball is
that's the thing, isn't it?
A long time in the pitch before it bounces.
Yeah, exactly that. Score were you saying 300 earlier might be a good score? Might turn out that might be quite right.
Yeah, I rather poo-pooed that suggestion.
260 for 3 would have been good for England. 260 for 4 is kind of okay.
160, you mean?
What's that?
We're on 160.
Yeah, but 260 for 4 at the end of the day's
play.
Right,
okay.
You have to increase the run rate a bit if they're going to get to that.
Yeah, well, it looks a long way off now, doesn't it? Here is Bumrah and Root's. Did he play at that? I think he did play it.
I think he did. This is what I mean. I think there's something weird in this pitch because Root's played quite a few full shots today, and I don't know whether it is just the pace of the pitch.
Yeah, it was
just go under the bat.
I've never seen Root play so many shots outside his silhouette of his body.
Yeah.
Again, he's half a step forward, half a step to the off, and then hands going hard at the ball. The only thing that's going to happen if he connects with that ball is it's going to die on the offside, or he's going to edge it to the keeper or slip. 2 slips in. This is on the stumps, and get a little bit of the thickish inside edge, goes into inexplicably empty space that's on the leg side, and they walk a single. I tell you what, if you'd had a short mid-wicket and a short cover, England wouldn't have 174, they'd have about 124.
Yeah.
Can't have fielders everywhere, but they really have missed a trick, India, by...
Well, England are the same.
Haven't really been seeking to score boundaries.
I don't really understand why people don't have short mid-wickets, even at professional level. I mean, it's like... I know they're trying to create spaces and getting to play across the line, but fuck me, I mean, they're good enough to do it all the time, and they play it through that space all the time, and it's...
Stephen Smith has scored 10,000 Test match runs. A good 2,500 of them must have come from dropping it into short cover and short mid-wicket and taking a single.
Yeah.
Stokes on strike, yet to get off the mark, and he lets that one go through to the keeper. Looks very tidy behind the stumps, Dhruv Jurel.
Averages 44 at Lords, does Ben Stokes, in 12 appearances. Obviously that 155 against Australia was the highest. Made 115 not out against Australia in 2019 and 101 versus New Zealand in 2015. So he seems to rather enjoy his cricket at Lords, Ben Stokes.
Yeah, well, I think I saw all three.
Not to mention winning a World Cup, of course.
No, and he hasn't scored a ton for 2 years.
Here's Bumrah again round the wicket to Stokes, and he's an absolute beauty. That is Flintoff to Gilchrist back in the day. Pitched off, and kicked, and moved up and away off the seam, and Ben Stokes could be on 100 not out, never mind 0 not out, he wouldn't have hit that.
Yeah, good delivery. Certainly this pitch is offering something to the bowlers, even though it's hot and it's dry and it's not quick.
Well, it's a superb presentation of the seam again there from Bumrah. Absolutely ramrod straight. probably a little bit of backspin on it, the way Glenn McGrath used to get it, which helps it grip and helps it kick away from the bat. 2 slips and a gully, I'd be having another slip in if I were Shubman Gill. But not if you bowl there, because that's a leg stump half volley, and Ben Stokes puts it away to the square leg boundary, again without much force though. And they've jogged the easiest of singles. England 176 for 4. God, it's a struggle. And it's been a struggle all day.
Yeah, it has been. It does surprise me.
Lords does tend to flatten. Just saying.
Oh, it does, yeah. I mean, the average scores at Lords go up from one innings to the next.
They do, and they have consistently done actually during
years.
the...
Well, really since the drainage system was put in place.
Well, certainly for Middlesex this season in the county championship. Second innings
Here's
scores have
Bumrah
been
again,
higher.
and Ben Stokes plays a little bit of a false shot. He was looking to hit that straight back up the ground, or down the ground. Skewed off a little bit of an outside edge, and there was a man at short cover. No run, end of the over, 176 for 4.
Jeff Perkins says Mayank needs to break enough fingers to be called on as a substitute commentator. I think it works the other way. One of us has to break something so that Mayank gets called on as a substitute. Steve Williams, Brook was not sure which way Bumrah would move the ball. That's probably true. Muttley was having a gaming break with a mate, then a nap. Come back to this, not looking good for England. AJ, yes, Root used to be Gooch, Gower, Boycott, Hutton, Peterson, Cook, etc. I think I know what you mean by that. Nitin, oh well, I'll hold that.
This ball is defended, no run.
Steve, oh, there's a discussion they're having amongst themselves. Paul Stratton, hindsight is great, but did Stokes get the toss decisions the wrong way round? Think our attack would have done well on this wicket. Well, yeah, that's... I think after Edgbaston, I don't think he dared on a sunny day do anything other than bat first, to be fair.
I think if you lose a match by 350 runs, there's a bit more gone wrong than a decision at the toss.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but it's important, isn't it? I mean, the point is, Gary, and I've said this several times already today.
This ball is defended into the offside, and they walk the easiest of singles. Root goes to 65, not quite old enough for a pension these days.
I mean, England missed a trick in this series in the fact that he had a very experienced Indian batting lineup who weren't really sure how they would do in England. They got stuck in 2 games where the pressure's not so much on them when you're batting first. You know, you're expected to get a run. And I don't know what fucking Stokes he saw in that wicket in Edgbaston, because it was shite. And at no point have we ever been able to apply pressure to their batting lineup.
That ball was defended by Stokes and there is no run. But from behind the bowler's arm for 4 days at Edgbaston, the key issue England had was the fact that India bowled better and batted better. And if you do that consistently, over after over after over, you're going to win the test match.
Yeah, that's true. But there's a difference between being 450 runs behind and having to get to parity and being able to set the score. And England, and with an inexperienced batting line, you expect to want to put them under pressure first up, wouldn't you?
Stokes hammers that, as Jonathan Agnew said in the World Cup final at this ground. At Headingley, and picks up a 4 backward of point.
And meanwhile, there's Mick Jagger.
Looking very, very old.
Beautiful shot.
I think he's allowed to look old now. He's, 81, I think.
Is he? I thought he was older than that.
Yeah, he might be older than that. I'm just wondering, is he older than Mac? Mac's 84, I think, Mac. So, yeah. So he loves his cricket. Always been at the Test matches when he can get there.
Well,
often at the Oval, interestingly, than
we tried to get him into the commentary box in Ireland.
Oh.
But we couldn't get to him, could we? Because he was in the one place we weren't allowed.
Yeah.
Akash Deep is in, and Stokes hits that in the air. It was aerial for a fair old while, but he got plenty of bat on it, and it goes backward a point for...
He toe-ended that just about got it over the man at point, didn't he?
This is what they talk about, putting the pressure back on the bowler, because Akash Deep knows now that if he gives Stokes any room outside off stump, he's going to travel. And yeah, by all means, let the ball go through to the keeper and so on, but it just gives you that margin for error. And now Akash Deep, right arm round the wicket to the right-hander, knows his line's got to be tighter, and his line, to his credit, is tighter there. Stokes defends it. It's the end of a fruitful over for England. They're at 185 for 4. Stokes has 10, Root 65.
Jay Solanke says, wait, I have a question. Does South Africa versus Zimbabwe test count in the... do the points count in the World Test Championship?
Don't think so.
No, they don't. Zimbabwe being, I think, associate status these days, if I'm right.
No, I don't think they're associate status, but Ireland, Zimbabwe and Afghanistan are in the World Test Championship.
Exactly. So if you don't qualify to be in the World Test Championship, then
obviously the games don't count.
The games that you play against teams that are don't count. You're quite right. Might explain some of the selection decisions made by South Africa. Gary slipped in a water reference there, affecting the pitch. Are we on for a Tide story, says Brian in Brisbane.
Oh dear.
Was that you yawning at the thought of a Tide story from Gary, or are you just
no?
Tired.
I'm just hot.
Tired.
I told you I slept on a couch.
You did.
Woke up at 5 in the morning. Yeah, it was my couch, obviously, but woke up at 5 in the morning and didn't actually get to bed. Well, I got to bed for 40 minutes, which is really not good.
It's going to be hard sleeping tonight. It wasn't outrageously hot in Tooting last night, but it might be tonight. This ball is just pushed from the left arm spinner against the spin into the leg side, and Root will be very pleased because he goes to his number. He is Root 66 by shirt, Root 66 by scoreboard. There's a very full media centre, so full he couldn't get me in. Not that I'm bitter about it.
Was it first come, first serve, or pecking order?
No, it's they have allocations, and when I started one of the early years doing this gig, I did the 2011 India tour, and there was about, I don't know, maybe a dozen at most journalists from India. Now there must be 50, 60. So, that takes away some of the places, and rightly so. This ball is defended by Ben Stokes, and it is no run. Jadeja does the fielding. Obviously, cricket in India is even bigger now than it was in 2011.
Yeah.
This ball is defended. There is no run, and there's many more of the Indian accredited journos who are producing video content and Instagram and stuff like that. The written press is important, but it seems like video is more important, or even more important. That ball picks from Jadeja, surprises Ben Stokes, who gets an edge to it, but it evades slip, goes down to deep third man, and they're through for a single. He's just explaining to Joe Root what happened. Let's have a look at this. Yes, it's bounce as much as anything, but Stokes was back playing a bit of French cricket when perhaps he should have been forward. Fortunate to get away with that.
So who are you writing for when you're there? 'Cause you're not you're not writing for the Guardian, are you?
Well, I am. I'll come to it in a moment. This ball is punched by Joe Root, goes down to long off, and they walk a single. I write for 99.94, but I also do the report cards for the Guardian at the end of the series, so I'll be writing about each player. And I'm not an accredited Guardian journalist because they've got plenty of journals there. This ball is punched to mid-wicket, and there is no run. But it makes a difference when you're writing about any cricket, even something like a summary of each player's performance at the end of the series, if you've had a chance to see them in the flesh, so to speak.
Right, Lockie 6 says tandem toilet time. I don't quite know why. If he's two people going to the toilet together. Akash Deep has been inconsistent with his length, says Anurag Chaudhry. I think you're right there. Jagger, says Eric J, looks younger than any Guerilla, to be fair. Well, I think Billy, for a start, possibly Annie, and quite a few others might choose to disagree with you.
I think I look younger than fucking Mick Jagger. I think you look younger than Mick Jagger. I think he's talking bullshit.
Right, Mayank, 31 degrees today in Lords.
Even Gary looks younger than
tomorrow.
Jagger.
Crikey. Has he got the moves like Jagger, though?
Wow.
You guys must be dead without any air conditioning. Well, we've got plenty of fans and the windows open. It's not so bad at the moment.
Akash Deep is in. This is defended. There is no run. Yes, Guerilla cricket never short of fans, eh?
Well, very true. I did have to twist the bear's arm to get in a second one, though, for the studio.
No, you'd have had to twist my arm to get a third one, which you were asking for the other day.
I did.
It's more a kind of. Can you get aircon units? That would be
You
better
can.
than fan. I always think fans just push the.
Well, I did
around.
send Bear a picture of the fan I recommended. Turns out it was so big it was actually designed for a warehouse.
Yeah, it was for 3,000 square feet.
I did send it as a joke.
And it's a knocking shot from root, but it's not taken by Guerilla, but they don't run the bye, and so the score remains at 188 for 4.
I think that nipped in off the seam and kept low.
Yeah, I think it did.
This pitch isn't a perfect. It's certainly not as flat as the last two.
No, absolutely it isn't. I have a feeling it might flatten out a bit though.
Well, I mean, it might do, but this is what I mean. With all the heat there, you'd hope that finally one of these fuckers is going to break up, isn't it?
Oh, they just don't do it anymore. I mean, I think I had the conversation either at the ground or here on day 5. As this ball is hit slightly aerially through the non-existent gully, and the fielder, who's Jadeja, runs round from point, sweeping, and keeps root to a single. You don't seem to get bowlers' footmarks anymore. You don't seem to get too much dust. Although on the 5th day at Edgbaston, we did see some puffs of dust from the spinners. But pitches, if they deteriorate at all, they deteriorate slowly these days. That was uppish for quite a while. Gully would have swallowed it, but maybe he wouldn't have played the shot if there was a gully.
You'd like to think not, but you wouldn't be 100% sure.
Again, Root's playing the ball outside his eye line. He's doing a lot of that today. Stokes on 11. He's got Akash Deep round the wicket to him and gets one on the stumps and just defends back with a broad bat to mid-on. There is no run.
I'll be happy if Stokes got a 50, to be honest, not even 100.
Yeah. But Akash Deep, since he was hit for those 2 4s from wide deliveries, he's tightened up his line, and that makes it easier for Ben Stokes to defend, because he doesn't have to go chasing the ball or judging it as whether to play or leave it. The ball's on the stumps and he can just happily knock it back down to the bowler. Akash Deep is in again, and that's too far over, leg side, and Stokes just clips it behind square, and they walk an easy single to Jadeja. 190 for 4.
The thing is, as in all wickets, Gary, you're not going to know what it's playing like until both sides are batted, have you? We could be all out for 290, and it could be an absolute featherbed, and India get 500, you know.
We do see a lot of Test match cricket at Lord's, and there is a pretty strong pattern that if it does anything, it does it on day 1, and then it calms down. All I would say is in the county games, it has been a bit livelier than in previous seasons.
Well, certainly in the World Test Championship, it was lively for the first 2 days.
Yeah. This is on the off stump, but Root had walked across to it, and therefore he's able to clip it through mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket, and slightly ineffective piece of fielding for Jaswale, who does seem to have his problems in the field. He really does. But they're through for 2.
Right, plenty more. There's quite a lot of Citizen Smith sort of flavoured chit-chat. I think mentions of tooting, the tooting popular front, says Eric. Citizen Smith, says Fluffy. Wolfie, indeed. Warwick Allen has a question for us, which I think is a good one. How many World Test Championship points will India be deducted for bowling nowhere near 90 overs today? Rant from Gary, starting in 3, 2, 1. Over to you, Gary.
Well, I don't know about the points. As I say, I just think it allows you to hide your weakest bowler. Certainly a spell from the weakest bowler, and that to me is not fair.
Well, the weakest bowler picked up 2 fucking wickets in his first over.
Well, he's not the weakest bowler today, but whichever bowler you want to hide, you can do so if you don't bowl your overs. As this ball is punched by Stokes. There's an attempted sprawling stop, but it's ineffective and he gets a single. So Stokes has quietly moved to 13, looking a little more fluent than he often does at the start of innings these days. And camera's picking somebody out, but it's very obscure. It looks like it's a kind of crime watch video. Do you know this man? This ball is a full toss and Root can do nothing with it. Picks out the one man close in on the offside. No run. England 193 for 4. Jadeja doing his best to avoid WTC points deductions by getting through his over quickly.
Well, that might be another consideration for bowling the spinners, but after having got the first wicket to fall since tee.
This ball's on, pulling on the stumps, and Root's got no timing. There is no run. Jadeja's in again, blinking of an eye. This is defended, and there is no run. Stokes leans on his back the way you imagine 1950s batters would do. Hand on hip, leg slightly akimbo.
Oh,
leaning on the
fucking
back.
hell. Right, so if you... Oh no, I'm trying to figure out how many points you lose.
Mayank had an answer for that.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Because it sent me to the actual rule book, which is about 10 pages long.
I'll tell you at the end of this over, which is after this ball.
Jadeja's in, and this is another little inside edge from Root, who's not looking comfortable against Jadeja.
Well,
the end of the... Yes, it is 193 for 4.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is the thing. England here haven't baseballed it because they're determined to try and put up a score, aren't they? I think, and put that pressure on India, and I think they need a big score. But it is very un-English at the moment, from a lot considering.
Mayank says every over per hour below 15 in an hour is a deduction. I'm not sure how many points. Maybe it's 1 per hour.
Well, so it seems to imply it was 2
maybe
in
it
what
is.
I just read. Well, that would be... Well, there's no point in playing, is there, really?
Anurag tells us, Anurag Chowdhury says, overrates in Major League Baseball, they've introduced a pitch clock, which has radicalised me towards an over clock. Also because it gives teams another opportunity for shithousery. So in other words, you deliberately slow things down, and then the penalty is on the bowling team, not the batting team, for slowing things down.
Yes, well, I mean, they are going to bring in the 1 minute clock, aren't they, for the turnaround? I just at some point in this, it's either at the end of this year or after this English summer. I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty certain they're bringing in the 1 minute clock for turnaround in Test cricket.
Do you think they're going to include the countdown music in Test matches as well?
Boom.
Let's see if Stokes can solve the conundrum of Mohammad Siraj. He gets one very full and on the stumps, and he clips it into the leg side, and what looked like it might be a bit of an uncomfortable 2 turns into an easy 2 due to poor return to Guerilla.
Chad Wright's a big fan of the clock between overs in baseball.
Well, it makes sense to have it in Test cricket. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to start a new over within a minute. I mean, there are things like today, for example, Pant's finger injury is not going to be counted against either side, but I mean, in general, they bowl pretty slow anyway.
Yeah, but it's the unscheduled drinks breaks and the
change of
conferences
gloves
in the middle of an over where the captain, the captain jogs from slip to the bowler. That's punched by Ben Stokes, goes to mid on, but there is no run. There's so many ways that players avoid playing cricket which are well outside the changeover between overs.
Yeah, well, I've had 61.2 overs. I mean, a run rate of 3.18 is very slow for England.
Well, slowest.
Yeah, you were saying
of the baseball era, certainly. Between lunch and tea was just 70 runs.
Stokes on 15, looks up, gets a fullish ball off stump, defends. There is no run. You get the feeling this is quite an important innings for Ben Stokes, because if he's out for another 20 something, 30 something, you're kind of thinking, well, how long can it go on? And if you're not bowling your full overs because you've got to protect your body, it's kind of causing the team a problem, because instead of balancing the team, it imbalances the team.
Well, there could be an argument for him and Smith swapping places, certainly.
Well, yeah, that goes to extra cover, and there is no run. I think James Smith should be a specialist bat. I don't see how you can have that amount of talent and be stuck at number 7 and keeping wickets. You know, he's got to do what Sangakkara did, what Brendan McCullum did, what Alex Stewart would do, and then have to go back. And plenty of others. He's got just got too much talent to be at 7, and too much talent to risk being tired by having kept wicket for 100.
Well, I don't know. I think it's quite handy if you've got such a talented batsman who can keep. It certainly offers.
Talented,
well, it keeps
talented keeper batsman anyway. And James Rue at Somerset is pushing hard. This ball skews off the outside portion of the bat, and there is no run.
Well, there's an argument he could take place of. Well, so I don't know if you could open with him, but. Mind you, opens in T20 minus different balls.
Yeah,
isn't it?
I mean, not much is going to happen until after the Ashes tour, I don't think. But
No.
But I think we will see a shake-up then. I mean, they'll have to look at their order, and I think they'll have to look at the balance they want with the batters. And if they want someone to come in and play shots the way Ollie Pope tries to play shots at 3, then why not have the person who can actually do it in Jamie Smith? This is wide of off stump, and I don't think that was a particularly under control shot. It was a bit of an edge, wasn't it, from Stokes? Slightly vertical.
No, he guided it down there, definitely.
He guided it down?
Yeah.
Fair. Seeing Ben Stokes' anger-fueled rage innings after the Alex Carey run out of Johnny Bairstow.
Do you want to just give us the score before I go into some messages?
I don't know what the score is. I haven't got it on the screen, I'm afraid.
Right. Mayank confirms it's 2 points per for every over below 15. Lockie 6 is browsing real estate in Tooting and saying it's cheaper than Scunthorpe. Are you thinking of moving into it is something of a guerrilla enclave, is Tooting.
I can promise you that real estate here is not cheaper than cheaper than Scunthorpe. For some reason we're getting unscheduled. Oh, it is the drinks break. That's why.
It is
something a little bit early.
I'll keep going. It's 196 for 4 after 62. Brian says at the end of the match, the over rate is calculated taking into account all the events, and 1 World Test Championship point is deducted for every over short. 15 overs an hour is the benchmark. Anurag Chowdhury says, Mike, while that will certainly be a blessing, it's in the middle of the overs mucking around. That's the core cause of slow over rates. And Yank and Jaman, what does the mute do? I have no idea. Well, presumably if you use the mute, it will stop the sound coming out.
Presumably.
So that would seem to be an obvious answer. Really.
But isn't there
a daft question?
Isn't there a rule for? Well, it seemed to me that in the Ashes, in the last one in 23, we lost more points than Australia because Australia often batted over 80 overs. So there's got to be something in the rules about that, and I don't understand why that would be the case. But it certainly seemed to be the case because they got half as many points deducted, even though they were as slow as us throughout the series.
Do you think they're forming a new band? There's Mick Jagger there leaning over Mark Nicholas's shoulder and having a long, detailed conversation.
Do you think it's about whether Guerilla cricket should take a break, should do a changeover now? Is that what they're talking about?
Oh, well, it could well be. It could well be.
What is the change?
Are we going to change now, or do you want me to do another over?
Mick might just be going, please allow me to introduce
do
myself.
another over because it's a spinner.
Well, I'll move because I'm on social and someone else can take over for me. Which would be
I got it.
Washington
I think Mick
Sundar,
Jagger's
right arm round the wicket, and this is defended by Ben Stokes. There is no run. Bowling off breaks.
Mick Jagger drinking water is just disturbing.
Yeah. Should be taking gallons of heroin and something else, shouldn't he? Drinking Jack Daniels.
Here is Sundar. This is defended by Ben Stokes to the man at short extra, who's now in. It is no run. I've just
when you can still do 3 hours on stage at the age of 80, you're doing pretty well, I reckon.
Here's Washington Sundar again, and this is missed by Ben Stokes and taken very well by Dhruv Jurel, who looks very much the part behind the stumps. I've just realised, having watched England live and on telly for most of this series, that they've got a Toyota sponsorship on their shirts. I hadn't noticed that before.
It's good to see how advertising works with you,
Well,
Gary.
I was just going to say one for the advertising boys.
Especially as someone who works at Waitrose.
Well, this now got a slip and a short leg, and there's hands in the air, I think, because that went off the pad, but no more than that. KL Rahul at slip. So So again, England are not. Oh, it's a little inside edge onto the pad from Ben Stokes. England are not really seizing the initiative from Washington Sundar. This ball is defended. He's more than a part-timer, Washington Sundar, but he's primarily in for his batting. You can't just let the sixth bowler just bowl here, which is what he's doing. In again, and goes back to Ben Stokes, and it's the end of a maiden from Washington Sundar. England are 196 for 4. Stokes has 16. Root has 70, and you have Hendo, I think.
No, I think it's the bear, actually.
Oh, it's me.
It's the bear.
And Hendo and Messers, and you get a break.
Yeah. The other thing about getting these overs in so quickly is that for every over that the spinners bowl, there's almost an extra over of the new ball before stumps tonight.
Oh, very good point. Very good point. What time is it now?
5.
5. So
we've got 90 minutes to go.
Interesting. Yeah. I guess mind you, if the spinners are bowling as well as they have been, then they might not want to go to the new ball. Might not need to go to the new ball. Either because England are out or perish the thought. But you never know.
Lockie has a solution. He said if they don't bowl the overs, cut their goolies off. It's all about motivation.
I think that's a tiny bit extreme, personally.
Yeah. Well, possibly. All right, so Raj is in, and Rooty drives out to the covers, and they go through for a single.
Well, Stokesy's looked a bit rabbit in the headlights, hasn't he?
Well,
I mean, he's played a few attacking shots, but they've not been totally convincing.
No.
I mean, I think they were deliberately played over the infield, but it's a slight risk. Is that the sort of... We're looking at these deliveries to Brook. Almost looks like it's sinking into the pitch as it lands, the ball, doesn't it?
Well, I wonder whether that's what's making it so difficult to bat. It doesn't look easy.
Why would it be when there's been no rain whatsoever? Well, I mean, they overwatered it.
Just played
I don't know what he was saying.
He just left a bloody great gap between his bat and his pad.
Well, I'm not arguing about that. That's not what I'm arguing about, Messi.
That's down the leg side, and Stokes approached the bowler. Shoved it down there, and there's no run.
What I was looking at was those two pictures, parallel pictures that they were showing, split screen, and it honestly looked as if the ball is sinking into the pitch as it lands. I mean, it may just be an optical illusion, but
you'd think so, surely.
Well, you would think so. I mean, I suppose you'd have to compare it with. I mean, it's done a bit, but he has nipped back. It's come down the slope as well, but he's just got in no position, has he? He hasn't got forward at all.
Siraj around the wicket. Stokes again hits it through point with no great timing. I mean, this is it. There's not a lot of great timing going on today. It does make you wonder. These guys are professional cricketers, right? And if it was coming onto the bat, some of these balls would be getting hit a lot harder than they are. I think it's 2 out to the cover boundary.
Well, I think it's when the ball gets softer, because as you said, we're 63 overs in now, and it's been like this, I would say, from about the 35th over, really. But it was slow at one end this morning, and then it was flying a little bit at the other end. It does. I mean, we don't know enough about pitch preparation.
No.
And we don't understand what it is that goes into a pitch, and maybe sometimes groundsmen, if they've got especially dry summer, they don't quite know what to do.
That's defended back down the track to the bowler, and it is no run.
Said that more often today than usual.
Yes, very much so.
We should have sold some T-shirts on that basis.
Yeah.
Well, one more run and we'll be at 200.
Goodness me.
For all the fact that India have succeeded in controlling England to a certain extent, I still think England are in quite a strong position now.
Well, they are. I mean, that's defended back to the bowler and there's no run. Someone has to go on and get a big 100, presumably that's Root. He's on 71 now. If he can get a daddy 100 and people stick with him, then England should end up at around about 400, or depending on who sticks with him and what they get more, Now, it might not be enough, but I'm interested to see. I think this pitch is a little bit capricious. I don't think it's a feather bed like the last two.
Oh, not at all. Definitely not.
And I think getting India 400 behind, having to chase the game a little bit. I mean, look, they've got good batsmen and they've proved it, but how do they cope under the pressure? Pulled by Stokes. Bottom hand came off the bat. He chased it a little bit. He's not going to get the 4, but he will get 2. No, they just stroll 1, but that brings up the England 200. And you'd say 200 for 4 ain't a bad score. It's just we're used to England probably by now being about 320 for whatever they were.
And I think there's also an expectation that having batted first, that after what we've seen in the 2 previous tests, that England were going to quite easily put up 500. So there's a sort of a reckoning in a sense about expectation. I don't think England are in that strong a position because, like the old thing of taking 2 wickets, adding 2 wickets, and suddenly you're 210 for 6. It's a big difference.
No, but they're not behind.
Yeah,
they're not ahead.
I'd rather be in their shoes than India's at the moment. Put it like that. Yeah. We're on already.
Yeah. Washington Sundar's coming around the wicket to Ben Stokes, who pushes that nicely out to the covers. No run.
I mean, if this ball does start to turn a lot,
well,
England aren't really over-endowed with great spinners, are they? Ooh.
That's a decent one. Did that slip through? Yeah, it did. Must have got him on the box, but that one appealed.
Almost round-armed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And very quick through the air.
And he does bowl. He was bowling at 60-odd miles an hour earlier. I mean, he's a classic. He's axe up at tail, isn't he? But right-handed. No, is axe up?
Yeah, that's it.
That one gets inside edge on out into the mid-wicket area.
And of course, he got Stokes in the second innings, didn't he? Up at Edgbaston with that arm ball, really. He's got an old-fashioned arm ball coming into the left-hander away from the right-hander, and it really does go.
Yeah. Well, it holds the seam upright, a bit like Akil Hussain. That one is defended out to the covers, and there's no run.
Well, that's what an arm ball used to be. Basically, a spinner would grip the ball like a bit like a seamer,
yeah, and just shove it down. That's what my arm ball was. That one again is the same. He cuts it hard, but there is a man out the cover boundary, and it'll just be the 1 run.
And the fields have been so well set today. They haven't allowed England ever to get away with more than hasn't really been 3 or 4 boundaries in, a couple of overs or something. It's been really hard to...
Well, there's been very few bad balls too, have there?
Yeah, it's been very disciplined bowling performance.
Well, England have got to do the same.
Well, yeah, but...
Good luck with that. Mayank says Mick Jagger's drinking vodka, not water. I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe. That one is nicely guided off his pads by Root down to
I thought we were
a single. No, that's over.
Okay. Andrew Casol says, do you think England will win this test match? Who knows? That's the beauty of it. Could be anybody. Martley says, I saw the Stones in 2018 pre-amputation. Even back then, the old geezers had way more energy than me. It's extraordinary, actually. I mean, I don't think their sound is particularly good these days, but their actual performance is pretty good considering. Warwick Allen says, so if a team is 9 wickets down after 79 overs and the bowling team is way behind the bowling rate, they should block out the 80th over to cost the bowling team a bunch of World Chess Championship points.
Something like
that. Yankin G-Man says Johnny Bairstow retired? I love watching his rotund beer belly chase after balls. I don't think that was Johnny Bairstow. He was always behind the wickets playing for England in test matches.
Well, no, not necessarily when Butler had a little while behind the stumps.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. But I never thought of him as that chubby.
Oh, that one cuts back into Root, catches him on a thigh pad. And a bit of flesh by the looks of it, and there's no run. No, Johnny Bairstow isn't retired. He's just not in the England side. He's playing for Yorkshire.
But he was being presented with something earlier on, wasn't he?
What
was that? But looked like some sort of cap in a frame. Only it was a sculpture of some sort.
No, it was an award for his 100th cap. But he got his 100th cap in Ahmedabad, which is probably the last test he played. And he was being presented with a particular plaque for the same reason, I presume. That one, maybe a bit of an inside edge onto the box from Rooty. It just doesn't look easy out there. A little bit of indifferent bounce, a little bit of grip here and there. The surface is pretty slow. The outfield's not particularly rapid either, is it?
No. Not compared with Headingley in particular. That was fast. And of course Trent Bridge for the Zimbabwe test. Oh, hello.
Roots pulled away just as Siraj was about to deliver. And now he's pointed to someone behind the umpire's arm. And Siraj is probably not happy, and Roots going, well, you know.
Well, we'll have to see what was going on there. But who was it? Was it Gill batting during the Edgbaston test? And he was moaning about something behind the bowler's arm, and it was just like a small sack on the grass.
Yeah.
How was that behind the bowler's arm?
I know, they do pick out amazing things, don't they?
I do wonder whether actually it is part of trying to upset the rhythm of the bowler.
Well, there's got to be a bit of that.
I wonder though, because I mean, for the batsman, the concentration's the thing, and to do that would break their own concentration as much as the bowler.
Yeah, true.
Maybe it was Spider Cam, who knows. Siraj is in, and Root just guides that down. Can't beat the man at the gully, who hurls it at the bowler's end, but Stokes was nowhere out of his ground. No run.
And very defensive, really, India at the moment. A slip in a gully, that's really your close field. And you can argue, well, it's because they only got 4 wickets, but actually you feel that Stokes is looking a bit iffy. And Roots had to concentrate really hard.
He has indeed. He defends that back to the bowler, and there is no run.
I have to say, I mean, I couldn't believe Pope's dismissal straight off.
Oh, no.
I mean, get yourself back in for a couple of balls at least.
I know.
I mean, it was a slightly turning delivery, which is fair enough. It's a good ball, and he was trying to drive it on the up, and
pointless.
And all that work that he's done to get to tee.
Exactly.
It's a waste.
Siraj bowls that into the pads of Root. He clips it sweetly, but can't beat a man at mid-wicket. And there ain't no run.
Well, of course, it's not wasted because he got 44 runs, and that's pretty handy. But, at that point, you're hoping that England can push on.
That's what annoys you about Pope, though, isn't it? He does stupid things at stupid times.
He does stupid things at stupid times. But you're never quite sure when that time is. It could be the first ball he receives, or it could be, into an innings.
Do you think he's got, has he got what it takes down under? I'm not sure he has. Same with Crawley. I think Crawley's probably got a better chance because he's a big, tall man, and it'll come onto the bat a bit better. That one is pulled down to long leg by Root, gets himself another single.
I think with Crawley, he could either have a great series or it could be awful. I mean, if he does get it, starts playing those booming drives and whatever, and puts Australia on the back foot. But I just feel like Australia will have seen him now. They'd have seen a bit of him, and they'll know how to restrict him. And I think he may come off on one or two of the quicker pitches, but I'm not sure about the slightly slower ones anyway.
Well, it's not a Perth, which would be a quick
Perth
pitch.
would be quick. Well, is it as quick? It's not as quick as the Wacker, or the Wacker was, presumably.
It's quick as the Wacker sometimes was, and a lot quicker than it often was, because it's got a weird reputation. Sometimes it was super quick, but a lot of the time it wasn't. Brown in Brisbane says, I went to the Stones Voodoo Lounge concert in '94 in Brisbane, and I dozed off during it. Well, I didn't. I went to that concert in Perth, and I had a really good time.
Young rockers, Brian and Jeremy.
Washington is over the wicket to Rooty, who clips that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. God, I haven't been to I can't remember the last concert I went to.
That was the last concert I went to.
I'm trying to think the last concert I went to. It's probably a freebie that someone gave me. That one was clipped up to long on, single.
I go to the odd gig at Ronnie Scott's or something like that, but I hadn't been to a pop or other
and
sort
you
of
never
gig
took me
until-
there, Endo.
No, I didn't. I didn't. Yeah, I could have. If you'd stayed on, I would have taken you to Kid Creole at the G Live in Guildford. But you know, a bit of Latin, you'd have got your hips going, wouldn't you?
No.
No. You'd have started looking for your hips.
Very dangerous getting my hips going, I tell you.
Stokes goes back as Washington comes around. A wicket to him. It's defended back to him, and there's no run.
I didn't like him going back to that. It's too quick through the air.
No,
and if he
that
doesn't
was a slow one.
quite-
That was 56. Last ball. No, it's not last ball of the over. It's halfway through. Gets forward to that one. Pushes it out to cover.
I mean, as long as you've not, if you've got someone in front of you on the offside, silly mid-off, silly point, I can understand you being reluctant to get forward. And I know you feel like you want to go back and play it off the pitch, but
That one's on the leg
tricky.
side though, and he can turn that around the corner down towards fine lane. They might get back for two, actually. Are they? Yeah, they are. Well run. So I think last gig. Maybe the Frutellis at Britain. No, surely. I went to a festival for someone's stag do in about 2015-16. Must have been around about then.
Oh, the previous gig I went to before the Kid Real was Hyde Park. I'll come back to that.
Goes back, cuts well, route, but there is a man out on the fence. It's Akash Deep, I believe, and it'll just be the one run.
I met a few old college mates who were coming down, and we went to Hyde Park. And Barry Manilow was the headline.
Oh, what?
It was. I know. Well,
Go
exactly.
Burke
It was very entertaining.
And I bet he's a showman.
Bonnie Tyler was also
Oh my
on.
God.
Who else was there? I'm trying to think.
Oh dear God!
No, there was some decent. There were one or two decent bands on, but late on in the night, Barry Manilow looking like a stick insect miles away, and we had some deck chairs and were having a bit of fun.
Yeah, a bit pissed. Anurag Chardre says in 2018 he happened to work for an ECB sponsor and spent a day at Lord's at a test match and the after party. Sam Mendes, the Bond director, was insufferable, and Jagger was the most entertaining human ever. There you go. Yeah. This is the Joe Root that England always needs, says Paul Stratton. A proper controlled test match innings, holding everything together. Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that.
Oh, I don't disagree with any of that, and I think he's playing the conditions, and I don't think, as we've said, I don't think this is the easiest pitch to bat on.
Well, the thing is, you've got to be out there long enough to kind of judge that as well, haven't you? And you would back Root with his experience to understand that it's a more difficult pitch than it looks.
Yeah.
And, to adapt accordingly.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be interested to see what they say when they come off the end of the day as to what their thoughts are on the pitch.
Yeah. Speaking of gigs, Zippy Tuna went to see A Perfect Circle last month. Great show. The extremely sketchy guy offering us a bump after was interesting. David Durrell says Hendo going to popular music concert is not a good thought. And Brian in Brisbane, like me, Booty Lounge was his last concert. The previous concert was 1979 in Darwin, where there was an all-girl band named Thrush. They were awful and roundly cheered when they finished. Thrush!
Oh, goodness.
That's not a great name
like
for an
calling yourself
all-girl.
STD, isn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly. That's not a great name for an all-girl band.
Wow. Well, I suppose it was done ironically, but who knows? Yeah.
Steve Eldersley says last concert, Modest Mouse. Next concert, Modest Mouse.
He's a Modest Mouse fan.
I've never heard of Modest Mouse.
He's an English
You
indie type guy.
Thing about gigs is, for me now, is I just can't stand up. For long periods.
I don't like crowds and I don't like noise. That's what I actually realised when I went to this party.
Don't like crowds, don't like noise.
Yeah.
Well, it's like when I went to Lord's. 7 hours all day. I was fucked by the end of that.
Yeah.
And then I had to get on the tube for about an hour as well. Jeez.
Well, that's probably about the worst part of it, isn't it? I mean, as much as
That's
anything.
why you leave early. If there's live, no, that's not live.
That's why I don't go to Lord's very often, because it's a bit of a trek from where I live, whereas the Oval is just 20 minutes on the tube. So, but Lord's, is just, it's hard.
Well, I mean, and the crowds. Good God, the number of people trying to get on the train. It really did take half an hour to get into the station.
Yeah.
I just went and sat on a bench and waited till it died down a bit.
A bit like we did at Wembley after the playoff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Get yourself a nice coffee.
Martin says, do what I do and go to gigs in a wheelchair.
I suppose that's one way of sitting down, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, there have been a couple of people I would have liked to have seen in recent years, but I'm not doing it. And actually, it's quite hard to find out. You ring up these venues to try and find out whether... And they don't seem to want to tell you.
Well, no, you've got to do it all on fucking Ticketmaster now, haven't they? Gigs are so expensive.
Well, talking of gigs, I'm getting really, really annoyed about all these things of authors and celebs who just do this an audience with. I mean,
why would you pay to go and see them talk? Fuck me, they're on TV most of the time.
Stuart Broad, I just looked. He's doing a tour starting in around about October, and I looked at. I mean, the prices do vary depending on where he is, but top price for High Wycombe. I wasn't aware that High Wycombe was a particularly affluent area. Maybe it is, but the top price to see Stuart Broad talk about himself, presumably interviewed by somebody else, is £82.
Wow.
Who the hell can afford that sort of money for that sort of thing?
Well, High Wycombe is kind of, what, Berkshire, Oxford.
Yeah, I know, but I mean,
borders, it's quite affluent.
Even at Wimbledon, it's only £67, but even that's far too much, you know.
But they can see a yak on TV pretty well any day of the cricket's
Well,
on.
exactly. Well, we've had a change in bowling. This man is back into Jack's first ball is left alone by Stokes, and it is this guy.
You won't keep Nitish Kumar down. After it kills and eats you, he'll still be around.
Good stuff. I like that from Mog. Mog is going to have a nice jingle ready for us tomorrow morning.
For?
Perko's just sending a leg by jingle. I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet.
Okay. Alrighty. I'll have a look and download it. That one's into the pads and nicely clipped around the corner by Stokesy. He'll get 4 for that one.
It's about the only place you can hit it where you'll get a boundary.
Well, yeah. Run off down the hill.
Sorry, I should have checked. Of course, Perko sent in 2 leg by jingles.
Of course. Are they all about, 2 minutes long? Or is there a shorter version and then there's a 12-inch?
I don't know. One's 234 kb and the other's 615 kb.
I don't know what that means, really.
Kilobytes.
I know what it, but I don't know what it means in terms of length.
Time. No.
Yeah.
That one is left alone outside the off stump by Stokesy, and there is no run. I've got to find. We're running out of space, in our back end.
Well, we could probably kill off a few, couldn't we?
We probably could, but I mean, there's 10,000 slots in this machine, and they're nearly all. I'm struggling to find space.
I mean, if we can find some shit jingles for players that are never going to be heard of again. I mean, you keep the good jingles of players that.
Tyrone Kane, Manipul Lomraw.
You remember the Tyrone Kane one, don't you?
Tyrone Kane. Yeah, it was
Prince.
Purple Rain, wasn't it? We get dinged for that now. It's a fucking fantastic jingle. Left alone outside the off stump, and there is no run.
So one is 10 seconds, the other is 26 seconds.
Oh, well, that's fair enough.
For a leg by?
For a leg by. 26 seconds for a leg by is quite pushing it, isn't it?
It's very much pushing it.
But yeah.
I'll import a 10-second one. I'll put it in there.
Quite right.
Mark says they just had a drink break 18 minutes ago and they have another one.
Well, yeah, it's 30 degrees and it's England. Well, that one is just maybe an edge onto a pad. It's just dropped out on the leg side. The guys on the boundary have to come in. They get back for 2. Did they go?
Well, I think they might be thinking about a leg before appeal here. Because he's come well across his crease there. Is it a case of whether he got down the wicket enough? I think there's. He's going to have a look at that.
Review.
Yeah,
I think that's At least it's going to be umpire's call, I would think.
Well, unless there is
Yeah.
Did they even appeal though?
Well, yeah, obviously. If there's an edge, then Stokesy is okay. But it wasn't a great shot.
Well, let's have a look.
Let's see. Ooh,
it's going way down, isn't it?
Are you sure?
He's quite a way down the track.
No,
Look at
but
the angle.
Yeah, I reckon it's only just going to be missing if it is missing.
It might be clipping.
No, it's not got any bounce.
There's no edge. Well, it's hit him on the roundabout middle stump, but it's got the angle, hasn't it,
Yeah,
from round the
definitely
wicket?
got the angle.
But it's a really tricky one.
I think the angle takes that down leg.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just
Ooh,
umpire's
umpire's call.
call.
Not a bad call then by India, but
well, they keep it, don't they?
They keep it.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty solid umpire's call too.
Well, good decision by Paul Rifle.
Yeah.
Well, or bad, you know.
I suppose
Depends
you could
who
look
you
at that
are.
one. Well, based on what happened to Chris Wokes in the last test, I think you'd have to say England were owed one or two. Really.
Well, they got one back, as I recall.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. Can't remember who it was. But
Harry Brook had a very similar decision to Shub McGill, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
That ball's died on contact with the pitch, though, as well. I mean, that's maybe another thing that slightly fooled Ben Stokes.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah, because normally that would have gone over the top easily.
Ooh, flashed that outside the off stump. It was there to hit, but he missed it. Could have quite easily got a little edge through the keeper, but he didn't, and there's no run.
Did we see? I don't know. It just feels to me that as I've got older in watching cricket, that players have got out to bad balls more than they used to.
Well, because they play shots at them in the old days.
Yeah, but
I think that's inevitable, isn't it?
But I mean, you would play you know 25 not out, and you get a ball wide outside the off stump like that, a little bit short, then you would play the cut shot. I think, generally speaking. But I just feel like they seem to miss more of those or edge of them than actually make contact with.
Well, maybe.
Yeah. It just feels that way, probably.
David Durrell says Gary will talk about himself for a couple of hours for free, and frequently does.
Actually, that might be a way for making money. We could invite people to pay not to listen to Gary for 2 hours
at a venue where you can get booze. That one is into Root, who goes back on his stumps and plays it into the leg side, and there's no run.
But as you know, I'm a man I get very, very annoyed with people being ripped off, and I think we are seeing that more and more with these sort of things. Because
here's don't shut it down altogether. Alan84 says you guys should do a meet and greet evening with, and we can charge through the roof.
Well, no, we can't.
That one's clipped into the leg side, down to deep backward square. It'll be a single by Root.
You can find on the Guerilla Cricket YouTube a night where we did a sort of debate, a heated debate.
Oh yes, I watched that.
And I think five people turned up. We weren't, we weren't even charging, were we? Oh, we might have been charged. We charged £5.
Yeah.
So we made the grand total of £25. Although,
but you looked like you had fun.
Oh yeah.
Well, I can't remember what you were arguing about.
We were arguing about the IPL.
Were you?
Yeah.
Norcross was there, wasn't it? It was two men on each side, wasn't it?
There was me. I spoke. He spoke. Andy Ryan spoke, and Dan Lucas spoke.
Pushed quite nicely by Stokes, but straight at cover, and there's no run.
I even think that there must have been more than two, because I think Katie spoke as well.
Oh right, that's his arm ball.
That's his arm ball, yeah.
No. Sippy Tuner send a super chat.
Yay!
Hey, we haven't had one of those for a while. That's clipped into the leg side to mid wicket, and there is no run. So it's one of these. I'm still on. I know that.
Super chat.
He says no better value around than a Guerilla super chat. Thanks, Sippy. You've been a great support for us.
Absolutely. Hold on. Last ball of the over. Back across, cut, out to the man on the boundary, and there'll be 2 runs.
I think.
Okay, I'll bugger off.
Okay.
Is that us 3?
Yeah. It's us 3, and I think I'm ball by balling, am I not?
Okay.
So you
I
can
must
stay
be on
there.
social.
Well, there's only 3 of us left. Yeah.
You're balling by ball.
I'm balling by ball. If any other wickets fall, I will be balling. But it's been an interesting day of Test cricket.
An interesting morning, full of interest. As Jim Laker once said, that got into Coleman balls, and deservedly so. It's been a proper day of Test cricket, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
At a proper ground, proper teams, proper coloured ball, proper coloured kit.
Although I'm getting a bit worried about the sort of blue trim that India have got on their kit, and I've been a little bit worried about that for a while. I say a little bit worried. I'm not that worried.
No.
But in he comes. This is Reddy bowling to Stokes, who pushes firmly up to mid-on. There seems to be lots of spaces for him to get a single.
But not there.
But not there.
Why would you be worried about blue on this?
I just think it's the sort of thin end of the wedge that the more colour they allow into
and more like pajama
onto
cricket,
whites, the more it will become like that. Yeah.
Well, there's so many sponsors, logos.
Yeah.
The kit manufacturers. There's so much on there. I mean, they're not quite like Formula One drivers, but they're getting that direction.
In comes Reddy. Just the one slip. This is left alone outside the off stump by Stokes. Stokes on 28. Root on 75. England at a run rate of 3.10 today, are 215 for 4.
Paul Stratton asked a good question. Are you going to get 80 overs in today? Over 18s are very slow.
Well, we've got an hour left, haven't we?
We're bowling at 12.5 overs an hour, so we'll get about 82 in.
I think we briefly had spinners on it either end, didn't we?
No.
But we've only got one on now. Reddy in again, hits him on the pad, thinks about appeal. It's going to be missing. I think he realised that as well, but Stokes is a little bit annoyed with himself at not being able to whip that one away.
Now, let's say that this was the last match of a World Test Championship cycle, and England and India were battling for a spot in the final, and India were well behind the rate at this moment, and could be in a position to be deducted points. You could say that England could declare in such a scenario.
Short, but it dies completely, the ball. He was ready to get behind that and give it a damn good thrashing, as Basil Fawlty once did to his Austin 1100 with a branch. But it just scooted through and he was unable to time it. Had to crouch to get to it.
I know England don't really care about meta considerations like the competition they're playing in, but that could sort of distort the game. It could be like a situation where in the old days you used to declare when the pitch was in a lousy condition even though you were 120 for 7.
Reddy in from over the wicket this time and defended on the front foot by Stokes.
That doesn't happen anymore in the case of covered wickets, but I mean, you could say, well, they're, I don't know how many overs behind the rate at the moment. They're probably 15 overs behind the rate, something like that. They could be in line for a points deduction.
Yep. I mean,
you say the match situation wouldn't necessitate it, but the competition situation might.
It's quite poor when you consider that we must have had 10 overs at least of spin today. It comes across his crease and then works a ball that's back of a length into the onside. There's a man coming in from the boundary to field. They take the single. Stokes moves to 29 and will keep the strike.
We did have problems with Pant's injury. We have had more drinks breaks than usual because it's very hot. We have had ball change scenarios. But on the other hand, only 4 wickets have fallen. Sometimes you can get 7, 8, 10, 14 wickets in a day, which takes time out of the game. So is poor. Without wishing to get all Gary about it, the fact there are penalties in play and they have been used against England and Australia, and I think even India managed to lose points in the last test cycle. But it's not working, is it?
Stokes is going to face up again to the spinner. He seems to have taken a lot from Washington Sundar. This is too short. He leans back and strokes it out to deep cover for a single.
Well, Paul Stratton asked, Bear, would you have the will or patience to do a meet and greet? Would be a great watch.
A meet and greet?
Yeah.
Who would
want a meet and greet?
Well, exactly.
The Bear.
Oh,
the Guerilla Arty.
Some bailiffs, maybe.
Police. Reverse sweep comes out from Joe Root, who's rather been starved of facing Washington Sundar. I think they're going to settle for one because Jadeja is coming in quickly and looking very aggressive. Stokes moves into the 30s, Root 76.
I like this. Lucky Singh calls Joe Root Joely Root.
Joely Root.
Joely Rooty.
Has Ravi Najaran come back to us about sports talk? Washington getting bowls. This one does turn. Starts too wide of the off stump, left alone by Stokes. Maybe he's gone to listen to them. Could be.
A few years ago, this is in honour of Washington Sundar, we did a thing on Twitter. It may have been during COVID when there was nothing else to do.
Washington in bowls. Good ball on the line of leg stump, threatening to turn across Stokes. He gets right forward.
We tried to find names of Test cricketers from any country whose first name was the same name as an American president's surname. We came up with quite a few.
Did we? Washington again. He's got a short leg, but this is whipped past him, being chased. I think they will settle for the one. A second would have been slightly risky.
Let's see if you can think of any.
Well, David Durrell says this is proper cricket.
There must have been a Clinton.
Yes, there have been some Clintons.
Ooh, what was his name? Was there a West Indian?
Yeah, I'm thinking of a...
Who opened with Phil O'Wallace? Was that, or was that Clayton?
That was Clayton Lambert.
Yeah, Clayton Lambert, yeah. Washington into Root. Root goes back, tickles it away on the onside. Just reminded me saying tickles that away on the onside. I was listening to a couple of episodes of a program called Unspeakable on BBC Sounds, which is a sort of dictionary corner with humour, where people have to invent words and their meanings. And I had Mars Jupp on it last night, and he was talking about cricket and talking about describing a ball as being tickled, and what people who knew nothing about cricket would think of that sort of
that's true
language, which is quite fun.
We've got about, how many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, at least 11 Test cricketers whose first name is the same as a surname of an American president. There's only been 40 odd American presidents. So.
There must be a Franklin somewhere.
Well, Franklin Stevenson. Ready, bowls whipped into the onside through mid-wicket. Plenty of room there, just a single though.
But there was never a President Franklin.
Oh, wasn't there?
No.
Lincoln? Is there a Lincoln someone?
Lincoln Roberts played Test cricket for somebody.
That sounds like something out of Who's That Weirdo?
Yeah. I'm going to give you the list. You've got Jackson Bird.
Yep.
Johnson Charles. Grant Flower.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Garfield Sobers. That's a good one. Arthur Maley. There was a President Chester Arthur.
Wasn't Grant Ulysses?
Yes, but the surname of the president has to be the first name of a cricketer.
Onto the back foot goes Root, Ready coming over the wicket.
Like Washington. Clinton Mackay of Australia was the Clinton.
Of course,
Nixon McLean.
Nixon McLean.
Kennedy Otieno.
I was going to say, is there a Kennedy, but I couldn't think of him. Is he Kenyan?
Yes. Kennedy Otieno.
Yeah. He's a lure.
Then it gets a bit tricky. We've got somebody called Harding Isaac Young, who was known as Sailor Young.
Ready in, driven, lovely shot from Root. That's one of the best of the day. He just moved a step or two down and he's drilled that straight. Gorgeous, gorgeous shot. And England needed one of those just to get them going again.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
With that boundary, the partnership passes 50-52 from 100 balls.
Well, I want to ask, Lucky Singh says, England most arrogant team in the world.
Yeah, probably.
Why do you think that, Lucky?
Not even the most arrogant team in this match.
You know, we all can see arrogance in the other, can't we?
Yankee 7,000.
Ready, bowls wide of the off stump this time, and it's a nicely crafted cut shot from Root, but it'll only bring him a single down to Mohammed Siraj.
The last two obscure ones were Andrew Mark Jefferson Hilditch. And John William Henry Tyler Douglas.
Oh, okay.
There was a
So
President
that's
Tyler.
not really a first name, though, is it?
Well, it's one of his first names, yes.
Well, it's one of his given names.
Well, he was known as JWHT Douglas. He didn't really have a first name.
Okay. Well, Yankee 7000 says 3 ample girths on display. God bless.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'd actually quite like it, while accepting the criticism, which is justified. I'd quite like it if we had pictures. With a stream of all you lot. Ready, round the wicket, bowls to Stokes, who defends on the back foot. There is no run.
Actually, I don't think we would like it.
No, we wouldn't.
No.
But I think we would probably be saying similar sort of things. Not all of you, obviously, but I suspect one or two. 225 for 4. Stokes 32, Root 81.
Yeah, 50 partnership for the two of those. How many 50 partnerships must have Root and Stokes hit over the years for England?
It's going to be a few.
A lot.
A couple of hundreds partnerships, I would imagine, as well.
Well, according to Yankee 7000, Bear is a personification of good health compared to you two.
Fuck you. Left alone by Stokes, who now wants some tape, I think, for his bat. Well, the Bear, of course, is now on some sort of fitness kick, aren't you?
Well, he's also the youngest.
And you are the youngest.
I am the youngest. I'm on the Peloton every day.
How old are you now, Bear?
54.
So you're 8 years younger than me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what.
Peloton, is that a make of wine or something?
No.
I'll tell you what. Come back to me when I'm 70, and we'll measure your waist.
If
I'd have probably done the Ozempic by then. Sucked myself in.
I don't think I'll make 70, so there you go. 225 for 4. Stokes 32, Root 81. Ready. 2 wickets in his first over and nothing since.
If you don't do that, what are we going to do for the Ashes in 2030?
To be honest. Well, I won't be 70 until 2033.
Okay.
Tony's already doing the rotors, I think. Just the odd tweak or two between now and then. Oh, some more time wasting.
Here we go.
Zippy Tuna says, I'm working at home in my underwear after just... no, please. Waking up. I thought you said wanking. And rolling out of bed. You'll have to pay good money for that stream. Yeah, well, you know.
Talking of which, now Stokes is taking down his trousers. I don't know what he's after. There's a sort of circle of sorts around him. They're not trying to shield impressionable children.
I think he might just try to cool down. Dirty Sanchez says, G'day, Dirty Sanchez.
He seems to have come along at just at the right time, Dirty Sanchez.
Fluffy says, never thought he'd see a Sri Lankan Michael Caine. I think he's referring to Sangakkara, isn't he, with his big clunky glasses.
My name is Kumar.
Nixon McLean, his parents obviously had a thing for statesmen because his brothers are called Kissinger, McLean and Reagan McLean.
You're kidding me.
No. And his sister is called Golda Meir McLean.
No, that's taking a piss, surely.
Tom Holland, the noted historian and usual winner of the Night Watchman quiz.
And possible piss taker. But
no, I did know about the Reagan McLean. I didn't know about the others.
Well, he's got cramp, I guess. He's gone down now. He's
cold.
Having one leg crossed across the other. Well, you can get that in such conditions, can't you?
Have a banana.
Have a banana.
Have a banana. Oh, there might be a groin strain. Actually.
Oh, God. Oh, he's out of the ashes. So Archer comes back and Stokes won't be able to bowl at all.
So Stokes won't be able to bowl, and Archer won't be able to bowl after 2 overs. And we're going to have Chris Wokes and Ben Duckett opening the bowling in the second innings.
Well, at least
Farong will be delighted.
Farong will be delighted. Yankee says, "Come on, just kidding. Not criticising. Apologies for the offence. We don't take offence. Don't you worry about it."
The reason we look like this is because we sit here for 8 hours a day, providing you with free entertainment.
Exactly, and drinking beer, which adds to the weight.
Yeah, what could you send us? What could you send us that would
keep sending the
kick?
beer. Yeah, don't give them ideas. Just keep sending the beer.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Muttley says, "I've been doing okay on the weight loss thing. Lost nearly 10 kilos in a couple of months through a sheer grit dieting, no exercise. Made an offhand remark about losing weight exercise, and Doc gave me the jab."
What, the Ozempic?
The Ozempic, yeah. I mean, I think they're going to put pretty much anyone on it, aren't they, who wants it? It'll probably save the NHS billions if everyone
and
was
then
no
sort
longer.
of, I don't know, I'm not sure
Then
about
we'll all
these
have
things.
pancreatitis.
I was going to say 10 years down the line we might, I mean, I understand taking medicines, vaccines and whatever for things that are pretty serious.
Let's not open up this can of
Well,
worms.
you know what I'm talking about. But really...
Talking about
for weight
vaccines
loss?
on the internet, that's not going to go badly wrong.
Oh,
Under
vaccine
any
on the
sense.
internet,
Yeah.
jeez.
Anyway, Stokes is struggling. He's
he is.
removed. He's basically looks like a bloke sort of walking down Brixton High Street because his trousers are like halfway down towards his knees. I believe that's a fashion amongst certain type of people. But he is restrapping his numerous and copious thigh pads. And looks like he will be fit to continue.
How many thigh pads can you have? Well, he's got...
How many thighs can a man have?
Exactly. Well, we're going to look at some wickets from earlier, and this is the over in which Reddy got rid of Duckett quite fortuitously, but then bowled an absolute beauty to Crawley. And then straight after tea, Ollie Pope. I mean, have a word with yourself. And then... Harry Brook just didn't get forward at all. Ball came back, admittedly, but it was a rather horrible shot.
Yeah, but the Pope is infallible. He couldn't have made a mistake.
Yeah. Now, are we going to be ready in a minute?
Lords look wonderful
shall I
in
give
the
you a
summer sunshine.
It does. I love this time of evening, as I've said before.
Yeah, it's gold now. Great time for filming. Sean Elliott says, "Keep up the great commentary, lads. Absolutely mortal.
Yeah.
Be back tomorrow morning. Awesome stuff, lads. Thank you very much."
We could do with a few more super chats today. We haven't had that many super chats, have we?
No.
If you want to get a few super chats in before the end, you want your tweet to go up to the top of the list, that would be magnificent. You just have to slip us a few cents here and there.
It's Roots 262. Was that in Pakistan recently?
No, I think it was in England, wasn't it?
Can't remember.
Wasn't that in 2016? He certainly got I'm pretty sure he got a double century that year. He's got more than one though, hasn't he?
Oh God, yeah, no, definitely. He's definitely got one in Sri Lanka.
I've just done a search for Route 262, and it says the square root of 262 is approximately 16.186. It was in Multan, I believe.
Okay.
Washington into square root, and he flicks it away to the right-angled triangle, which is.
And it was in partnership with Harry Brook's 317.
Yeah.
What was his 200 against in 2016? Washington, 6 overs, just the 13 runs. He's over the wicket. He's got a slip. Tosses this one up a little bit more. Whipped to mid-wicket again, straight to the man. Irritating for Root.
I think Root will want to get his 100 tonight, wouldn't you?
Well, ideally, but I don't think he should do anything silly in pursuit of that. Washington in flat, turns down the leg side, but this time Root is able to get bat upon it and keep it away from a fielder on the one, and he gets a one down to deep backward square.
Right, the first result was AI, so I'm not going to believe that's true. So I'm going to. He got 200 against Sri Lanka in 2014, 200 not out. He's made 254 against Pakistan in 2016 at Old Trafford.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Thrown up into the legs of Stokes. He got him with that ball. Second innings at Edgbaston, but Stokes has turned that one away to square leg.
226 against New Zealand. 228 against Sri Lanka 2021.
In Sri Lanka.
218 against India in India.
A little bit of spin away from Stokes this time from round the wicket.
At Chennai, after which the pitches took a turn for the interesting in that series.
So how many double hundreds has he got?
Including that last one in Multan, that's 6.
6.
It's pretty good going, isn't it?
It really is. Washington in again, that turns, but Stokes is back in behind it. Defends it square on the offside. End of the over. Spare. Oh, yes. Begging always works.
It does. Kate Eleanor says, great commentary, waiting for a wicket. You don't want a wicket, Kate.
We'll have a wicket by tea tomorrow.
Do you feel like we're followed by quite a few Aussies who want to see England beaten?
Yeah, but Australians are not mad about the Indian cricket team as
well
either.
But then that's true.
Yeah, I know.
That's true of us when we watch India Australia. It's hard to
pick a side.
Yeah, we're supporting the umpires usually.
226 for 4. That's 73 overs bowled. Root on 82. Jadeja back into the attack. So maybe they are going to run through the overs and see if they can get a new ball tonight. But I suspect they're a bit far behind.
Well, they will get more than 7 overs in 37 minutes, I would have thought.
He's around the wicket to Root. Root is forward in defence, showing that steeliness that we expect and saw from pretty much the first ball today.
He is from the Steel City.
He is indeed. There you go. Jadeja in again. Flicked there, just a little turn of the wrist, a very rapid turn of the wrist.
This man's bowling.
Root.
They need a more controlled Jadeja's on.
Drives this one, but straight up to mid-off. There's no run. So actually, you could say when Root is bowling and he gets one to turn, you could say that's turn square, Root. It was better in my head.
Yeah.
Jadeja in, driven, looking for the single, won't get it again. Quite firmly struck to mid-off.
When he hits one out to deep
square
leg, you
Root.
say let's turn that to square.
Root. Indeed you can. Jadeja in again. This one quite flat, defended. At 5 dot balls. It's over so far.
No, Kate and Ella says, no, I'm English. Why are you waiting for a wicket?
He just bowled. Jadeja forces Root to go back, and that elicits excitement from behind the stumps.
Maybe he's a Jamie Smith fan.
But he's got enough bat on it, and there is no run. Maiden for Jadeja on his return. He's bowled 7. I think Washington's bowled 7, so we've had 14 overs of spin today.
How many tedious articles are we going to see about the death of Bazball overnight?
Oh, overnight.
Crowing articles from journalists all around the world saying, you see, it's all bollocks.
Well, also you'll see, I'm almost totally convinced that the BBC will be mentioning it. So Washington to bowl his 8th over, just 14 runs conceded, and he's bowling to Stokes, who goes back to that one. He's got to get back down on it, otherwise he's right in front, and he does.
We haven't seen any short singles since he's struggled with his injury, to see how his running is.
He's still just limping as he was walking back to the crease then. He wandered away from it and then back into position. Sundar down the leg side, he's whipped that one away. Probably only going to get 1 for it. Jadeja is there, yeah, still.
Gordon Greenwich, the wonderful West Indies batsman, was always reputed to be his most dangerous when he was limping. He said, oh, Greenwich is limping, there's a double 100 coming.
Oh, he couldn't be asked to run, could he?
He was quite a player.
In comes Washington to Root. He bowls, and Root is forward, and he eases that to one of the two players on the single on the leg side there.
I was at Lords in 1984 when England declared setting the West Indies 345 or 340 something in 5.5 hours on the last day, and they won it by 9 wickets.
314 for one, wasn't it?
344 for one, I think.
Was it 344 for one? It might well have been. A single to Root as he drives to the left hand of mid-off, who throws the ball in quite aggressively, but Root is home.
And the 1 wicket was a run out.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it really?
Desmond Haynes.
Yeah, that was the David Gower declaration, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he was right to declare, frankly. I mean, you've got to give yourself a chance to win.
He's really got that to go. That arm ball, it just keeps on coming into the left-hander. It's a really dangerous delivery, especially because he gets it so full and Stokes ends up having to play it as if it's a Yorker, which I suppose it is.
It was.
Yeah. Sundar again into Stokes. That one's flatter, but
it was held back a little bit more. He may have been thinking that's on the same trajectory as the previous Yorker, and it was just held back a bit. That's when you catch people in the drive.
Also, I think slightly more leg-sided, but anyway, defended by Stokes, no run. That's the end of the over. England 228 for 4. New ball available in 5.
Okay, we have one of these.
Yay! How much for?
Super chat.
Hold on.
A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
I am sorry to Minsk and Boots. Just love the commentary. I'm a $10 a month patron and can't find my name in the glory roll. I will correct that right now. Do you want to go down as Minsk and Boo?
Do you want to go down on the glory roll?
Yeah.
Steady on.
Where are we going with this?
Jadeja into Root, and Root. It's rather poorly fielded by Washington, but never run on a misfield, especially when your captain's got a groin strain. So they don't.
Yeah, that's why I used to misfield every ball, because I assumed that nobody would run off the.
Have a groin strain. Probably you had the groin strain. This is worked up to a deep set mid-on. They'll come through for 1. Bear, could you get me a...
He's gone to do the glory roll.
Could you get me a cold beer from the fridge? That would be very nice. I think I can do one with that and do one small one. And
you can do one, mate.
By the time I walk to my car and buy about
we have this reputation as heavy drinkers. I don't drink very much at all. I mean, the Bear and Hendo make up for me. But, I mean, if you put the whole of Guerilla cricket together, it does not touch or get close to the 2 huge drunkards who have been on the BBC over the years, which is John Arlott and Daniel Norcross. Who could
Separated
drink anybody in
eras.
history, under the table.
To be fair, I don't drink that much, really. Onto the back foot goes Stokes, defended. Jadeja, the start of, well, not at the start of a new over, but first ball to Stokes after the single. He goes back again, little bit of turn, nothing significant, gets in behind it. Again, no run.
Do you remember a single from the 1990s, I'm guessing, by somebody called Tarja Seville?
I'll come back to that. Flicked towards mid-wicket. They will get a single this time. There's a lot of space on the onside if you're just looking for singles. And he does seem to be grimacing Stokes a little bit every time he runs.
Yeah.
No, I don't. What was the name of the song?
If I'm remembering correctly, it was called Love is Contagious. It was sort of a soul-y song. Love is contagious.
I might do if I heard it. Oh, now he tries to play a slog sweep, and it's very effective from Root. That's a lovely shot between mid-wicket and mid-on. You almost seem to think of that at the last minute. Actually, I could sweep this.
That was a sort of a Brook shot, actually.
It really was. Very nice indeed. Takes him on to 88.
I always thought that would make a good jingle for Ravi Jadeja, because the chorus is Love is Contagious, and it sounds a bit like Ravi Jadeja.
Well, there you go. The jinglers are out there if they wish to respond to that challenge. And there he is again, popping up on my monitor.
Just our luck.
Like a bad...
a bad Australian dollar.
A very, very big penny.
Just our luck, it'll be Grubby Howarth who decides to put that jingle into effect. And
oh God, no! Or the bear.
Or the bear.
Or the bear. Washington Sundar will continue. I don't know where the bear's gone. Now that turned back from leg stump towards middle. And
he's gone to stick his thing through the glory roll.
And he's not on now. One of you's got to move into the bear's chair.
Oh yeah, bear's gone.
Bear's gone, has he?
Yeah.
So many ways. Driven up to mid-off. British does the fielding there.
Gary Lineker talking about Paul Gascoigne he's gone. He's signalling to Bobby Robson.
Well, I'll finish off this over then, because we've got 4 balls to go. Route 88, Stokes 34, England 234 for 4. Last half hour coming up. Stokes right forward. Oh dear, and every time he does that, you can see the grimace, you can see the pain. Let's hope that a rub down later will...
Still, England got so many bowlers that one down surely is not going to be a problem.
Washington in again. He goes back once more, defends to extra.
Can I just say, Minsk and Booey are now on a glory roll.
Hooray!
Yay!
Hey!
And you too can go on the glory roll if you give us $10. I was going to say a year or more. I meant $10 a month or more. Washington into Stokes. Wide of the off stump, he goes back, creates room, crunches it. But Akash Deep is in the deep and does the fielding.
Whilst you're there, Bear, can you remove all the people who no longer give us $10 a month? And some of the people who are dead.
That's a fair point, actually. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I quite like the idea of people
being remembered in perpetuity.
Immortalised, yeah, absolutely.
But that encourages people to stop their $10 a month paycheck.
Why?
Because they stay up
there. In comes Washington Sundar. Bowls, nice drive, and Siraj was... He really wanted the mid-wicket to field that. The mid-wicket didn't, and then he thought, oh, God, am I going to have to dive a little bit? I'm absolutely shattered. In the end, he does enough to get down to it. Can't prevent the single, but does prevent anything more. End of the over. 3 overs till the new ball is due. Will they take it?
What's going on with these rotors now? Who's doing what? Messi?
We're on together. I'm on socials. Speaking of Gordon Greenidge and drinking, his highest score was 273 not out at Eastbourne, playing against Pakistan for Derek Roberts' 11. He said he had the most dreadful hangover. He didn't recollect the innings, and he said, I middled every ball and yet hardly saw one delivery clearly. I can't remember a single shot, but when I returned to the pavilion rather later than I had anticipated, I discovered I had made 273 not out.
Nah, I don't believe that for a minute. This is pushed to backward point by Root. Fred has finally moved into position to bring you ball by balling commentary.
I've got a story about Gordon Greenidge and drinking. After this over, as Jadeja bowls to Root, who just pushes the ball back to him. Jadeja gets to his overs nice and quickly, especially when he's not getting tonked around the park, which he isn't really at the moment. The run rate's just above 3.05. Nudged square Root on the offside, no run. It's about Gordon Greenidge, but it doesn't actually feature Gordon Greenidge in this story. It's a great one. You'll enjoy this anecdote. I've set this up.
It's going to be a real disappointment.
It's going to be a real disappointment, a real letdown.
It can't be as bad as the square Root.
Oh, that one jumps, and does it take the outside edge? Jarrell is convinced that that's caught the outside edge. That turned and bounced dramatically, and they're discussing whether to review or not. Only the keeper thinks that was out. Jadeja doesn't, and I don't think Gill is going to take the advice of his substitute keeper. He's got 2 seconds left, plus another half an hour for him to decide. He hasn't taken it yet. The time's up, but that doesn't matter when it's India. They are not going to review. This one turned and bounced.
That's an evil delivery.
I don't think he was anywhere near it.
No, he wasn't anywhere near it. I think Jarrell was just happy that he took it. I mean, it's a really good take, fantastic take to get his head out of the way.
Yeah,
really is. But Jarrell's been keen on a couple today, hasn't he? There was another one against Root earlier on off a quicker bowler.
It wouldn't. Ultra Edge is telling us that it took no part of the bat, and Jadeja never thought so either, which was always going to be determinant factor. This is a attempted slap by Root. All of a sudden, he's a little bit rattled. I think it's fair enough after that last ball. He tries to slap this outside the off stump and misses.
Yeah, he was unsettled by that, and I don't blame him for being.
Yeah,
I really
just
don't.
one took off. Anyway, last ball of Jadeja's over. It's only his 9th. He has 1 for 23. And let's see what Taruti does with it. He goes back to a ball. This one keeps a little bit low and just pushes it square on the offside. No run. The end of the over. No, there's one ball to go.
One to go. And then we get your anecdote.
Oh, my anecdote, yeah.
Unless there's some more super chats.
That was the last ball of the over.
No, there's one to go. Here we go. Here it is.
And yeah, I think there may have been a no ball in there or something. Anyway, it's been pushed to extra cover, no run.
Sorry.
A friend of mine, who's an acquaintance of mine, a journalist, was sitting in a bar with Paul Sterling, the Irish opener. And they were in the West Indies. Ireland were touring the West Indies. And they were having a chat, this journo friend and Paul Sterling. And the journo says to him, you see that guy down the other end of the bar? You know who that is? That's Gordon Greenwich. And Paul Sterling looks at him and thinks for a while, and he goes, was he one of the 3 W's?
I don't believe that one. I think you've told me that one before, and I don't think I believed it then. I don't think I believe it now. But it's not a bad story.
Fred. O'Neill Harris says, brilliant commentary, GC. Thank you.
You're right. You're right, O'Neill.
Yep.
Zippy Tuna has the same claim, Bear. He thinks he's missing on the glory roll too.
Oh dear.
Right, the Bear is now back in action. He's had to roll out of the sofa.
Washington Sundar, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes. He floats this one up. Unusually for him, it's full, and Stokes push drives this to a deepish mid-off, but doesn't take a single. We think he's still struggling with a groin strain, and he will be thinking, let's get into an ice bath and sort this out overnight, as Washington bowls again, full and straight, and meets the solid middle of Stokes' bat.
I think we're probably into night watchman territory now, aren't we?
They don't do night watchmen, they do hawks.
Well, yeah, but who's the new hawk? Who is the new hawk?
I don't know, send out Crawley again. Is that allowed?
No one will notice.
Joffre.
Oh, God, no, don't injure him before he has even got a chance to bowl. Well, Wokes is a proper batsman, isn't he?
Well,
not at number 9. Is he 9?
No, he's 8.
He's number 8.
He's 8.
Of course, he's a proper batsman. I mean, proper as
he's got Test hundreds.
Yeah.
Against India. At Lords, I seem to recall, I think he hit one in 2014.
Yeah, but so Stuart Broad did in 2014.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
That was a great innings. This next ball is on leg stump, and Stokes turns this to deep backward square. Walks a single. They're not showing us the batsman running and or walking, so we can't see how Stokes is coping with the effort. There's a man in glasses on the Indian balcony. Who is he?
Gautam Gambhir.
Oh, it's Gautam Gambhir. Yeah. He's a lot of the Indians have got very beautifully manicured beards. It's a thing in India. And when you see one without anything at all, you just think, this looks a bit odd. Something's missing. Washington Sundar, who does have sort of a number 4 trim beard. It's not sculpted, but nor is it shaven.
Leg slip come in, I think.
Oh yes, a leg slip, a wideish leg slip has come in as Root plays a forward defensive shot with his bat well in front of his pad. Not how we were taught to play, but it works for him.
Well, sometimes it can be worth playing that way. I think
if
you've got
there's
no one
no
in front of you.
If there's no short leg or silly mid off, then fair enough, because
Yeah.
you can get a bat pad and it's not going to matter all that much.
Not unless it pops up and the keeper's got time to.
And we have seen one pop, albeit from the other end. Washington still round the wicket to the. Now he's come around the wicket to the right-handed Root, who gets out the reverse sweep. And there is a man down there, so it's only ever going to be one, but he picked it up pretty cleanly.
I think this is quite an interesting move from Washington, coming around the wicket to Root, only for one ball, of course, because Root has got down the other end. But with that arm ball that he bowls, it's worth having a go from that angle with a slip there.
When nothing's happening, you want to change things up all the time, really. Give the batsman something else to think of. He stays around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who gets out the drive and times it pretty sweetly square, but there is a sweeper, and Stokes is walking. It's fair to say, the singles. So the end of the 79th over, 240 for 4, and Messi, what are people saying?
So Warwick Allen says 6 p.m. scheduled close of play. India are 14 overs behind where they should be. What are the chances of them being deducted the 28 World Test Championship points the rule book says they should be?
Deduct it.
Well,
There have been some things to take into account.
yes, and by the end of play they'll have done probably 83 overs. It's worth bearing in mind England in the first two tests did exactly 85 overs in each.
Yeah, but that's with the extra half hour. It's supposed to be 90 overs by 6 o'clock, which was 10 minutes ago.
I get it.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
There's been a bad injury to Pant. There's been an injury which has taken time to Stokes. And they have had extra drinks breaks because it's unseasonably warm in northwest London. Start of a new over. Jadeja onto the back foot goes Stokes into the ground and then fielded by the short leg who's come in now.
Don't forget your super chats. We also ought to have a little look at the GPL as well.
We should indeed, yes.
I mean, 240 is not much for a day, is
I doubt
it?
anyone got anywhere close to that. This is full and on the leg stump and turned to mid-wicket.
Yeah. The lowest pick is 275.
It's not impossible. Not impossible. Who's that?
I don't know.
Oh, right.
You think they're going to get 35 in 17 minutes?
Never know.
This is driven up to a man who can't run. They're driven up to deepish mid-off. Again, a walked single from Stokes. I mean, if he is... there's no reason for him to push it. There's no reason to... I know he doesn't think like that, you know, when he injures himself by bowling 20 overs of bounces in a row. But, you know, if he is not out overnight, and it can be looked at and dealt with and hopefully okay in the morning. As next ball is meets the middle of Root's bat, but the bowler appeals. I think he may have is thinking that it flicked the pad on the way through to the bat, but no one else is interested.
But if it is any sort of serious strain of, that isn't going to recover that quickly, then he's not going to be able to bowl, is he?
It's anyone's guess at the moment. Jadeja, left arm round to Root, who's into the 90s now. He's going to get to 91 as he drives this to deep cover. And again, another walked single.
Well, one ball to go, and then I presume they'll take the new ball.
Well, they've got to give Bumrah a burst, haven't they?
You're going to give Bumrah a burst. And would you give it to Siraj? Would you give it to...
He hasn't bowled for quite a long time.
Akash Deep hasn't really had much of a second spell, has he? I don't think, today.
Full and straight, defended by Stokes. Is that the end of the 80th over? It is. We'll have some messages and then probably the new ball.
Indeed. England cricket asked both of them, says Alistair Breeder. I don't know what that is. Is Stokes doing that thing again where he pretends to be injured, says Sudahu. I think he's permanently injured. It's just it's a matter of whether it stops him or not. Mexican Booze kept corner says overrated, so tough to judge because they lose overs for drinks breaks, reviews, wickets and injuries.
Well, there haven't been many wickets. There's only been 4 wickets.
There's only been 4 wickets. There's been, I'm trying to think, maybe two
ball changes.
Well, I was going to say 2 DRSs, if that. Actually, one of them was definitely...
Yeah, and they were pretty quick. There was not anything that took a large amount of time.
Today will be very much like the previous tests. 83 probably today, 85 in the first test, 85 in the second test.
Which is fine. I mean, as long as super chat. Oh, let me play a jingle if I can find it. It's here.
YouTube comments were not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price.
Jay Grover sends us £2. He says, "I'm sure I've heard Dave Townsend tell that story."
Well, he is the source of that story. I didn't say it. It was Jay. If anyone who wants to sue, go to Sheffield and hang around outside bars. You'll find Jay Grover there and serve him with whatever writs you can. Akash Deep is going to take the new ball, and he'll be bowling to Joe Root. It's full and straight, and he's turned this towards deep mid-wicket. There's only ever going to be a run as Siraj fields the ball and acts as if he's 75 years old by holding his back as he's picking the ball up off the ground.
I know how that feels.
Yeah, me too. It's been.
It's going to be a no ball. Oh no, it's the new ball. No, we're just showing a belated. Oh, did they not take?
Well, they must have bowled one ball with the old ball. Okay, with the old ball. Yeah.
Well, he may have had the loosener, but Siraj certainly is not loose because the way he He could come and play for my Sunday team if he's gonna make those kind of movements after fielding the ball. Well, he could come. Yeah, he could certainly come and play for our Sunday team. We would win every game by a huge margin. Can you imagine facing Siraj on a Sunday league track? No, not much fun. We have 2 slips in the gully. We have a point. We have a short extra cover, a mid on, a mid off, a mid wicket, presumably a long leg. I don't know how many that is. Do we have enough for a third man? I think I counted too many people. Anyway,
I think they'll dispense with the third man at this stage, won't they? With the new ball.
Stokes will be facing up to Akash Deep. Has none for 70 off 15.1. This is short and wide. It doesn't get up very high for a new ball, but it was well out of Stokes' reach.
Now, which end is he bowling with the new ball? Is it from the
Well, it's obviously not Bumrah's end, otherwise Bumrah would have taken the new ball.
He's bowling from the pavilion end.
He's bowling from the pavilion end, but all I'm going to say is that, it's not Bumrah. Bumrah did bowl from the pavilion end first up this morning, and the ball died. The new ball died exactly like that delivery did, which is curious. It might just take a while before it finds its bounce. Maybe he didn't put much into it.
This is on the leg stump of Stokes. He turns this down to fine leg. Quite fine. Still only going to be a single because Stokes can't run. It probably would have been a single anyway because Jadeja's down there and he's lightning.
Doesn't it seem odd to you in an era where we're talking about substitutes for various positions that goes against the grain of doing away with the runner for an injured batsman?
Goes against the groin.
Goes against the groin.
Yeah, so are they not allowed? I thought they did bring back runners.
Not,
did they
not in tests.
Not in term.
No.
But why? Test is the same sport as...
Well, yeah, I know. It's mad.
It is a bit weird, the whole concept of a runner. But it's been there for quite a while. There's deep balls on the leg stump of Root. He's not got his line right with this new ball. It's turned out to deep backward square. They're only going to take one anyway. But there's an energetic bit of fielding. It wasn't Siraj, obviously, because it was energetic.
I could see that Root might have got back for the second there, but he's not going to be able to do that with Stokes.
No point. Absolutely
no point really. But I think Root could have done it. But Stokes wouldn't have had a chance.
I mean, he can retire hurt. And
of course
somebody else can come in and he's not out and he can come back.
Of course he can.
Yes.
Oh, there's a bloke putting on his jacket on backwards and it's a gold-black stripe. I don't know what's going on here. It's a bit weird.
Oh, and the flying ants are
out.
It's
not flying ants day. Oh, I hate flying ants day.
I know.
They're not showing a lot of urgency to get this over. You would think they'd want to get Bumrah at 2 overs tonight, but they're not going to at the rate they're going.
Stokes wants to go off because of flying ants. We did talk about ants in pants earlier, didn't we? Well, we never got an actual reply to that. We've got another super chat, have we not?
We have, from BRSHD93.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
No message, just £1.99 by the looks of it.
Yeah, but
Cheers,
he did
Governor.
say, been at work all day, how has Root looked? It's worked hard, but he's been okay.
Scratchy.
Not spectacular.
He's been scratchy. He had trouble timing the ball, but he's hung through it. And we are actually... We do seem to have a break in play because of flying ants.
For fuck's sake.
This is not something that happens very often in England.
No.
But one day a year, for those of you who don't know, when it tends to be very humid. It's not humid today, it's very hot.
Do you know, it's normally... I always found it was the day before I went back to school at the end of the summer holidays.
You've got your Hogwarts letter.
But I suppose the thing is, if it's flying into your eye, what can you do?
Well, we saw Bumrah comedy trying to wave them away. I mean, Australians are used to this. This is why they wear hats with little corks on the end of them to keep the flies out of their mouths or out their eyes.
You don't see a lot of those around, it's true.
But actually, though, I mean, I remember playing on a cricket tour in Oz, a couple of hours north of Sydney, in the bush, definitely. I mean, it was just a cricket field surrounded by trees.
Nothing.
Basically. And it was almost impossible to hit the ball because the grass was so spiky that you banged it into the grass and it just sort of more or less died.
Spinifex.
But also, there were just so many flies. When you're trying to bat, and the flies are just in your eye, they're on your, up your nose.
A famous sledge of Phil Tufnell from, was it Bay 13 or one of these places where they were renowned for not being very kind to the opposition when Tufnell was being attacked by some flies and waving his hands at them, and somebody shouting, "Oi, Tufnell, leave our fucking flies alone."
Well, George McPherson has chipped in.
Yay!
He says the Rit, Ton and Stokes 50 is a must. Baseball must have gone missing today since it took them 35.4 overs to get to 100.
This is a
Brook
take
has
we'll be
struggled
hearing
against
more
both
of.
Australia and India in his career. He's been a bit hit and miss against those sides.
I think Fred's being a little bit unfair to Root. I think Root's played really well.
Well, he's battled through. It's not been the most fluent innings. This
Well, no.
one, we are going to get
Yeah.
some cricket as deep bowls, again well wide of the off stump. And no need for the batsman to play.
That said, he's been by far the most fluent batsman out there today.
Yeah.
You know, if
he was more fluent than Pope, who couldn't time the ball to save his life.
Well, you were talking about scratchy. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, that was like I don't know. I was going to make some ridiculous DJ type joke, but I won't.
All this scratching is making me itch.
Well, the square root one really did sort of kill the vibe.
Yeah,
with your jokes today.
If you're watching on YouTube and you see Hendo sort of going through a trance for 10 seconds, he's trying to think of how to work this joke into his commentary. As deep balls again wide, a little bit of outswing, a little bit of shape with the new ball, but started wide and went wide at the end of the first over of the new ball. 81 gone, 245 for 4, and Stokes is making no secret of the fact that he wants to go off because he's being attacked by flies.
Oh dear. Ombreno says it's been an old school but interesting game today. This series is almost turning into a home series for India with these conditions. When do we get up north where the rain is guaranteed?
Well,
a couple of weeks to Old Trafford. And he says Hendo at Hogwarts, that's a t-shirt if ever there was one. Imagine the copyright.
I don't really know
what house would he be in.
I don't really know what Hogwarts is. Is it a school in Harry Potter or something?
Yes, you do know what it is because you just said what it is.
Well, I don't. I've watched one Harry Potter film in my life, and that was far too long, demanding.
They're now showing ladybirds walking across the grass.
Oh, we've got bugs galore. Bugs galore.
Jasprit Bumrah is going to be taking the new ball, unsurprisingly, from the other end, from the nursery end, and he's going to be bowling to Joe Root. He's up to the crease now and bowls, and this is guided down to third man off the bottom of the bat. There is nobody down. Oh, there is a deep point. There always is for Root. He has time enough to come round, and they do take 2 runs. That's the furthest we've seen Stokes run or walk since he had his injury.
And it was the old man himself, Mohammad Siraj, with the bad back, who had to go and field that one again.
The person who said this is like subcontinental scores. I mean, the match at Headingley was like a game in Pakistan. You know, with all scores of around 400. It was certainly not an English classic Test match. Let's put it that way. As Bumrah, his weird run up and then his top quality bowling, as this is nudged down by Root to third man, wide third man, more of a backward point, a single.
My mate was convinced a couple of weeks ago that Bumrah was chucking it, and I said, don't be ridiculous.
No, I made the point to you, Hendo, off air. You know those people may have seen that cricketers practice nowadays with sort of dog throw. You know these these like long plastic things, which you put a ball in, and then you can give it a lot
slings,
of
basically.
It basically slings, but because Bumrah hyperextends his hand, there's a lot in common with how the ball comes out of a sling and how it comes out of Bumrah's hand. No, not the slightest question of illegal action, as this is down the leg side to the left-handed Stokes. He doesn't play, but it's the natural advantage he gets from being to hyperextend his arm. I'm in pain just thinking about it because I've got a broken shoulder at the minute. So
is that your right shoulder or both?
It is.
Shoulders?
It's my bowling shoulder, unfortunately. I'm the second best leg spinner in Middlesex, probably after AFC Wimbledon supporting Luke Holman.
Yeah.
Better than Sam Robson, who turns his arm over quite a lot.
Does he?
Yeah. Bumrah into England captain Stokes. This is on his. Well, it just move a little bit. It was sort of pitched on off stump and then worked towards Stokes' hip, where it makes contact with flesh or thigh pad. And Bumrah, I think, has just spat out a fly.
That's what happens. Yeah. We got lots of flies. Spit them out.
Yeah,
although Leah says you should eat them because they're a source of protein.
Yeah, but all the other things they've got, apart from the protein, I'm not sure that they'd be terribly good for you.
That's what some bloke in China said about a pangolin. As Bumrah, well, that's been disproven, but it was talked about for a while. This again finds its way back into Stokes from outside the off stump. And he's not trying to move it away from the left hand, he's trying to move it in. It strikes Stokes on the pad, no run.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose Stokes must feel that this is just a strain rather than anything like a pull. Otherwise, he risks doing more damage here, doesn't he, if he's staying out there, especially when the ball's moving around and getting him into strange, contorted positions to play.
But one thing we do know about Stokes is he's stubborn as fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. He most certainly is. He faces up to Bumrah, who bowls an in-swinger, a big in-swinger, which catches Stokes on the pad. It was big enough to be going down the leg side, and that's the end of the 82nd over. England are 248 for 4.
Paul Stratton says, after today, proper test match cricket seems to be alive and well. Very welcome change for once. Indeed.
Well, it wasn't dead before.
No.
Yeah. Andrew Kilsall says, thanks for a great day at the cricket, and I can hear you and your team tomorrow morning. Indeed, you can, Andrew. If you'd like to support us, you are very welcome to go to the page patreon.com/Guerilla Cricket, and you can see the various options for being a supporter on a monthly basis for us, which is what keeps us going. And we'll have another super chat from Zippy.
Super chat. No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
This first ball of the new over gets a leading edge from Root, and it goes out towards short extra cover. Deep makes decent ground to try and get towards it. Root is examining his bat, but it was probably ended up about 2 yards short of being able to take a spectacular caught and bowled. He tried to turn it onto the leg side, got a leading edge. There's no chance of the bowler getting anywhere near it. No. But a little bit of movement. That bounced a bit.
It bounced really high on the bat that he's got that as well.
Yeah.
As well as sort of not timing the turn of the bat to get it into the onside.
Akash was too deep to take that catch. This is outside the off stump, and it's driven with one hand, bizarrely, by Root. I would like to have a look at that again as it goes out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. They come back for 2, and it looked like he almost lost control of either one of his legs or one of his arms as he was playing that shot. It takes it Root to 98 if you're worried about milestones and that kind of shit. Who's that padded up? Was that Jamie Smith?
I hope not. Well, if a
just finishing up that super chat, Zippy Tuna, who I think has been newly installed on our honour roll, sends us $2 saying, like the stream if you haven't already.
Yeah.
Yes, please. And subscribe.
In comes Deep. This one keeps low, and Root jabs down on it, and it goes to gully, no run.
Well, it's anyone's guess what this pitch is going to do tomorrow and the next day. It really is.
I have a feeling it's going to get flatter, actually. No, I'm saying that by having watched a lot of cricket at Lords over the last season or two. Not admittedly at exactly the same level of bowlers of Bumrah and the batsmen that are on show, but they do tend to die.
Well, 98 to Root. Can he get to his 100 tonight? Is he thinking of that? I think he is thinking of that, actually.
As he faces up to Deep, and he works this behind square on the offside. It's only going to be a single.
Oh, he's going to be 99
Takes
overnight.
it to 99. No, there's still a few balls left of this over.
Well, 2.
3.
Is that 3 or is that?
Yeah.
There's a bit of joking as the fielder Jadeja pretends not to throw it in and tries to con Root into coming back for a second. Everyone's laughing about it, but it's not that funny, to be honest. Deep's figures. None for 75 off 16.4 overs.
Yeah, he hasn't been quite on his game today as he was up at Edgbaston.
Having said that about the Lord's wickets, this is the Test match wicket, which is not used for anything else other than Test matches, and may not play exactly the same as other parts of the square. Groundsman's law is a complete mystery to me. As Deep is round the wicket to Stokes, who defends, doesn't look to try and give Root the strike single by taking a single. This may be the last ball of the day about to be bowled. And Stokes has 39, Root has 99, which could be good for me because I don't give a shit about milestones, and I don't have to pretend to be excited about Root getting one more run when he's on 99.
Would you not get excited if you were on 99?
No, it's a team game. Nothing to do with individual performances.
But why did you talk about that spectacular slip catch so much?
I don't.
It wasn't about you.
I don't. As this last ball of the day is defended by Stokes. Deep feels the day is complete. 83 overs. Cue Gary Naylor. 251 for 4. Stokes is 39. Root 99. I think the crowd have seen a pretty damn good day of Test cricket, and and they're watching the first day of what could be a really good match.
Well, I think it's one of those ones where if you haven't seen any of the cricket today, and you call up a website and you look at the score and you think, ooh, that's a bit quiet, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's going on there? But it has been absolutely fascinating. No batsman has ever really looked strongly in, apart from that maybe sounds strange when Root is wandering off 99 not out. I wonder whether he's ever been on 99 not out overnight. It's not the kind of thing that happens very often, is it? But he's getting a huge round of applause. He's had to guts it out to a certain extent. It wasn't a bad toss to lose as far as India were concerned. England decided to go against the grain, certainly what they've done of late, and went out to bat in temperatures of 27 degrees rising eventually to 32, 33, and though it looked dead from the pitch looked dead from the pavilion end early on, but there was a lot of life in the pitch from the nursery end, and then after the first hour it began to swing quite significantly, and those 2 wickets, in fact those 2 wickets up to tea, were taken by Nitish Reddy, who picked up 2 in his first over, Duckett and Crawley. Duckett gloving one down the leg side, not a particularly edifying way to get out. Then he bowled an absolute beauty to get rid of
Crawley.
It couldn't have been 2 in 2 balls, could it? If it was one moment, it was
not unless
Duckett.
they crossed whilst Duckett was being caught behind.
Seems unlikely. It must have been 2 in 3, I'm guessing. Pope made Crawley made 18, Duckett 23, Pope a scratchy 44. There were no wickets between lunch and tea, as Pope and Root struggled, especially in that first half hour after lunch, but they got there without losing a wicket. And then first ball after tea, Jadeja found an outside edge of Ollie Pope's bat. He went for 44, and that was a big blow. Harry Brook looked pretty good for the time that he was out there, but didn't really move his feet at all, and Bumrah got one to sneak back, finding the gap and bowling him. But since then, Ben Stokes and Joe Root have plodded on, I suppose, more than anything. There was quite a lot of plodding going on towards the end of the day after Stokes had to have treatment for what looks like some sort of groin injury, and we hope that is not going to be a problem as the game and the series develops. That said, India lost Rishabh Pant to a finger injury as he dived to try and take a ball down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean that potentially could cause issues with his batting. He's a very, very important part of this batting lineup.
Well, absolutely. I mean, he's at the very least he's going to, if it is a breaker, he won't bat if it's a break. But I wouldn't have thought. But if it's just a really badly bruised finger, he's going to have all sorts of pain-killing tablets.
Well, especially since one particular England bowler would be able to target that. You would have thought.
Well, you would have hoped, wouldn't you?
If he stays fit.
Well, I mean, I imagine at some point tomorrow the career of Jofra Archer, batting initially, but he might. Someone might try to injure him before
tomorrow. Yeah, that'll be all right.
He's got to come out and bowl at some point. We shall see. But it's been a great day of Test cricket. Really, really intense, hasn't it? Glorious sunshine, and yet the ball zipping around. Very, very strange indeed. Anyway, that's it from us at Guerilla Cricket. We will be
couple of late messages. Gopala Krishna says thanks for the great commentary guides. It's very enjoyable. And Muttley says thanks for the coverage, Primates. Love and sausages.
Is that it? That's it. Right. Well, we will be back at 10:50 a.m. tomorrow. I won't be here because I'm having a day off. But the Bear will be here, Tony will be here, and a cast of thousands. Grubby's in, Gary's in, and Andy Ward, I think, is also here, along with the Light Roller, who popped in last Saturday. Anyway, join us tomorrow. Ollie Pope is being interviewed. Not quite sure what you can say about his 44.
Scratch.
Did he really get no 4s and 6s? Really? No 4s?
Yeah.
In his 44?
Drop him.
2:51 for 4. England end on day 1. Fascinatingly set up. We will be back tomorrow. Please join us and tell your friends.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangre